The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, compiled around the year 890 at the court of Alfred of Wessex, and thus added on to from thereafter. This is the first part of an extensive reading of the full text. If you want to follow along and like content of this nature, like, comment, and subscribe. And we may begin. A link to this public domain work will be provided in the description. Let's get relaxed, shall we? The island of Britain is 800 miles long and 200 miles broad, and there are in the island 5 nations: English, Welsh or British, Scottish, Pictish, and Latin. The first inhabitants were the Britons, who came from Armenia and first peopled Britain southward. Then it happened that the Picts came south from Scythia with long ships, not many, and landing first in the northern part of Ireland, they told the Scots that they must dwell there. But they would not give them leave, for the Scots told them that they could not all dwell there together. But, said the Scots, we can nevertheless give you advice. We know another island here to the east. There you may go and dwell, if you will, and whatsoever withstandeth you, we will assist you that you may gain it. Then the Picts went and entered this land northward. Southward the Britons possessed it, as we before said, and the Picts obtained wives of the Scots, on condition that they chose their kings always on the female side, which they have continued to do so long since. And it happened, in the run of years, that some party of Scots went from Ireland into Britain, and acquired some portion of this land. Their leader was called Reoda, from whom they are named Dalriodi, or Dalrathians. 60 winters ere Christ was born, Gaius Julius, emperor of the Romans, with 80 ships, sought Britain. There he was first beaten in a dreadful fight, and lost a great part of his army. Then he left his army abide with the Scots, and went south into Gaul. There he gathered 600 ships, with which he went back to Britain. When they first rushed together, Caesar's tribune, whose name was Labienus, was slain. Then took the Welsh sharp piles, and drove them with great clubs into the water, at a certain ford of the river called Thames. When the Romans found that, they would not go over the ford. Then fled the Britons to the fastness of the woods, and Caesar, after having much fighting gained many of the chief towns, went back to Gaul. BC 60. Before the incarnation of Christ, 60 years, Gaius Julius the Emperor, the first of the Romans, sought land of Britain, and he crushed the Britons in battle. He overcame them, and nevertheless he was unable to gain any empire there. AD 1. Octavianus reigned 56 winters, and in the 42nd year of his reign Christ was born. Then 3 astrologers from the east came to worship Christ, and the children in Bethlehem were slain by Herod in persecution of Christ. AD 3. This year died Herod, stabbed by his own hand, and Archelaus his son succeeded him. The child Christ was also this year brought back again from Egypt. AD 6. From the beginning of the world to this year were gone 5,200 winters. AD 11. This year Herod, the son of Antipater, undertook the government in Judea. AD 12. This year Philip and Herod divided Judea into 4 kingdoms. This year Judea was divided into 4 tetrarchies. AD 16. This year Tiberius succeeded to the empire. AD 26. This year Pilate began to reign over the Jews. AD 30. This year Christ was baptized, and Peter and Andrew were converted, together with James, John, and Philip, and all the 12 apostles. AD 33. This year Christ was crucified, about 5,226 winters from the beginning of the world. AD 34. This year St. Paul was converted, and St. Stephen stoned. AD 35. This year the blessed Peter the Apostle settled an episcopal see in the city of Antioch. AD 37. This year Pilate slew himself with his own hand. AD 39. This year Gaius undertook the empire. AD 44. This year the blessed Peter the Apostle settled an episcopal see at Rome, and James, the brother of John, was slain by Herod. AD 45. This year died Herod, who slew James 1 year ere his own death. AD 46. This year Claudius, the second of the Roman emperors who invaded Britain, took the greater part of the island into his power, and added the Orkneys to right dominion of the Romans. This was in the 4th year of his reign, and in the same year happened the great famine in Syria, which Luke mentions in the book called the Acts of the Apostles, after Claudius Nero succeeded to the empire, who almost lost the island of Britain through his incapacity. AD 47. In this year, Mark the evangelist in Egypt beginneth to write the gospel. AD 47. This was in the 4th year of his reign, and in the same year was the great famine in Syria, which Luke speaks of in the book called Actus Apostolorum. AD 50. This year Paul was sent, bound to Rome. AD 60. This year James, the brother of Christ, suffered. AD 63. This year Mark the evangelist departed his life. AD 69. This year Peter and Paul suffered. AD 70. This year Vespasian undertook the empire. AD 71. This year Titus, son of Vespasian, slew in Jerusalem 1,100,000 Judeans. AD 81. This year Titus came to the empire, after Vespasian, who said he considered the day lost in which he did no good. AD 83. This year Domitian, the brother of Titus, assumed the government. AD 84. This year John the Evangelist, in the island of Patmos, wrote the book called the Apocalypse. AD 90. This year Simon the Apostle, relation of Christ, was crucified, and John the Evangelist rested at Ephesus. AD 92. This year died Pope Clement. AD 110. This year Bishop Ignatius suffered. AD 116. This year Hadrian began to reign. AD 145. This year Marcus Antoninus and Aurelius, his brother, succeeded the empire. AD 167. This year Eleutherius succeeded to the popedom, and held it 15 years, and in the same year Lucius, the king of the Britons, sent and begged baptism of him, and he soon sent it him, and they continued in the true faith until the time of Diocletian. AD 189. This year Severus came to the empire, and went with his army into Britain, and subdued in a battle a great part of the island. Then wrought he a mound of turf, with a broad wall thereupon, sea to sea, for the defence of the Britons. He reigned 17 years, and then ended his days at York. His son, Bassianus, succeeded him in the empire. His other son, who perished, was called Geta. This year Eleutherius undertook the bishopric of Rome, and held it honourably for 15 winters. To him Lucius, king of the Britons, sent letters, and prayed that he might be made a Christian. He obtained his request, and they continued afterwards in the right belief until the reign of Diocletian. AD 199. In this year was found the Holy Rood. AD 283. This year suffered St. Alban the martyr. AD 343. This year died St. Nicholas. AD 379. This year Gratian succeeded to the empire. AD 381. This year Maximus the Caesar came to the empire. He was born in the land of Britain, whence he passed over into Gaul. He there slew Emperor Gratian, and drove his brother, whose name was Valentinian, from his country Italy. The same Valentinian afterwards collected an army and slew Maximus, whereby he gained the empire. About this time arose the era of Pelagius over the world. AD 418. The year the Romans collected all the hoards of gold that were in Britain, and some they hid in the earth, so that no man afterwards might find them, and some they carried away with them into Gaul. AD 423. This year Theodosius the Younger succeeded to the empire. AD 429. This year Bishop Palladius was sent from Pope Celestrinus to the Scots, that he might establish their faith. AD 430. This year Patricius was sent from Pope Callistinus to preach baptism to the Scots. AD 435. This year the Goths sacked the city of Rome, and never since have the Romans reigned in Britain. This was about 1110 winters after it was built. They reigned altogether in Britain 470 winters since Gaius Julius first sought that land. AD 443. This year sent the Britons over the sea to Rome, and begged assistance against the Picts, but they had none, for the Romans were at war with Attila, king of the Huns. Then they sent to the Angles, and requested the same from the noblest of that nation. AD 444. This year died St. Martin. AD 448. This year John the Baptist showed his head to 2 monks, who came from the eastern country of Jerusalem for the sake of prayer, in the place that whilom was the palace of Herod. AD 449. This year Marcian and Valentinian assumed the empire, and reigned several winters. In their days Hengist and Horsa, invited by Wutgen, king of the Britons, to his assistance, landed in Britain in a place that is called Ipwin's Fleet, first of all to support the Britons, but afterwards they fought against them. The king directed them to fight against the Picts, and they did so, and obtained the victory wheresoever they came. Then they sent to the Angles, and desired them to send more assistance. They described the worthlessness of the Britons, and richness of the land. They then sent them great support. Then came the men from 3 powers of Germany, the Old Saxons, the Angles, and the Jutes. From the Jutes are descended the men of Kent, the White-Warians, that is, the tribe that now dwelleth in the Isle of Wight, and that kindred in Wessex, that men call the kindred of the Jutes. From the Old Saxons came the people of Essex and Sussex and Wessex. From Anglia, which has ever since remained waste between the Jutes and the Saxons, came the East Angles, the Middle Angles, and the Mercians, all of whose north of the Humber. Their leaders were 2 brothers, Hengist and Horsa, who were the sons of Witgils. Witgils was the son of Witta, and Witta of Wecta, Wecta of Woden. From this Woden arose all our royal kindred, and that of these Southumbrians also. A.D. 455. This year Hengist and Horsa fought with Wertgen, the king on the spot that is called Aylesford. His brother Horsa being there slain, Hengist afterwards took to the kingdom with his son Esk. This year, A.D. 457, Hengist and Esk fought with the Britons on the spot that is called Crayford, and there slew 4,000 men. The Britons then forsook the land of Kent, and in great consternation fled to London. A.D. 465. This year Hengist and Esk fought with the Welsh, nigh Whippet Fleet, and there slew 12 leaders, all Welsh. On their side, Thane there was slain, whose name was Whipped. A.D. 473. This year Hengist and Esk fought with the Welsh, and took immense booty, and the Welsh fled from the English like fire. A.D. 477. This year came Ella to Britain with his 3 sons, Ciemen, Glenking, and Gisa, in 3 ships, landing at a place that is called Cymenshaw. There they slew many of the Welsh, and in some flight they drove into the woods that is called Andredsley. A.D. 482. This year the blessed Abbot Benedict shone in his world, by the splendour of those virtues which the blessed Gregory records in his Book of Dialogues. A.D. 485. This year Ella fought with the Welsh nigh Mecred's Bernstead. A.D. 488. This year Esk succeeded to the kingdom, and was king of the men of Kent 24 winters. A.D. 490. This year Ella and Caesar besieged the city of Andred, and slew all that were therein, nor was one Briton left thereafterward. A.D. 495. This year came 2 leaders into Britain, Cerdic and Kinric his son, with 5 ships at a place that is called Cerdic's Oar. There they fought with the Welsh the same day. Then he died, and his son Kinric succeeded him to the government, and held it 26 winters. Then he died, and Ceawlin his son succeeded, who reigned 17 years. Then he died, and Cole succeeded to the government, reigning 5 years. When he died, Ceolwulf his brother succeeded and reigned 17. Their king goeth to Cerdic. Then succeeded Ceneblilis, Ceolwulf's brother's son, to the kingdom, and reigned 31 winters. And he first of West Saxon kings received baptism. Then succeeded Cenwal, who was the son of Cynegils, and reigned 31 winters. Then held Sexburga, his queen, the government 1 year after him. Then succeed Esquine to the kingdom, whose kin goeth to Cedric, and held it 2 years. Then succeeded Kentwine, the son of Kynegils, to the kingdom of the West Saxons, and reigned 9 years. Then succeeded Cadwal to the government, whose kin goeth to Cerdic, and he held it for 3 years. Then succeeded Inna to the kingdom of the West Saxons, whose kin goeth to Cerdic, and reigned 37 winters. Then succeeded Ethelred, whose kin goeth to Cerdic, and reigned 16 years. Then succeeded Guthred, whose kin goeth to Cerdic, and reigned 16 winters. Then succeeded Sigebrit, whose kin goeth to Cerdic, and reigned 1 year. Then succeeded Kynwulf, whose kin goeth to Cerdic, and reigned 31 winters. Then succeeded Britric, whose kin goeth to Cerdic, and reigned 17 years. Then succeeded Egbert to the kingdom, and held it 37 winters and 7 months. Then succeeded Ethelwulf, his son, and reigned 11 years and a half. Ethelwulf was the son of Egbert, Egbert of Aelmund, Aelmund of Aefa, Aefa of Opa, Opa of Inglid, Inglid of Kenred, Ina of Kenred, Cuthburga of Kenred, and Quenburga of Kenred, Kenred of Ceolwald, Ceolwald of Cothwulf, Cothwulf of Cothwine, Cothwine of Kelm, Kelm of Cynric, Cynric of Creoda, Creoda of Cerdic. Then succeeded Aethelbald, the son of Aethelwulf, to the kingdom, and held it 5 years. Then succeeded Aethelbert, his brother, and reigned 5 years. Then succeeded Aethelred, his brother, to the kingdom, and held it 5 years. Then succeeded Alfred, their brother, to the government, and had elapsed of his age 23 winters, and 396 winters from the time when his kindred first gained the land of Wessex from the Welsh. And he held the kingdom for 1 year and a half less than 30 winters. Then succeeded Edward, son of Alfred, and reigned 24 winters. When he died, then succeeded Athelstan, his son, and reigned 14 years and 7 weeks and 3 days. Then succeeded Edmund, his brother, and reigned 6 years and a half, wanting 2 nights. Then succeeded Edred, his brother, and reigned 9 years and 6 weeks. Then succeeded Edwy, the son of Edmund, and reigned 3 years and 36 weeks, wanting 2 days. When he died, then succeeded Edgar, his brother, and reigned 17 years and 8 weeks and 2 nights. When he died, then succeeded Edward, the son of Edgar. AD 501. This year Porta had 2 sons, Beda and Mela, came into Britain with 2 ships at a place called Portsmouth. They landed soon and slew on the spot a young Briton of very high rank. AD 508. This year Cerdic and Cynric slew a British king, whose name was Natanleod, and 5,000 men with him. After this was the land named Netley, from him as far as Charford. AD 509. This year St. Benedict, the abbot, father of all monks, ascended to heaven. AD 514. This year came the West Saxons into Britain with 3 ships, at the place that is called Cerdic's Oar, and Stuff and Vitgar fought with the Britons, and put them to flight. AD 519. This year Cerdic and Cynric undertook the government of the West Saxons. The same year they fought with the Britons at a place now called Charford. From that day have reigned the children of the West Saxon kings. AD 527. This year Cerdic and Cynric fought with the Britons in the place that is now called Cerdric's Lay. AD 530. This year Cerdic and Cynric took the Isle of Wight and slew many men in Carisbrooke. AD 534. This year died Cerdic, the first king of the West Saxons. Cynric and his son succeeded to the government and reigned afterwards 26 winters, and they gave to their two nephews, Stuf and Edgar, the whole Isle of Wight. AD 538. This year the sun was eclipsed, 14 days before the calends of March, from before morning until 9. AD 540. This year the sun was eclipsed on the 12th day before the calends of July, and the stars showed themselves full nigh half an hour over 9. AD 544. This year died Edgar, and men buried him at Carisbrooke. AD 547. This year Edgar began his reign, from whom first arose the royal kindred of the Northumbrians. Edgar was the son of Eopa, Eopa of Esa, Esa of Ingwe, Ingwe of Angenwit, Angenwit of Alok, Alok of Benok, Benok of Brand, Brand of Balde, Balde of Woden, Woden of Fritholaf, Fritholaf of Frithawulf, Frithawulf of Finn, Finn of Godolf, Godolf of Gaeta. Edgar reigned 12 years. He built Bamberg Castle, which was the first surrounded with a hedge, and afterwards with a wall. AD 552. This year Cynric fought with the Britons on the spot that is called Sarum, and put them to flight. Cerdic was the father of Cynric. Cerdic was the son of Alessa, Alessa of Elsa, Elsa of Gewis, Gewis of Wai, Wai of Frewin, Frewin of Frithgar, Frithgar of Brand, Brand of Balde, Balde of Woden. In this year 552, Ethelbert, the son of Ermenric, was born, who on the 32nd year of his reign received the rite of baptism, the first of all kings in Britain. AD 556. This year Cynric and Godwin fought with the Britons at Berenbury. AD 560. This year Ceawlin undertook the government of the West Saxons, and Ella on the death of Eda, that of the Northumbrians, each of whom reigned 30 winters. Ella was the son of If, If of Usfrey, Usfrey of Bilgis, Bilgis of Westerfalcon, Westerfalcon of Seafowl, Seafowl of Sebold, Sebold of Sigyat, Sigyat of Swadi, Swadi of Sigurd, Sigurd of Wadi, Wadi of Woden, Woden of Frithawulf. This year Ethelbert came to the kingdom of the Cantuarians, and held it 53 winters. In his days the holy Pope Gregory sent us baptism. That was in the 32nd year of his reign. And Columba, the mass priest, came to the Picts, and converted them to the belief of Christ. They are the dwellers by the northern moors, and their king gave him the island of Hii, consisting of 5 hides, as they say, where Columba built a monastery. There he was abbot 32 winters, and there he died when he was 77 years old. The place his successors yet have. The southern Picts were long before baptized by Bishop Nenia, who was taught at Rome. His church or monastery is at Whitdown, hallowed in the name of St. Martin, where he resteth with many holy men. Now, therefore, there shall be ever in he an abbot, and no bishop, and to him shall be subject all the bishops of the Scots, because Columba was an abbot, no bishop. A.D. 565. This year Columba the presbyter came from the Scots among the Britons to insurrect the Picts, and he built a monastery in the island of Hii. A.D. 568. This year Ceawlin and Cutha, the brother of Ceawlin, fought with Ethelbert and pursued him into Kent, and they slew 2 aldermen at Wimbledon, Oslake, and Nebba. A.D. 571. This year Cutholf fought with the Britons at Bedford, and took 4 towns, Lenbury, Aylesbury, Benson, and Ensham, and this same year he died. A.D. 577. This year Cuthwin and Ceawlin fought with the Britons, and slew 3 kings, Comail, and Gondida, and Farinmail, on the spot that is called Derham, and took from them 3 cities, Gloucester, Cirencester, and Bath. A.D. 583. This year Mauritius succeeded to the empire of the Romans. A.D. 584. This year Ceawlin and Cutha fought with the Britons on the spot that is called Frethern. There Cutha was slain, and Ceawlin took many towns, as well as immense booty and wealth. He then retreated to his own people. A.D. 588. This year died King Ella, and Ethelred reigned after him 5 years. A.D. 591. This year there was a great slaughter of Britons at Wanborough. Ceawlin was driven from his kingdom, and Ceolric reigned 6 years. A.D. 592. This year Gregory succeeded to the papacy of Rome. A.D. 593. This year died Ceawlin, and Cuichelm, and Cirda, and Ethelfrith succeeded to the kingdom of the Northumbrians. He was the son of Ethelric, Ethelric of Eda. A.D. 596. This year Pope Gregory sent Augustine to Britain with very many monks to preach the word of God to the English people. A.D. 597. This year began Ceolwulf to reign over the West Saxons, and he constantly fought and conquered either with the Angles or the Welsh or the Picts or the Scots. He was then the son of Cutha, Cutha of Cynric, Cynric of Cerdic, Cerdic of Elessa, Elessa of Gewis, Gewis of Wai of Frewin, Frewin of Frithga, Frithga of Brand, Brand of Balde, Balde of Woden. This year came Augustine and his companions to England. A.D. 601. This year Pope Gregory sent the pall to Archbishop Augustine in Britain, with very many learned doctors to assist him, and Bishop Paulinus converted Edwin, king of the Northumbrians, to baptism. A.D. 603. This year Aedan, king of the Scots, fought with the Dalrethians, and with Ethelfrith, king of the Northumbrians, at Theakstone, where he lost almost all of his army. Theobald also, brother of Ethelfrith, with his whole armament was slain. None of the Scottish kings durst afterwards bring any army against the nation. Herring, the son of Husa, led the army thither. A.D. 603. This year Aethan, king of the Scots, fought against the Dalriods and against Ethelred, king of the Northumbrians, at Dagenstein, and they slew almost all his army. There Theobald, Ethelred's brother, was slain with all his band. Since then no king of the Scots dared lead an army against this nation. Herein the son of Husa led the army thither. AD 604. This year Augustine consecrated 2 bishops, Mellitus and Justus. Mellitus he sent to preach baptism to the East Saxons. Their king, called Siebert, the son of Ricola, Ethelbert's sister, whom Ethelbert placed there as a king. Ethelbert also gave Mellitus the bishopric of London, and to Justus he gave the bishopric of Rochester, which is 24 miles from Canterbury. AD 606. This year died Gregory, about 10 years since he sent us baptism. His father was called Gordianus, his mother Sylvia. AD 607. This year Ceolwulf fought with the South Saxons, and Ethelred led his army to Chester, where he slew innumerable hosts of the Welsh, and was so fulfilled the prophecy of Augustine, wherein he saith, If the Welsh have not peace with us, they shall perish at the hands of the Saxons. There were also slain 200 priests, who came thither to pray for the army of the Welsh. Their leader was called Brocmail, with whom some 50 men escaped thence. AD 611. This year Cenegils succeeded to the government in Wessex, and held it 31 winters. Cenegils was the son of Ceol, Ceol of Cutha, Cutha of Cynric. AD 614. This year Cenegils and Cuichelm fought at Bampton, and slew 2,046 of the Welsh. AD 616. This year died Ethelbert, king of Kent, the first of the English kings that received baptism. He was the son of Ermenric. He reigned 56 winters, and was succeeded by his son Eadbald. And at this same time, in this year, he had elapsed from the beginning of the world 5,618 winters. This Eadbald renounced his baptism, and lived in a heathen manner, so that he took to wife the relict of his father. Then Laurentius, who was archbishop in Kent, meant to depart southward over the sea, and abandon everything. But there came to him in the night the apostle Peter, and severely chastised him, because he would so desert the flock of God. And he charged him to go to the king, and teach him the right belief. And he did so, and the king returned to the right belief. In this king's days, the same as Laurentius, who was archbishop in Kent after Augustine, departed this life on the 2nd of February, and was buried near Augustine. The holy Augustine in his lifetime invested him bishop, to the end that the Church of Christ, which yet was new in England, should at no time after his decease be without an archbishop. After him, Mellitus, who was the first bishop of London, succeeded to the archbishopric. The people of London, where Mellitus was born, were then heathens, and within 5 winters of this time, during the reign of Eadbald, Mellitus died. To him succeeded Justus, who was the bishop of Rochester, whereto he consecrated Romanus bishop. AD 617. This year was Ethelred, king of the Northumbrians, slain by Redwald, king of the East Angles, and Edwin the son of Ella, having succeeded to the kingdom, subdued all Britain, except the men of Kent alone, and drove out the Aethelings, the sons of Ethelred, namely Enfrid, Oswald, Oswy, Oslak, Oswood, Oslaf, and Offa. AD 624. This year died Archbishop Mellitus. AD 625. This year Paulinus was invested Bishop of the Northumbrians by Archbishop Justus on the 12th day before the calends of August. AD 626. This year came Eymir from Guigelm, king of the West Saxons, with a design to assassinate King Edwin, but he killed Lila his thane and fourth heir, and wounded the king. The same night a daughter was born to Edwin, whose name was Einfleda. Then promised the king to Paulinus that he would devote his daughter to God, if he would procure at the hand of God that he might destroy his enemy who had been sent to assassinate him. He then advanced against the West Saxons with an army, felled on the spot 5 kings, and slew their men. This year, Einfleda, the daughter of King Edwin, was baptized on the holy eve of Pentecost, and the king within 12 months was baptized at Easter with all his people. Easter was then on the 12th of April. This was done at York, where he had ordered a church to be built of timber, which was hallowed in the name of St. Peter. There the king gave the bishopric to Paulinus, and there he afterwards ordered a larger church to be built of stone. This year Penda began to reign, and reigned 30 winters. He had seen 50 winters when he began to reign. Penda was the son of Wiba, Wiba of Creoda, Creoda of Kainwald, Kainwald of Neba, Neba of Esel, Esel of Eomer, Eomer of Anglthu, Anglthu of Opha, Opha of Wermund, Wermund of Whitley, Whitley of Woden. AD 627. This year was King Edward baptized at Easter with all his people by Paulinus, who also preached baptism in Lindsey, where the first person who believed was a certain rich man of the name of Bleak with all his people. At this time Honorius succeeded Boniface in the papacy, and sent hither to Paulinus the Pal, and Archbishop Justus, having departed on this life the 10th of November. Honorius was consecrated at Lincoln, Archbishop of Canterbury by Paulinus, and Pope Honorius sent him the Pal. And he sent an injunction to the Scots that they should return to the right celebration of Easter. This year, at Easter, Paulinus baptized Edwin, king of the Northumbrians, with his people, and earlier the same year, at Pentecost, he had baptized Einfled, the daughter of the same king. AD 628. This year Cynegils and Guigelm fought with Penda at Cirencester, and afterwards entered into a treaty there. AD 632. This year Orpwald baptized. AD 633. This year King Edwin was slain by Cadwalla and Penda on Hatfield Moor, on the 14th of October. He reigned 17 years. His son Osfrid was also slain with him. After this, Cadwalla and Penda went and ravaged all the land of the Northumbrians, which when Paulinus saw, he took Ethelberga, the relict of Edwin, and went by ship to Kent. Eadbald and Honorius received him very honourably, and gave him the bishopric of Rochester, where he continued to his death. AD 634. This year Osric, whom Paulinus baptized, succeeded to the government of Deira. He was the son of Elfric, the uncle of Edwin, and to Bernicia succeeded Eanfrith, son of Ethelfrith. This year also Bishop Birinus first preached baptism to the West Saxons under King Cynegils. The said Birinus went thither by the command of Pope Honorius, and he was bishop there to the end of his life. Oswald also this year succeeded to the government of the Northumbrians, and reigned 9 winters. The 9th year was assigned to him on account of the heathenism in which those who lived who reigned 1 year betwixt him and Edwin. AD 635. This year Cynegils was baptized by Bishop Birinus in Dorchester, and Oswald, king of the Northumbrians, was his sponsor. AD 636. This year King Kwichelm was baptized at Dorchester, and died the same year. Bishop Felix also preached to the East Angles the belief of Christ. AD 639. This year Birinus baptized King Cuthred at Dorchester, and received him as his son. AD 640. This year died Eadbald, king of Kent, after a reign of 25 winters. He had 2 sons, Ermenred and Erkenbert, and Erkenbert reigned thereafter his father. He overturned all the idols in his kingdom, and the first of the English kings appointed a fast before Easter. His daughter was called Erkengotta, holy damsel of an illustrious sire, whose mother was Sexburga, the daughter of Anna, king of the East Angles. Ermenred also begat 2 sons, who were afterwards martyred by Thunor. AD 642. This year Oswald, king of the Northumbrians, was slain by Penda, king of the Southumbrians, at Mirfield on the 5th day of August, and his body was buried at Bardney. His holiness and miracles were afterwards displayed on manifold occasions throughout this island, and his hands remain still uncorrupted at Barnberg. The same year in which Oswald was slain, Oswy and his brother succeeded to the government of the Northumbrians, and reigned 2 less than 30 years. AD 643. This year Kenwal succeeded to the kingdom of the West Saxons, and held it 31 winters. This Kenwal ordered the old church at Winchester to be built in the name of St. Peter. He was the son of Cynegils. AD 644. This year died at Rochester on the 10th of October Paulinus, who was the first Archbishop of York, and afterwards at Rochester. He was bishop 19 winters, 2 months, and 1 at 20 days. This year the son of Oswy's uncle, Oswin, the son of Osric, assumed government of Deira, and reigned 7 winters. AD 645. This year King Kenwal was driven from his dominion by King Penda. AD 646. This year King Kenwal was baptized. AD 648. This year Kenwal gave his relation Cuthred 3,000 hides of land by Ashdown. Cuthred was the son of Kwichelm, Kwichelm of Cynegils. AD 650. This year Agelbert from Gaul, after Birinus, the Romish bishop, obtained the bishopric of the West Saxons. AD 651. This year King Oswin was slain on the 20th day of August, and within 12 nights afterwards died Bishop Aidan on the 31st of August. AD 652. This year Kenwal fought at Bradford by the Avon. AD 653. This year the Middle Angles under Alderman Peada received the right of belief. AD 64. This year King Arna was slain, and Botolf began to build that minster at Icenhoe. This year also died Archbishop Honorius on the 30th of September. AD 655. This year Penda was slain at Wingfield, and 30 royal personages with him, some of whom were kings. One of them was Ethelred, brother of Anna, king of the East Angles. The Mercians after this became Christians. From the beginning of the world had now elapsed 5,850 winters when Penda, son of Penda, assumed the government of the Mercians. In his time came together himself and Oswy, brother of King Oswald, and said that they would rear a minister to the glory of Christ and honour of St. Peter. And they did so, and gave it the name of Medstead, because there is a well there called Medeswell. And they began the ground wall, and wrought thereon, after which they committed the work to a monk, whose name was Saxulf. He was very much the friend of God, and him also loved all people. He was nobly born in the world and rich, and he is now much richer than Christ. But King Penda reigned no while, for he was betrayed by his own queen in Eastertide, the year Ethelred, bishop of Rochester, consecrated Deus Dedit to Canterbury on the 26th day of March. AD 656. This year Penda was slain, and Wulfhere, son of Penda, succeeded the kingdom of the Mercians. In this time waxed the abbey of Medstead very rich, which his brother had begun. The king loved it much, for the love of his brother Penda, and for the love of his wed brother Oswy, and for the love of Saxulf the abbot. He said, therefore, that he would dignify and honour it by the counsel of his brothers Ethelred and Mercia, and by the counsel of his sisters Kynberga and Kynswitha, and by the counsel of the archbishop, who was called Deus Dedit, and by the counsel of all his peers, learned and lewd, that in his kingdom were. And he so did. Then sent the king after the abbot, that he should immediately come to him, and he so did. Then the king said to the abbot, Beloved Saxulf, I have sent after thee for good of my soul, and I will plainly tell thee for why my brother Penda and my beloved friend Oswy began a minster for the love of Christ and St. Peter. But my brother, as Christ willed, is departed from this life. I will therefore entreat thee, beloved friend, that they earnestly proceed on their work, and I will find thee thereto gold and silver, land and possessions, and all that thereto behoveth. And then went the abbot home, and began to work. So he sped as Christ permitted him, so that in a few years the minster was ready. Then, when the king heard say that, he was very glad, and bade men send through all the nation after all his thanes, after the archbishop, and after bishops, and after his earls, and after all those who loved God, that they should come to him. And he fixed the day when men should hallow the minster. And when they were hallowing the minster, there was the king, Wulfhere, and his brother Ethelred, and his sisters Kynberga and Kynswitha. And the minster, as hallowed by Archbishop Deus Dedit of Canterbury, and the Bishop of Rochester, Ethelred, and the Bishop of London, who was called Vina, and the Bishop of the Mercians, whose name was Jereman, and Bishop Tudor. And there was Wilfrid, priest, that after was bishop, and there were all his thanes were in his kingdom. When the minster was hallowed, in the name of St. Peter, Paul, and Andrew, then stood up the king before all his thanes, and said with a very loud voice, Thanks be to the high almighty God for this worship that here is done, and I will this day glorify Christ and St. Peter, and I will that you all confirm my words. I, Wulfhere, give today to St. Peter and to the abbot Saxulf and the monks of the minster, these lands and these waters, and meres and fens and weirs, and all the lands that lie about there, that are of my kingdom freely, so that no man have there any ingress but the abbot and the monks. This is the gift. From Medstead to Northborough, and so to the place that is called Foley's, and so all the fen, right to Ashdyke, from Ashdyke to the place called Fethermouth, and so in a right line 10 miles long Ugdyke, and so to Ragwell, and from Ragwell 5 miles to the main river that goeth to Elm and Wisbeach, and so about 3 miles to Trokenholt, and from Trokenholt right through all the fen to Durworth, that is 20 miles long, and so to the Great Cross, and from the Great Cross through a clear water called Bradney, and thence 6 miles to Paxlade, and so forth through all the meres and fens that lie towards Huntingdon Point, and all the meres and lakes, Shelfermere and Whittlesea Mere, and all the others thereabout lie, with land and with houses that are on the east side of Shelfermere. Thence all the fens to Medstead, from Medstead all to Welmsford, from Welmsford to Clive, thence to Easton, from Easton to Stamford, from Stamford as the water runneth to the aforesaid Northborough. These are the lands and the fens that the king gave unto St. Peter's Minster. Then quoth the king, It is little, this gift, but I will that they hold it so royally and so freely, that there be taken there from neither guild nor gable, but for the monks alone. Thus I will free this minster, that it be not subject except to Rome alone, and hither I will that we seek St. Peter, all that to Rome cannot go. During these words, the abbot desired that he would grant him his request, and the king granted it. I have here, said he, some good monks that would lead their life in retirement if they wist where. Now here is an island that is called Anchorig, and I will request that you may go there and build a minster to honour of St. Mary, that they may dwell there who will lead their lives in peace and tranquillity. Then answered the king, and quoth thus, Beloved Saxulf, not only that which thou desirest, but all the things that I know thou desirest in our Lord's behalf, so I approve and grant. And I bid thee, brother Ethelred, and thy sisters Kynberga and Kynswitha, for the release of your souls, that you may be witnesses, and that you may subscribe with your fingers. And I pray all that come after me, be they my sons, be they my brethren, or kings that come after me, that our gift may stand, as they would be partakers of the life everlasting, and as they would avoid everlasting punishment. Whoso lesseneth our gift, or the gift of other good men, may the heavenly porter lessen him in the kingdom of heaven, and whoso advance it, may the heavenly porter advance him in the kingdom of heaven. These are the witnesses that were there, and that subscribed it with their fingers on the cross of Christ, and confirmed it with their tongues. That was first the king Wulfhere, who confirmed it with his word, and afterwards wrote with his finger on the cross of Christ, saying thus, I, Wulfhere, king, in the presence of kings, of earls, of captains, and thanes, the witnesses of my gift, before the Archbishop Deus Dedit, I confirm it with the cross of Christ. And I, Oswy, king of the Northumbrians, the friend of this minster, and the abbot Saxulf, commend it with the cross of Christ. And I, Siggeir, king, ratify it with the cross of Christ. And I, Sebi, king, subscribe it with the cross of Christ. And I, Ethelred, the king's brother, granted the same with the cross of Christ. And we, the king's sisters, Kynberger and Kynswitha, approve it. And I, Archbishop of Canterbury, Deus dedit, ratify it. Then confirmed it all others that were there with the cross of Christ, namely Ithamar, Bishop of Rochester, Winna, Bishop of London, Jereman, Bishop of the Mercians, and Tudor, Bishop, and Wilfrid, priest, who was afterwards bishop, and Eopa, priest, whom the king Wulfhere sent to preach Christianity in the Isle of Wight, and Saxulf, abbot, and Emin, alderman, Ebert, alderman, Herefrith, alderman, Wilbert, alderman, Arbo, alderman, Ethelbald, Broad, Wilbert, Elmond, Frethegis. These and many others that were there, the king's most loyal subjects, confirmed it all. This charter was written after our Lord's nativity, 664, the 7th year of King Wulfhere, the 9th year of Archbishop Deus Dedir. Then they laid God's curse, and all the curse of the saints, and all Christian folks, on whosoever undid anything that was there to be done. So be it, saith all. Amen. When this thing was done, then sent the king to Rome to the Pope Vitalianus, that then was, and desired that he would ratify with his writ and with his blessings all the aforesaid things. And the Pope sent his writ, thus saying, I, Vitalianus, Pope, grant thee, King Wulfhere, and Deus dedit, the Archbishop, and Abbot Saxulf, all the things that you desire. And I forbid that any king or any man have any ingress but the abbot alone, nor shall he be subject to any man except to the Pope of Rome and the Archbishop of Canterbury. If anyone breaketh anything of this, St. Peter with his sword destroy him. Whosoever holdeth it, St. Peter with heaven's key unto him, the kingdom of heaven. Thus was the minster of Medstead begun. That was afterwards called Peterborough. Afterwards came another archbishop to Canterbury, who was called Theodorus, a very good man and wise, and held his synod with bishops and with his clerk. There was Wilfrid, bishop of the Mercians, deprived of his bishopric, and Saxulf, abbot, was their chosen bishop, and Cuthbald, monk of the same minster, was chosen abbot. This synod was holden after our Lord's nativity, 673 winters. A.D. 658. This year Kenwal fought with the Welsh at Pen, and pursued them to the Barret. This battle was fought after his return from East Anglia, where he was 3 years in exile. Penda had driven him thither, and deprived him of his kingdom, because he had discarded his sister. A.D. 660. This year Bishop Agelbert departed from Kenwal, and Winna held the bishopric 3 years, and Egbert accepted the bishopric of Paris in Gaul by the Seine. A.D. 661. This year, at Easter, Kenwal fought at Pontesbury, and Wulfhere, the son of Penda, pursued him as far as Ashdown. Cuthred, the son of Quikelm, and King Kenbert died in 1 year. Into the Isle of Wight also Wulfhere, the son of Penda, penetrated and transferred the inhabitants to Ethelwald, king of the South Saxons, because Wulfhere adopted him in baptism, and Eopa, a mass priest, by command of Wilfrid and King Wulfhere, was the first of men who brought baptism to the people in the Isle of Wight. A.D. 664. This year the sun was eclipsed on the 11th of May, and Erkenbert, king of Kent, having died, Egbert his son succeeded the kingdom. Colman, with his companions this year, returned to his own country. This same year there was a great plague in the Isle of Britain, in which died Bishop Tudor, who was buried at Whaley. Chad and Wilford were consecrated, and Archbishop Deus Dedit died. AD 667. This year Oswy and Egbert sent Wighard, a priest, to Rome, that he might be consecrated Archbishop of Canterbury, but he died as soon as he came thither. AD 668. This year Theodore was consecrated Archbishop and sent into Britain. AD 669. This year King Egbert gave to Bass, a mass priest, Reculver, to build a minster upon. AD 670. This year died Oswy, king of Northumberland, on the 15th day before the calends of March, and Egferth his son reigned after him. Lothair, the nephew of the Bishop of Ethelbert, succeeded to the bishopric over the land of the West Saxons, and held it 7 years. He was consecrated by Archbishop Theodore. Oswy was the son of Ethelfrith, Ethelfrith of Ethelric, Ethelric of Ida, Ida of Eopa. AD 671. This year happened the great destruction among the fowls. AD 672. This year died King Kenwal, and Sexburga his queen held the government 1 year after him. AD 673. This year died Egbert, king of Kent, and the same year there was a synod at Hertford, and St. Etheldretha began that monastery at Ely. AD 674. This year Esgwin succeeded to the kingdom of Wessex. He was the son of Kenfus, Kenfus of Kenfirth, Kenfirth of Cuthgils, Cuthgils of Ceolwulf, Ceolwulf of Kinric, Kinric of Cerdic. AD 675. This year Wulfhere, the son of Penda, and Esgwin, the son of Kenfus, fought at Bedwin. The same year died Wulfhere, and Ethelred succeeded to the government. In his time sent he to the Rome Bishop Wilfrid, to the Pope that was then called Agatho, and told him by word and by letter how his brothers Peada and Wulfhere, and about Abbot Saxulf, had wrought a minster called Medstead, and that they had freed it against king and against bishop from every service, and he besought him that he would confirm it with his writ and his blessing. And the Pope sent then his writ to England, thus saying, I, Agatho, Pope of Rome, greet well the worthy Ethelred, king of the Mercians, and the Archbishop Theodorus of Canterbury, and Saxulf, the Bishop of the Mercians, who before was abbot, and all the abbots that are in England, God's greeting and my blessing. I have heard the petition of King Ethelred, and of the Archbishop Theodorus, and of the Bishop Saxulf, and of the Abbot Cuthbald, and I will it, that in all wise be as you have spoken it. And I ordain, on behalf of God, and of St. Peter and all the saints, and of every hooded head, that neither king nor bishop, nor earl, nor any man whatever have any claim, or gable, or guild, or levy, or take any service of any kind from the Abbey of Medstead. I command also that no shire bishop be as bold as to hold ordination or consecration within this abbey, except the abbot entreat him, nor there have any claim to proxies, synodals, or anything whatever of any kind. And I will that the abbot be holden for legate of Rome over all that island, and whatever abbot is there chosen by the monks, that he be consecrated by the Archbishop of Canterbury. I will decree that whatever man may have made a vow to go to Rome and cannot perform it, either from infirmity or for his lord's need, or from poverty, or from any other necessity of any kind whatever, whereby he cannot come thither, be he of England, or of whatever other island he may be, he may come to that minister of Medstead, and have the same forgiveness of Christ and St. Peter, and of the abbot and the monks, that he should have if he were to go to Rome. Now bid I thee, brother Theodorus, that thou let it be proclaimed through all England that a synod be gathered, and this writ be read and observed. And I also tell thee, Bishop Saxulf, that, as thou desirest it, that the minister be free. So I forbid thee, and all the bishops after thee that come, from Christ and all his saints, that ye have no demand from that minister, except so much as the abbot will. Now will I say in a word, that whoso holdeth this writ and this decree, then he be ever dwelling with God Almighty in the kingdom of heaven, and whoso breaketh it, then he be excommunicated, and thrust down with Judas, and with all the devils in hell. He come to repentance. Amen. This writ sent the Pope Agatho, and 125 bishops by Wilfrid, Archbishop of York, to England. This was done after our Lord's Nativity, 680, the 6th year of King Ethelred. Then the king commanded the Archbishop Theodorus that he should appoint a general wittenmoot at the place called Hatfield. When they were there collected, then he allowed the letter to be read, that the Pope sent thither, and all ratified and confirmed it. Then said the king, all things that my brother Peder, and my brother Wulfir, and my sisters Kynberger and Kynswether gave and granted to St. Peter and the abbot, these I will may stand, and I will in my day increase it, for their souls and for my soul. Now I give St. Peter today into his minster Medstead these lands, and all that thereto lieth, that is Bredon, Reapings, Cadney, Swineshead, Hanbury, Loadsall, Scuffinhall, Gosford, Stratford, Wattlebourne, Lushgard, Ethelhan Island, and Bardney. These lands I give St. Peter just as freely as I possess them myself, and so that none of my successors take anything therefrom. Whoso doeth it, he have the curse of the Pope of Rome, and the curse of all bishops, and of all that are witnessed here. And this I confirm with the token of Christ. I, Theodorus, Archbishop of Canterbury, am witness to this charter of Medstead, and I ratify it with my hand, and I excommunicate all that break anything thereof, and bless all that hold it. I, Wilfrid, Archbishop of York, am witness to this charter, and I ratify this same curse. I, Saxulf, who was the first abbot, am now bishop. I give my curse, and that all of my successors, to those who break this. I, Ostritha, Ethelred's queen, confirm it. I, Adrian, legate, ratify it. I, Putta, Bishop of Rochester, subscribe it. I, Waldir, Bishop of London, confirm it. I, Cuthbald, abbot, ratify it, so that whosoever breaketh it, he shall have the curse of all bishops, and of all Christian folk. Amen. AD 676. This year in which Edgar succeeded to his bishopric, Esquin died, and Centwin obtained the government of the West Saxons. Centwin was the son of Cynegils of Ceolwulf. Ethelred, the king of the Mercians, in the meantime overran the land of Kent. AD 678. This year appeared the comet star in August, and shone every morning during 3 months like a sunbeam. Bishop Wilfred, being driven from his bishopric by King Eberth, 2 bishops were consecrated in his stead, Bosa over the Darians, and Eata over the Bernicians. About the same time also, Eadhed was consecrated bishop over the people of Lindsey, being the first in that division. AD 679. This year Elwin was slain by the river Trent on the spot where Eberth and Ethelred fought. This year also died St. Etheldretha, and the monastery of Coldingham was destroyed by fire from heaven. AD 680. This year Archbishop Theodore appointed a synod at Hatfield, because he was desirous of rectifying the belief of Christ, and the same year died Hilda, abbess of Whitby. AD 681. This year Trumbert was consecrated Bishop of Hexham, and Trumwin Bishop of the Picts, for they were at that time subject to this country. This year also Centwin pursued the Britons to the sea. AD 684. This year Eberth sent an army against the Scots, under the command of his alderman Bright, who lamentably plundered and burned the churches of God. AD 685. This year King Eberth commanded Cuthbert to be consecrated a bishop, and Archbishop Theodore on the first day of Easter consecrated him at York Bishop of Hexham, for Trumbert had been deprived of that see. The same year Eberth was slain by the North Sea, and a large army with him, on the 13th day before the calends of June. He continued king 15 winters, and his brother Elfrith succeeded him in government. Eberth was the son of Oswy, Oswy of Ethelferth, Ethelferth of Ethelric, Ethelric of Eda, Eda of Eopa. About this time Cadwal began to struggle for the kingdom. Mull, who was afterwards consigned to the flames in Kent, was the brother of Cadwal. The same year died Lothair, king of Kent, and John was consecrated bishop of Hexham, where he remained till Wilfert was restored, when John was translated to York on the death of Bishop Bosa. Wilfert, his priest, was afterwards consecrated Bishop of York, and John retired to his monastery in the woods of the Delta. This year, in Britain, there was a bloody reign, and milk and butter were turned to blood. AD 686. This year Cadwal and his brother Mull spread devastation in Kent and the Isle of Wight. This same Cadwal gave to St. Peter's Minster at Medstead Hook, which is situated in an island called Eggborough. Egbald at this time was abbot, who was the third after Saxulf, and Theodore was archbishop in Kent. AD 687. This year was Mull consigned to the flames in Kent, and 12 other men with him, after which in the same year Cadwal overran the kingdom of Kent. AD 688. This year Cadwal went to Rome, and received baptism at the hands of Sergius, the Pope, who gave him the name of Peter, But in the course of 7 nights afterwards, on the 12th day before the calends of May, he died in crimson cloth, and was buried in the church of St. Peter. To him succeeded Ina in the kingdom of Wessex, and reigned 37 winters. He founded the monastery of Glastonbury, after which he went to Rome and continued there to the end of his life. Ina was the son of Kenred, Kenred of Ceolwald. Ceolwald was the brother of Cynegils, and both were the sons of Cuthwin, who was the son of Ceolin. Ceolin was the son of Cynric, and Cynric of Cerdic. AD 690. This year Archbishop Theodore, who had been bishop 22 winters, departed this life, and was buried within the city of Canterbury. Bertwald, who before this was abbot of Reculver, on the calends of July succeeded him in the see, which was ere this filled by Romish bishops, but henceforth with English. There were 2 kings in Kent, Withred and Weberd. AD 693. This year was Bertwald consecrated archbishop by Godwin, bishop of the Gauls, on the 5th day before the nones of July, about which time died Gifmund, who was the bishop of Rochester. And Archbishop Bertwald consecrated Tobias in his stead. This year also Drethelm retired from the world. AD 694. This year the people of Kent covenanted with Ina, and gave him £30,000 in friendship, because they had burned his brother Mull. Witred, who succeeded to the kingdom of Kent, and held it 33 winters, was the son of Egbert, Egbert of Erkenbert, Erkenbert of Eadbald, Eadbald of Ethelbert. And as soon as he was king, he ordered a great council to meet in the place called Bapchild, and in which presided Witred, the king of Kent, the archbishop of Canterbury, Britwald, and Bishop Tobias of Rochester. And with him were collected abbots and abbesses, and many wise men, all to consult about the advantage of God's churches in Kent. Now began the king to speak, and said, I will that all the ministers and my churches, that were given and bequeathed to the worship of God in the early days of believing kings, my predecessors, and in the days of my relations of King Ethelbert, and of all those that followed him, shall remain in the worship of God, and stand fast for evermore. For I, Witred, earthly king, urged on by the heavenly king, and with the spirit of righteousness annealed, have of our progenitors learned this, that no layman should have any right to possess himself of any church, or of any of the things that belong to a church. And therefore strongly and truly we set and decree, and in the name of Almighty God and of all saints we forbid all our succeeding kings and aldermen, and all lawmen, ever any lordship over churches, and over all their appurtenances, which I or my elders in the old days have given for a perpetual inheritance to the glory of Christ and our Lady St. Mary and the holy apostles. And look, when it happeneth that bishop, abbot, or abbess depart from this life, be it told the archbishop, and with his counsel and injunction be chosen such as worthy. And the life of him that shall be chosen to so holy a thing, let the archbishop examine, and his cleanness, and in no wise be chosen any one, or to so holy a thing consecrated, without the archbishop's counsel. Kings shall appoint earls, and aldermen, sheriffs, and judges, but the archbishop shall consult and provide for God's flock. Bishops, abbots, abbesses, and priests and deacons he shall choose and appoint, and also sanctify and confirm it with good precepts and example. lest that any of God's flock go astray and perish. AD 697. This year the Northumbrians slew Ostritha, the queen of Ethelred, the sister of Everth. AD 699. This year the Picts slew Alderman Bert. AD 702. This year Kenred assumed the government of the Northumbrians. AD 703. This year died Bishop Edgar, having held the see of Winchester 27 winters. AD 704. This year Ethelred, son of Penda, king of Mercia, entered into a monastic life, having reigned 29 winters, and Kenred succeeded to the government. AD 705. This year died Ealdfirth, king of the Northumbrians, on the 19th day before the calends of July, at Dreffield, and was succeeded by his son Osred. Bishop Saxel also died the same year. AD 709. This year died Aldhelm, who was bishop by Westwood. The land of the West Saxons was divided into 2 bishoprics in the first days of Bishop Daniel, who held one whilst Aldhelm held the other. Before this it was the only one. Forthius succeeded to Aldhelm, and Ceolred succeeded to the kingdom of Mercia. And Kenred went to Rome, and Offa with him. And Kenred was there to the end of his life. The same year died Bishop Wilfirth at Oundle, but his body was carried to Ripon. He was the bishop whom King Everth compelled to go to Rome. AD 710. This year Acca, priest of Wilfirth, succeeded to the bishopric that Wilfirth ere held, and Alderman Bertfrith fought with the Picts between Hugh and Carrow. Ina also, and Nun his relative, fought with Grant, king of the Welsh, and the same year Hebald was slain. AD 714. This year died Guthlac the Holy, and King Pepin. AD 715. This year Ina and Ceolred fought at Wanborough, and King Dagobert departed his life. AD 716. This year Osred, king of the Northumbrians, was slain near the southern borders. He reigned 11 winters after Ealdfirth. Kenred then succeeded to the government, and held it 2 years. Then Osric, who held it 11 years. The same year died Ceolred, king of the Mercians. His body lies at Lichfield, but that of Ethelred, the son of Penda, at Bardney. Ethelbald then succeeded to the kingdom of Mercia, and held it 41 winters. Ethelbald was the son of Alwi, Alwi of Eowa, Eowa of Weber, whose genealogy is already written. The venerable Egbert about this time converted the monks of Iona to the right faith, in the regulation of Easter and the ecclesiastical tonsure. AD 718. This year died Ingild, the brother of Inna. Quainberga and Cuthberga were their sisters. Cuthberga reared the monastery of Wimburn, and, though given in marriage to Ealdfirth, king of Northumberland, they parted during their lives. AD 721. This year Bishop Daniel went to Rome, and the same year Ina slew Cynwulf, the Aetheling. This year also died the holy Bishop John, who was bishop 33 years and 8 months and 13 days. His body now resteth at Beverley. AD 722. This year Queen Ethelberga destroyed Taunton, which Ina had formerly built. Aelberg wandered a wretched exile in Surrey and Sussex, and Ina fought with the South Saxons. AD 725. This year died Withdrawal, King of Kent, on the 9th day before the calends of May, after a reign of 32 winters. His pedigree is above, and he was succeeded by Eadbert. Cnut this year also fought with the South Saxons and slew Eadbert the Atheling, whom he had before driven into exile. AD 727. This year died Tobias, Bishop of Rochester, and Archbishop Bertwald consecrated Aldulf bishop in his stead. AD 728. This year Ina went to Rome, and there gave up the ghost. He was succeeded in the kingdom of Wessex by Ethelred, his relative, who held it 14 years. But he fought this same year with Oswald the Atheling. Oswald was the son of Ethelbald, Ethelbald of Cainbald, Cainbald of Cuthwin, Cuthwin of Ceolwyn. AD 729. This year appeared the comet Star, and St. Egbert died in Iona. This year also died the Atheling Oswald, and Osric was slain, who was 11 winters king of Northumberland, to which the kingdom of Ceolwulf succeeded, and held it 8 years. The said Ceolwulf was the son of Cutha, Cutha of Cuthwin, Cuthwin of Leodwald, Leodwald of Egwald, Egwald of Ealdhelm, Ealdhelm of Ocker, Ocker of Ida, Ida of Eopa. Archbishop Bertwald died in this year on the Ides of January. He was bishop 37 winters and 6 months and 14 days. The same year, Tatwine, who was before a priest at Bredon in Mercia, was consecrated archbishop by Daniel, bishop of Winchester, Ingwald, bishop of London, Aldwin, bishop of Lichfield, Aldulf, bishop of Rochester. On the 10th day of June, he enjoyed the archbishopric about 3 years. AD 733. This year Ethelbald took Somerton. The sun was eclipsed, and Edgar was driven from his bishopric. AD 734. This year the moon was as if covered with blood, and Archbishop Tatwine and Bede departed this life, and Egbert was consecrated bishop. AD 735. This year Bishop Egbert received the pall at Rome. AD 736. This year Archbishop Nothelm received the pall from the Bishop of the Romans. AD 737. This year Bishop Forther and Queen Frithogitha went to Rome, and King Ceolwulf received the clerical tonsure, giving his kingdom to Edbert, his uncle's son, who reigned 21 winters. Bishop Aethelwald and Arca died this year, and Cynwulf was consecrated bishop. The same year also Ethelbald ravaged the land of the Northumbrians. AD 738. This year Eadbury, the son of Aeta, the son of Leodwald, succeeded to the Northumbrian kingdom, and held it 21 winters. Archbishop Egbert, the son of Aeta, was his brother. They both rest under one porch in the city of York. AD 740. This year died King Ethelred, and Guthred, his relative, succeeded to the West Saxon kingdom, which he held 14 winters, during which time he fought many hard battles with Ethelbald, king of the Mercians. On the death of Archbishop Nothelm, Cuthbert was consecrated archbishop, and Dun, bishop of Rochester. This year, York was on fire. AD 742. This year this year there was a large synod assembled at Cliff's Hoo, and there was Ethelbald, king of Mercia, with Archbishop Cuthbert, and many other wise men. This year, Ethelbald, king of Mercia, and Cuthred, king of the West Saxons, fought the Welsh. AD 744. This year Daniel resigned to see of Winchester, to which Hunferth was promoted. The stars went swiftly shooting, and Wilfurth the Younger, who had been 30 winters Bishop of York, died on the 3rd day before the calends of May. AD 745. This year died Daniel. 43 winters had then elapsed since he received the episcopal function. AD 746. This year was King Selred slain. AD 748. This year was slain Kinric, Atheling of West Saxons. Eadbert, king of Kent, died, and Ethelbert, son of Witherd, succeeded to the kingdom. AD 750. This year Cuthred, king of the West Saxons, fought with the proud chief Ethelun. AD 752. This year, the 12th year of his reign, Cuthred, king of the West Saxons, fought at Burford with Ethelbald, king of the Mercians, and put him to flight. AD 753. This year, Cuthred, king of the West Saxons, fought against the Welsh. AD 754. This year died Cuthred, king of the West Saxons, and Seabright, his relative, succeeded to the kingdom, which he held 1 year. Cynut succeeded Humferth in the see of Winchester, and Canterbury was this year on fire. AD 755. This year Cynwulf, with the consent of the West Saxon Council, deprived Seabright, his relative, for unrighteous deeds of his kingdom, except Hampshire, which he retained, until he slew the alderman who remained the longest with him. Then Cynwulf drove him to the forest of Andred, where he remained, until a swain stabbed him at Privet, and revenged the alderman, Cumbra. The same Cynwulf fought many hard battles with the Welsh, and about 31 winters after he had had the kingdom, he was desirous of expelling a prince called Cynerd, who was the brother of Sebright. But he, having understood that the king was gone, thinly attended, on a visit to a lady at Merton, rode after him and beset him therein, surrounding the town without, ere the attendants of the king were aware of him. When the king found this, he went out of doors and defended himself with courage, till, having looked on the atheling, he rushed out upon him and wounded him severely. Then were they all fighting against the king, until they had slain him. As soon as the king's thanes in the lady's bower heard the tumult, they ran to the spot, whoever was then ready. The atheling immediately offered them life and rewards, which none of them would accept, but continued fighting together against him till they all lay dead, except one British hostage, and he was severely wounded. When the king's thanes that were behind heard in the morning that the king was slain, they rode to the spot, Osric his alderman, and Weaverth his thane, and the men he had left behind, and they met the atheling at the town, where the king lay dead. The gates, however, were locked against them, which they attempted to force, but he promised them their own choice of money and land, if they would grant him the kingdom, reminding them that their relatives were already with him, who would never desert him. To which they answered that no relative could be dearer to them than their lord, and that they would never follow his murderer. Then they besought their relatives to depart from him safe and sound. They replied that the same request was made to their comrades that were formerly with the king. They rebuked, and we are as regardless of the result as our comrades who with the king were slain. And then they continued fighting at the gates, till they rushed in and slew the atheling and all the men that were with him, except one who was the godson of the alderman, and whose life he spared, though he was often wounded. This same Kynwulf reigned 31 winters. His body lies at Winchester, and that of the atheling at Axminster. Their paternal pedigree goeth in a direct line to Cerdic. The same year Ethelbald, king of the Mercians, was slain at Seckington, and his body lies at Repton. He reigned 41 years, and Bernred then succeeded to the kingdom, which he held but a little while, and unprosperously, for King Offa of the same year put him to flight, and assumed the government, which was then held 39 winters. His son, Everth, held it 140 days. Offa was the son of Thingferth, Thingferth of Enwulf, Enwulf of Osmod, Osmod of Eowa, Eowa of Webber, Webber of Greoda, Greoda of Cainwald, Cainwald of Neba, Neba of Esel, Esel of Eomer, Eomer of Anglthu, Anglthu of Offa, Offa of Wermund, Wermund of Whitley, Whitley of Woden. AD 755, this year Kynwulf deprived King Siegbert of his kingdom, and Siegbert's brother, Kynhard by name, slew Kynwulf at Merton, and he reigned 31 years. And in the same year, Ethelbald, king of the Mercians, was slain at Repton, and Offa succeeded to the kingdom of the Mercians, Bernred being driven out. AD 757. This year Eadbert, king of the Northumbrians, received the tonsure, and his son Ossulf the kingdom, which he held 1 year. Him his own domestics slew on the 9th day before the calends of August. AD 758. This year died Archbishop Cuthbert. He held the archbishopric 18 years. AD 759. This year Bregawin was invested archbishop at Michaelmas, and continued 4 years. Mull Ethelwald this year succeeded to the Northumbrian kingdom, held it 6 winters, and then resigned it. AD 760. This year died Ethelbert, king of Kent, who was the son of King Witred, and also Ceolwulf. AD 761. This year was the severe winter, and Mull, king of the Northumbrians, slew Oswin at Edwin's cliff on the 8th day before the Ides of August. AD 762. This year died Archbishop Bregawin. AD 763. This year Eanbert was invested archbishop on the 40th day over midwinter, and Frithwald, bishop of Wittern, died on the nones of May. He was consecrated at York, and on the 18th day before the calends of September, in the 6th year of the reign of Ceolwulf, and was bishop 29 winters. Then was Bedwin consecrated bishop at Wittern, at Adlingfleet, on the 16th day before the calends of August. AD 764. This year Archbishop Eanbert received the pall. AD 765. This year Alred succeeded to the kingdom of the Northumbrians, and reigned 8 winters. AD 766. This year died Archbishop Egbert at York, on the 13th day before the calends of December, who was bishop 36 winters, and Frithbert at Hexham, who was bishop there 34 winters. Ethelbert was consecrated at York, and Elmund to Hexham. A.D. 768. This year died King Eadbert, the son of Eata, on the 14th day before the calends of September. A.D. 772. This year died Bishop Mildred. A.D. 774. This year the Northumbrians banished their king, Alred, from York at Eastertide, and chose Ethelred, the son of Mull, for their lord, who reigned 4 winters. This year also appeared into the heavens a red crucifix at sunset. The Mercians and the men of Kent fought at Otford, and wonderful serpents were seen in the land of the South Saxons. A.D. 775. This year, Cynwulf and Offa fought near Bensington, and Offa took possession of the town. In the days of this king, Offa, there was an abbot at Medstead called Beonna, who, with the consent of all the monks of the minster, led to farm to Alderman Cuthbert 10 copyhold lands of Swineshead, with leaso and with meadow, and with all appurtenances, provided that the said Cuthbert gave the said abbot £50 therefor, and each year entertainment for 1 night, or 30 shillings in money provided also, that after his decease the said land should revert to the monastery. The king, Offa, and King Everth, and Archbishop Hibbert, and Bishop Ceolwulf, Bishop Inwana, and Abbot Beonna, and many other bishops and abbots and rich men were all witnesses to this. In the days of this same Offa was an alderman of the name Broder, who requested the king for his sake to free his own monastery, called Woking, because he would give it to Medstead and St. Peter, and the abbot then was whose name was Busa. Busa succeeded Beonna, and the king loved him very much. And the king freed the monastery of Woking against king, against bishop, earl, and against all men, so that no man could have any claim there, except St. Peter and the abbot. This was done at the king's town, called Free Richburn. A.D. 776. This year died Bishop Edwin, on the 13th day before the calends of October, having been bishop for 14 winters. The same year, Ethelbert was consecrated Bishop of Whitturn at York, on the 17th day before the calends of July. A.D. 778. This year, Aethelbald and Herbert slew 3 high sheriffs, Eldulf, the son of Bosa, at Coniscliffe, Cynwulf and Ego at Helathrin, and on the 11th day before the calends of April. Then Ealwald, having banished Ethelred from his territory, seized on his kingdom, and reigned 10 winters. A.D. 780. This year a battle was fought between the Old Saxons and the Franks, and the high sheriffs of Northumbria committed to the flames Alderman Byrne at Stilton, on the 9th day before the calends of January. The same year, Archbishop Ethelbert died at York, and Eanbald was consecrated in his stead. Bishop Cynwulf retired to Holy Island. Elmund, Bishop of Hexham, died on the 7th day before the Ides of September, and Tilbert was consecrated in his stead, on the 6th day before the nones of October. Hibald was consecrated as Bishop of Holy Island at Sockbury, and King Ilbald sent to Rome for a pall in behoof of Archbishop Eanbald. A.D. 782. This year died Werburga, Queen of Celred, and Bishop Cynwulf in Holy Island. At the same year, there was a synod at Ackley. AD 784, this year Cnut slew King Cynwulf, and was slain himself, and 84 men with him. Then Betric undertook the government of the West Saxons, and reigned 16 years. His body is deposited at Wareham, and his pedigree goeth in a direct line to Cerdic. At this time reigned Aelmund, king in Kent, the father of Egbert, and Egbert was the father of Atholf. AD 785. This year died Bothwyn, abbot of Ripon, and a litigious synod was holden at Chalkithe. Archbishop Eanbert resigned some part of his bishopric. Hibbard was appointed bishop by King Offa, and Everth was consecrated king. In the meantime, legates were sent from Rome to England by Pope Adrian to renew the blessings of faith and peace which St. Gregory sent us by the mission of Bishop Augustine, and they were received with every mark of honor and respect. AD 787. This year, King Bertric took Eadburga, the daughter of Offa, to wife. And in his days came first 3 ships of the Northmen from the land of robbers. The reeve then rode thereto, and would drive them to the king's town, for he knew not what they were, and there was he slain. These were the first ships of the Danish men that sought the land of the English nation. AD 788. This year there was a synod assembled at Fingal in Northumberland on the 4th year before the nones of September, and Abbot Albert departed this life. AD 789. This year Elwald, king of the Northumbrians, was slain by Siga on the 11th day before the calends of October, and a heavy light was often seen on the spot where he was slain. He was buried in the church of Hexham, and Osred, the son of Alred, who was his nephew, succeeded him in the government. This year there was a synod assembled at Ackley. AD 790. This year Archbishop Eanbert died, and Abbot Ethelred was chosen Archbishop the same year. Osred, king of the Northumbrians, was betrayed and banished from his kingdom, and Ethelred, the son of Ethelwald, succeeded him. AD 791. This year Baldulf was consecrated bishop of Wittern on the 16th day before the calends of August by Archbishop Eanbald and Bishop Ethelbert. AD 792. This year Offa, king of Mercia, commanded that Ethelbert should be beheaded, and Osred, who had been king of the Northumbrians returning home after his exile, was apprehended and slain on the 18th day before the calends of October. His body is deposited at Tynemouth. Ethelred, this year, on the 3rd day before the calends of October, took unto himself a new wife, whose name was Elfleda. AD 793. This year came dreadful forewarnings over the land of the Northumbrians, terrifying the people most woefully. These were immense sheets of light rushing through the air, and whirlwinds, and fiery dragons flying across the firmament. These tremendous tokens were soon followed by a great famine, and not long after, on the 6th day before the Ides of January in the same year, the harrowing inroads of heathen men made lamentable havoc in the Church of God in Holy Island by rapine and slaughter. Siga died on the 8th day before the calends of March. AD 794. This year died Pope Adrian, and also Offa, king of Mercia, on the 4th day before the Ides of August, after he had reigned 40 winters. Ethelred, king of the Northumbrians, was slain by his own people, on the 13th day before the calends of May, in consequence of which bishops Ceolwulf and Eadbald retired from the land. Eberth took the government of Mercia, and died the same year. Eadbert, whose other name was Bryn, obtained the kingdom of Kent, and Alderman Ethelred died on the calends of August. In the meantime, the heathen armies spread devastation among the Northumbrians and plundered the monastery of King Eberth at the mouth of the Wear. There, however, some of their leaders were slain, and some of their ships were also shattered to pieces by the violence of weather. Many of the crew were drowned, and some who escaped alive to the shore were soon dispatched at the mouth of the river. AD 795. This year the moon was eclipsed by the cock crowing and dawn, on the 5th day before the calends of April, and Eardulf succeeded to the Northumbrian kingdom on the 2nd before the Ides of May. He was afterwards consecrated and raised to his throne at York on the 7th day before the calends of June by Archbishop Eanbald and bishops Ethelbald, Hebald, and Baldulf. AD 796. This year died Archbishop Eanbald on the 4th day before the Ides of August, and his body is deposited at York. The same year also died Bishop Ceolwulf, and another Eanbald was consecrated to the see of the former, on the 19th day before the calends of September. About the same time, Cynwulf, king of Mercia, made inroads upon the inhabitants of Kent, as far as the marsh, and the Mercians seized Eadbert Bryn, their king, led him bound into Mercia, and suffered men to pick out his eyes and cut off his hands. And Ethelred, Archbishop of Canterbury, held a synod, wherein he ratified and confirmed by command of Pope Leo all things concerning God's monasteries that were fixed in Witgar's days, and in other kings' days, saying thus: I, Ethelred, the humble Archbishop of Canterbury, with the anonymous concurrence of the whole synod, and of all the congregations of all the minsters, to which in former days freedom was given by faithful men, in God's name and by his terrible judgment do decree, as I have command from Pope Leo, that henceforth none dare to choose them lords from lewd men over God's inheritance, but, as it is in the writ that the Pope has given, or holy men have settled, our fathers and our teachers concerning holy minsters, so they continue untainted without any resistance. If there is any man that will not observe this decree of God, of our Pope, and of us, but overlooketh it, and holdeth it for naught, let them know that they shall give an account before the judgment seat of God. And I, Ethelred, Archbishop, with 12 bishops and with 23 abbots, this same with the rude token of Christ confirm and fasten. AD 796. This year Offa, king of the Mercians, died on the 4th before the calends of August. He reigned 40 years. AD 797. This year the Romans cut out the tongue of Pope Leo, put out his eyes, and drove him from his see. But soon after, by the assistance of God, he could see and speak, and became Pope, just as he was before. Eanbald also received the pall on the 6th day before the Ides of September, and Bishop Ethelred died on the 3rd before the calends of November. AD 798. This year a severe battle was fought in the Northumbrian territory during Lent, on the 4th day before the nones of April at Whalley, wherein Aldric, the son of Herbert, was slain, and many others with him. AD 799. This year Archbishop Ethelbert and Kinebert, Bishop of Wessex, went to Rome. In the meantime, Bishop Alfun died at Sundbury, and was buried at Dunwich. After him, Tidfrith was elected to the see, and Cyric, the king of the East Saxons, went to Rome. In this year the body of Witburga was found entire and free from decay at Dercum, after a lapse of 55 years from the period of her decease. AD 800. This year was the moon eclipsed at 8 in the evening, on the 17th day before the calends of February, and soon after died King Bertric and Alderman War. Egbert succeeded to the West Saxon kingdom, and the same day Ethelmund, Alderman of the Wickians, rode over the Thames at Kempsford, where he was met by Alderman Wulfstan with the men of Wiltshire, and a terrible conflict ensued, in which both the commanders were slain, but the men of Wiltshire obtained the victory. AD 801. This year Bournemouth was ordained Bishop of Rochester. AD 802. This year was the moon eclipsed at dawn, on the 13th day before the calends of January, and Bournemouth was consecrated Bishop of Rochester. AD 803. This year died Hebald, Bishop of Holy Island, on the 24th of June, and Egbert was consecrated in his stead on the 13th of June following. Archbishop Ethelred also died in Kent, and Wulfred was chosen archbishop in his stead. Abbot Forthred, in the course of the same year, departed his life. AD 804. This year Archbishop Wulfred received his pall. AD 805. This year died King Cuthred in Kent, and Abbess Kolberga and Alderman Herbert. AD 806. This year was the moon eclipsed. On the 1st of September, Eardwulf, the king of the Northumbrians, was banished from his dominion, and Eanbert, Bishop of Hexham, departed this life. This year also, on the next day before the nones of June, a cross was seen in the moon, on a Wednesday at the dawn, and afterwards during the same year, on the 3rd day before the calends of September, a wonderful circle was displayed about the sun. AD 807. This year was the sun eclipsed, precisely at 11 in the morning, on the 17th day before the calends of August. AD 812. This year died the Emperor Charlemagne, after a reign of 45 winters, and Archbishop Wulfred, accompanied by Wigbert, Bishop of Wessex, undertook a journey to Rome. AD 813. This year Archbishop Wulfred returned to his own see, with the blessing of Pope Leo, and King Edward spread devastation in Cornwall from east to west. AD 814. This year died Leo, the noble and holy Pope, and Stephen succeeded him in the papal government. AD 816. This year died Pope Stephen, and Paschalis was consecrated Pope after him. The same year, the school of the English nation at Rome was destroyed by fire. AD 819. This year, Kenwulf, king of Mercia, and Ceolwulf succeeded him after his death. alderman Eadbert also departed this life. AD 821. This year Ceolwulf was deprived of his kingdom. AD 822. This year 2 aldermen were slain, whose names were Burhelm and Mulcar, and a synod was holden at Cliffs Hoo. AD 823. This year a battle was fought between the Welsh in Cornwall and the people of Devonshire at Camelford, and in the course of the same year Egbert, king of the West Saxons, and Bernwulf, king of Mercia, fought a battle at Wilton, in which Egbert gained the victory. But there was great slaughter on both sides. Then he sent his son Ethelwulf into Kent with a large detachment from the main body of the army, accompanied by his bishop Athelstan, and his alderman Wulfhard, who drove Baldred the king northward over the Thames. Whereupon the men of Kent immediately submitted to him, as did the inhabitants of Surrey and Sussex and Essex, who had been unlawfully kept from their allegiances by his relatives. The same year also the king of the East Angles and his subjects besought King Egbert to give them peace and protection against the terror of the Mercians, whose king, Bernwulf, they slew in the course of the same year. This year Ludecan, AD 825, king of Mercia, was slain, and his 5 aldermen with him, after which Wiglaf succeeded to the kingdom. AD 827. This year was the moon eclipsed on midwinter's mass night, and King Egbert, in the course of the same year, conquered the Mercian kingdom, and all that is south of the Humber, being the 8th king who was sovereign of all the British dominions. Ella, king of the South Saxons, was the first who possessed so large a territory. The second was Ceolin, king of the West Saxons. The third was Ethelbert, king of Kent. The fourth was Redwald, king of the East Angles. The fifth was Edwin, king of the Northumbrians. The 6th was Oswald, who succeeded him. The 7th was Oswy, the brother of Oswald. The 8th was Egbert, king of the West Saxons. This same Egbert led an army against the Northumbrians as far as Dor, where they met him and offered terms of obedience and subjection, on the acceptance of which they returned home. AD 828. This year Wiglaf recovered his Mercian kingdom, and the bishop Ethelwald departed this life. The same year King Egbert led an army against the people of North Wales, and compelled them all to peaceful submission. AD 829. This year died Archbishop Wulfred, and Abbot Feologild was chosen after him to the see on the 25th of April, and consecrated on Sunday, the 11th of June. On the 13th of August, he was already dead. AD 830. This year, Ceolnoth was chosen and consecrated archbishop on the death of Abbot Feologild. AD 831. This year Archbishop Ceolnoth received the pall. AD 832. This year heathen men overran the Isle of Sheppey. AD 833. This year fought King Egbert with 35 pirates at Jarmouth, where great slaughter was made, and the Danes remained masters of the field. 2 bishops, Herforth and Regan, and 2 aldermen, Duda and Osmod, died the same year. AD 835. This year came the great naval armament into West Wales, where they were joined by the people, who were commencing war against Egbert, the West Saxon king. When he heard this, he proceeded with his army against them and fought with them at Hengerston, where he put to flight both the Welsh and the Danes. AD 836. This year died King Egbert. Him Offa, king of Mercia, and Betric, the West Saxon king, drove out of England into France 3 years before he was king. Betric assisted Offa because he had married his daughter. Egbert, having afterwards returned, reigned 37 winters and 7 months. Then Aethelwulf, son of Egbert, succeeded to the West Saxon kingdom, and he gave his son Athelstan the kingdom of Kent, and of Essex, and of Surrey, and of Sussex. AD 837. This year Alderman Wulfard fought at Hampton with 33 pirates, and after a great slaughter obtained the victory, but he died the same year. Alderman Ethelhelm also, with the men of Dorsetshire, fought with the Danish army in Portland Isle, and for a good while put them to flight. But in the end, the Danes became masters of the field and slew the aldermen. AD 838. This year, Alderman Herbert was slain by the heathens, and many men with him, along with the marshlanders. That same year, afterwards, in Lindsey, East Anglia, and Kent, many men were slain also by the army. AD 839. This year there was great slaughter in London, Canterbury, and Rochester. AD 840. This year King Ethelwulf fought at Jarmouth with 35 ships' crews, and the Danes remained masters of the place. The Emperor Louis died this year. AD 845. This year Alderman Ainwulf, with the men of Somersetshire, and Bishop Aelstan, and Alderman Osric, with the men of Dorsetshire, fought at the mouth of the Parrett with the Danish army, and there, after making a great slaughter, obtained the victory. AD 851. This year Alderman Corl, with the men of Devonshire, fought the heathen army at Wemberg, and after making great slaughter, obtained the victory. The same year King Athelstan and Alderman Edgar fought in their ships, and slew a large army at Sandwich in Kent, taking 9 ships and dispersing the rest. The heathens now, for the first time, remained over winter in the island of Thanet. The same year came 350 ships into the mouth of the Thames, the crew of which went upon land and stormed Canterbury and London, putting to flight Bertulf, the king of the Mercians, with his army, and then marched southwards over the Thames into Surrey. Here Ethelwulf and his son Ethelbald, at the head of the West Saxon army, fought with them at Oakley, and made the greatest slaughter of the heathen army that we have ever heard reported to this present day. There also they obtained the victory. AD 852. About this time, Abbot Ceolred of Medstead, with the concurrence of the monks, let the hand of the Sethringham to Wulfred, with the provision that after his demise the said land would revert back to the monastery, that Wulfred should give the land of Sleaford to Meorhamstead, and should send each year Into the monastery 60 loads of wood, 12 loads of coal, 6 loads of peat, 2 turns full of fine ale, 2 neat carcasses, 600 loaves, 10 kilderkins of Welsh ale, 1 horse also each year, and 30 shillings, and 1 night's entertainment. This agreement was made in the presence of King Bured, Archbishop Ceolnoth, Bishops Tunbert, Kenred, Alden, and Bertrad, Abbots Wiltred, Weftard, Alderman Ethelred and Hunbert, and many others. A.D. 853. This year, Bured, King of Mercia, with his council, besought King Ethelwulf to assist him to subdue North Wales. He did so, and with an army marched over Mercia into North Wales, and made all the inhabitants subject to him. The same year, King Ethelwulf sent his son Alfred to Rome, and Leo, who was then Pope, consecrated him king, and adopted him as his spiritual son. The same year also, Edgar with the men of Kent, and Huda with the men of Surrey, fought in the Isle of Thanet with the heathen army, and soon obtained the victory. But there were many men slain and drowned on either hand, and both the aldermen killed. Bured, the Mercian king, about this time received in marriage the daughter of Ethelwulf, king of the West Saxons. A.D. 854. This year the heathen men for the first time remained over winter in the Isle of Sheppey. The same year King Ethelwulf registered a tenth of his land over all the kingdom for the honour of God and for his everlasting salvation. The same year also he went to Rome with great pomp, and was resident there a 12-month. Then he returned homeward, and Charles, the king of the Franks, gave him his daughter, whose name was Judith, to be his queen. After this he came to his people, and they were fain to receive him. But about 2 years after his residence among the Franks, he died, and his body lies at Winchester. He reigned 18 years and a half, and Ethelwulf was the son of Egbert, Egbert of Aelmund, Aelmund of Aefa, Aefa of Eopa, Eopa of Englid. England was the brother of Inna, king of the West Saxons, who held that kingdom 37 winters, and afterwards went to St. Peter, where he died. And they were the sons of Kenred, Kenred of Ceolwald, Ceolwald of Cutha, Cutha of Cuthwin, Cuthwin of Ceolin, Ceolin of Cynric, Cynric of Greoda, Greoda of Cerdic, Cerdic of Elessar, Elessar of Esla, Esla of Gewis, Gewis of Wig, Wig of Freewine, and so forth. Ethelbald reigned 5 years. Alfred, his third son, Ethelwulf had sent to Rome, and when the Pope heard say that he was dead, he consecrated Alfred king, and held him under spiritual hands, as his father Ethelwulf had desired, and for which purpose he had sent him thither. A.D. 860. This year died King Ethelbald. His body lies at Sherborne. Ethelbert his brother, then succeeded to the whole kingdom, and held it in good order and great tranquillity. In his days came a large naval force up into the country, and stormed Winchester, but Alderman Osric was the command of Hampshire, and Alderman Ethelwulf was the command of Berkshire, fought against the enemy, and putting them to flight, made themselves masters of the field of battle. the said Ethelbert, reigned 5 years, and his body lies at Sherborne. AD 861. This year died Saint Swithin, bishop. AD 865. This year sat the heathen army in the isle of Thanet, and made peace with the men of Kent, who promised money therewith, but under the security of peace, and the promise of money, the army in the night stole up the country, and overran all Kent eastward. AD 866. This year Ethelred, brother of Ethelbert, took the West Saxon government, and the same year came a large heathen army into England, and fixed their winter quarters in East Anglia, where they were soon horsed, and the inhabitants made peace with them. AD 867. This year the army went from the East Angles over the mouth of the Humber to the Northumbrians as far as York, and there was much dissension in that nation among themselves. They had deposed their king Osbert, and had admitted Aela, who had no natural claim. Late in the year, however, they returned to their allegiance, and they were now fighting against a common enemy, having collected a vast force, which they fought the army at York. And, upon breaking opening the town, some of them entered in. Then was there an immense slaughter of the Northumbrians, some within and some without, and both the kings were slain on the spot. The survivors made peace with the army. The same year died Bishop Athelstan, who had the bishopric of Sherborne 50 winters, and his body lies in this town. AD 868. This year the same army went into Mercia to Nottingham, and there fixed their winter quarters, and Bured, the king of the Mercians with his council, besought Ethelred, king of the West Saxons, and Alfred, his brother, that they would assist him in fighting against the army. And they went with the West Saxon army into Mercia as far as Nottingham, and there meeting the army on the works, they beset them within. But there was no heavy fight, for the Mercians made peace with the army. AD 869. This year the army went back to York, and sat there a year. AD 870. This year the army rode over Mercia into East Anglia, and there fixed their winter quarters at Thetford. And in the winter King Edmund fought with them. The Danes gained the victory, and slew the king, whereupon they overran that land, and destroyed all the monasteries to which they came. The names of the leaders who slew the king were Hingvar and Huba. At the same time they came to Medstead, burning and breaking, and slaying abbot and monks, and all that they could find. They made such havoc there that a monastery, which was before full rich, was now reduced to nothing. The same year Archbishop Ceolnoth and Ethelred, Bishop of Wiltshire, was chosen Archbishop of Canterbury. AD 871. This year came to the army of Reading in Wessex, and in the course of 3 nights after rode 2 earls up, who were met by Alderman Ethelwulf at Englefield, where he fought with them and obtained victory. There one of them was slain, whose name was Sidrach. About 4 nights after this, King Ethelred and Alfred his brother led their main army to Reading, where they fought with the enemy, and there was much slaughter on either hand, Alderman Ethelwulf being among the slain, but the Danes kept possession of the field. And about 4 nights after this, King Ethelred and Alfred his brother fought with all the army at Ashdown, and the Danes were overcome. They had become 2 heathen kings, Bagsak and Helften, and many earls, and they were in 2 divisions. In one of which were Bagsak and Helften the heathen kings, and in the other were the earls. King Ethelred therefore fought with the troops of the kings, and there was King Bagsak slain, and Alfred his brother fought with the troops of the earls, and there was slain Earl Sidrek the elder, Earl Sidrek the younger, Earl Osbern, Thren, and Earl Harold. They put both troops to flight. There were many thousands of slain, and they continued fighting well into the night. Within a fortnight of this, King Ethelred and Alfred, his brother, fought with the army at Basing, and there the Danes had the victory. About 2 months after this, King Ethelred and Alfred, his brother, fought with the army at Marden. They were in 2 divisions, and they put them both to flight, enjoying the victory for some time during the day. And there was much slaughter on either hand, but the Danes became masters of the field, and there was slain Bishop Hermund, with great many other good men. After this fight came a vast army in the summer to Reading, and after the Easter of this year died King Ethelred. He reigned 5 years, and his body lies at Winburn Minster. Then Alfred, his brother, the son of Ethelwulf, took to the kingdom of Wessex, and within a month of this, King Alfred fought against all of the army with a small force at Wilton, and long pursued them during the day, but the Danes got possession of the field. This year were 9 general battles fought with the army in the kingdom of the south of the Thames, besides those skirmishes, in which Alfred, the king's brother, and every single alderman, and the thanes of the kings oft rode against them, which were accounted nothing. This year also were slain 9 earls, and 1 king, and the same year the West Saxons made peace with the army. AD 872. This year went the army to London from Reading, and there chose their winter quarters. There the Mercians made peace with the army. AD 873. This year went the army against the Northumbrians, and fixed their winter quarters at Torksey in Lindsey, and the Mercians again made peace with the army. AD 874. This year went the army from Lindsey to Repton, and there took up their winter quarters, drove the king Bured over sea, where he had reigned about 22 winters, and subdued all that land. He then went to Rome, and there remained to the end of his life, and his body lies in the church of Santa Maria, in the school of the English nation. And the same year they gave Ceolwulf, an unwise king's thane, the Mercian kingdom to hold, and he swore oaths to them, and gave hostages, that it should be ready for them on whatever day they would have it, and he would be ready with himself, and with all those that would remain with him, at the service of the army. AD 878. This year went the army from Repton, and Helfton advanced with some army against the Northumbrians, and fixed its winter quarters by the river Tyne. The army then subdued that land, and oft invaded the Picts and Strathclyde-Walians. Meanwhile, the 3 kings, Guthrum, Oscytel, and Anwind went from Repton to Cambridge with a vast army, and sat there 1 year. This summer King Alfred went out to sea with an armed fleet, and fought with 7 ship rovers, one of whom he took, and the others were dispersed. A.D. 876. This year Rolla penetrated Normandy with his army, and he reigned 50 winters. And this year the army stole into Warham, a fort of the West Saxons. The king afterwards made peace with them, and they gave him as hostages those who were worthiest in the army, and swore with oaths on the holy bracelet, which they would not before to any nation, that they would readily go out of his kingdom. Then, under colour of this, their cavalry stole by night into Exeter. The same year Hilfton divided the lands of the Northumbrians, so that they became afterwards their harrowers and ploughers. A.D. 877. This year came the Danish army into Exeter from Warham, whilst the navy sailed west about until they met with a great mist at sea, and there perished 120 ships at Swanwick. Meanwhile, King Alfred with his army rode after the cavalry as far as Exeter, but he could not overtake them before their arrival at the fortress, where they could not come at. There they gave him as many hostages as required, swearing with some solemn oaths to observe the strictest amity. In the harvest the army entered Mercia, some of which they divided among them, and some they gave to Kilwulf. A.D. 878. This year about midwinter, after 12th night, Danish army stole out to Chippenham, and rode over the land of the West Saxons where they settled, and drove many of the people over sea. And all the rest of the greatest part they rode down, and subdued to their will, all but Alfred the king. He with but a little band uneasily sought the woods and fastness of the moors, and in the winter of that same year the brother of Ingvar and Hilfdan landed in Wessex in Devonshire with 23 ships, and there he was slain, and 800 men with him, and 40 of his army. There also was taken the war flag, which they called the Raven. In the Easter of this year, King Alfred with his little force raised a work at Athelney, from which he assailed the army, assisted by that part of Somersetshire which was nighest to them. Then, in the 7th week after Easter, he rode to Brixton by the eastern side of Selwood, and there came out to meet him all the peoples of Somersetshire and Wiltshire, and that part of Hampshire, which is on the side of the sea, and they rejoiced to see him. Then within one night he went from this retreat to Hay, and within one night he proceeded to Headington, and there fought with all the army and put them to flight, riding after them as far as the fortress, where he remained a fortnight. Then the army gave him hostages with many oaths that they would go out of his kingdom. They told him also that their king would receive baptism, and they acted accordingly, for in the course of the 3 weeks after, King Guthrum, attended by some 30 of the worthiest men that were in the army, came to him at Aller, which is near Athelney, and there the king became his sponsor in baptism, and his crimson leasing was at Wedmore. He was there 12 nights with the king, who honoured him and his attendants with many gifts. A.D. 879. This year went the army from Chippenham to Cirencester, and sat there a year. the same year assembled a band of pirates, and sat at Fulham by the Thames. The same year also the sun was eclipsed 1 hour of the day. A.D. 880. This year went the army from Cirencester into East Anglia, where they settled and divided the land. The same year went the army over sea, that before sat at Fulham, to Ghent in Frankland, and sat there for a year. A.D. 881. This year went the army higher up into Frankland, and the Franks fought with them, and there was the army horsed after the battle. A.D. 882. This year went the army up along the Masse, far into Frankland, and sat there for a year. And the same year went King Alfred out to sea with a fleet, and fought with 4 ship rovers of the Danes, and took 2 of their ships, wherein all men were slain, and the other 2 surrendered, but the men were severely cut and wounded ere they surrendered. A.D. 883. This year the army went up to Scheldt to Conde, and there sat for a year, and Pope Marinus sent King Alfred the Ignum Domini. The same year led Sighelm and Athelstan to Rome, the alms which King Alfred ordered thither, and also in India to St. Thomas and St. Bartholomew. There they sat against the army at London, and therefore with the favour of God they were very successful after the performance of their vows. A.D. 884. This year went the army up the Somme to Amiens, and they remained there a year. This year died the benevolent Bishop Ethelwald. A.D. 885. This year separated the before-mentioned army in 2, one part east, another to Rochester. This city they surrounded, and wrought another fortress around themselves. The people, however, defended the city, until King Alfred came out with his army. Then went the enemy to their ships, and forsook their work. There were they provided with horses, and soon after, in the same summer, they went over sea again. The same year sent King Alfred a fleet from Kent into East Anglia. As soon as they came to Stormouth, there met them 16 ships of pirates, and they fought with them, took all the ships, and slew the men. As they returned homeward with their booty, they met a large fleet of pirates, and fought with them the same day, but the Danes had the victory. The same year, ere midwinter, died Charles, the king of the Franks. He was slain by a boar, and 1 year before his brother died, who had also the western kingdom. They were both the sons of Louis, who also had the western kingdom, and died the same year that the sun was eclipsed. He was the son of Charles, whose daughter Ethelwulf, king of the West Saxons, had to wife, and the same year collected a great fleet against old Saxony, and there was a great fight twice in the year. The Saxons had the victory. There were the Frieslanders with them, and the same year succeeded Charles to the western kingdom, and to all the territory this side of the Mediterranean and beyond, as his great-grandfather held it, except the Ludwigians. The said Charles was the son of Louis, who was the brother of that Charles who was the father of Judith, whom Ethelwulf, king of the West Saxons, married. They were the sons of Louis, who was the son of the elder Charles, who was the son of Pepin. The same year died the good Pope Martin, who freed the English school at the request of Alfred of the West Saxons, and he sent them great gifts in relics, on a part which the rood on which Christ suffered. And the same year the army in East Anglia broke the truce with King Alfred. AD 886. This year went the army back into the west, that before were bent eastward, and proceeding upwards along the Seine, fixed their winter quarters in the city of Paris. The same year also, King Alfred fortified the city of London, and the whole English nation turned to him, except that part of it that was held captive by the Danes. He then committed the city to the care of Alderman Ethelred, to hold it under him. AD 887. This year the army advanced beyond the bridge at Paris, and then upwards along the Seine to the Marne, then upwards on the Marne as far as Chezy, and in their 2 stations there on the Yonne they abode 2 winters. The same year died Charles, king of the Franks. Arnulf, his brother's son, had 6 weeks before his death bereft him of his kingdom, which was now divided into 5 portions. The 5 kings were consecrated thereto. This, however, was done with the consent of Arnulf, and they agreed that they should hold in subjection to him, because none of them had by birth any claim on the father's side except him alone. Arnulf, therefore, dwelt in the country eastward of the Rhine. Rodulf took to the middle district, Oda to the western, whilst Berengar and Wither became masters of Lombardy and the Cisalpine territory. But they held their dominion in great discord, fought 2 general battles, and frequently overran the country in partial encounters, displacing each other several times. The same year also, in which the Danish army advanced beyond the bridge of Paris, Alderman Ethelhelm led the arms of the West Saxons and of King Alfred to Rome. AD 888. This year, Alderman Beek conducted the arms of the West Saxons and of King Alfred to Rome. But Queen Ethelswith, who was the sister of King Alfred, died on the way to Rome, and her body lies at Pavia. In the same year also, Ethelred, Archbishop of Canterbury, and Alderman Ethelwald died in 1 month. AD 889. This year there was no journey to Rome, except that King Alfred sent 2 messengers with letters. AD 890. This year Abbot Bernhelm conducted the arms of the West Saxons and of King Alfred to Rome, and Guthrum, king of the northern men, departed this life, whose baptismal name was Athelstan. He was the godson of King Alfred, and he abode among the East Angles, where he first established a settlement. The same year also went the army from the Seine to Saint-Lô, which is between the Bretons and the Franks, where the Bretons fought with them, obtained victory, and drove them out into a river, in which many of them were drowned. This year also was Plegmund chosen by God, and all his saints to the Archbishopric in Canterbury. AD 891. This year went the army eastward, and King Arnulf fought with the land force ere the ships arrived, in conjunction with the eastern Franks and Saxons and Bavarians, and put them to flight. And 3 Scots came to King Alfred in a boat, without any oars, from Ireland, whence they stole away, because they would live in a state of pilgrimage for the love of God, they recked not where. The boat in which they came was made of 2 hides and a half, and they took with them some provisions for 7 nights, and within 7 nights they came to land in Cornwall, and soon after went King Alfred. They were thus named Dubslan, and Macbeth, and Mailinmum, and Swinny, the best teacher was among the Scots, departed this life. And the same year after Easter, about the gang days or before, appeared the star that men in the book call in Latin cometa, and some men say that in English it may be termed hairy star, or that there standeth off from it a long gleam of light, will on one side, will on each. A.D. 893. This year went the large army that we before spoke about, back from the eastern district westward to Boulogne, and were there shipped, so that they transported themselves over at a time with their horses withal. And they came up 250 ships into the mouth of the Lyme, which is in East Kent, and the east end of the vast wood that we call Andred. This wood is in length, east and west, 120 miles or longer, and 30 miles broad. The river that we before spoke about lieth out of the Weald. On this river they towed up their ships as far as the Weald, 4 miles from the mouth outwards, and there destroyed a fort within the fen, whereon sat a few churls, and which was hastily wrought. Soon after this came, hastened up with 80 ships at the mouth of the Thames, and wrought him there at a work at Milton, and the other army at Appledore. A.D. 894. This year, that was about 12 months after they had wrought a work in the eastern district, the Northumbrians and East Angles had given oaths to King Alfred, and the East Angles 6 hostages, none the less contrary to the truce, as oft as the other plunderers went out with all their army. Then went they also, either with them, or in separate division. Upon this, King Alfred gathered his army and advanced, so that he encamped between the 2 armies at the highest point that he could find defended by wood and water, that he might reach either, if they would seek any field. Then they went forth in quest of the Wealds, in troops and companies, wheresoever the country was defenceless. When they also sought after most days and most nights by other companies, either by days or nights, both from the army and also from the towns. The king had divided his army into 2 parts, so that they were always half at home and half out, besides the men that should maintain the towns. The army come not at all of their stations more than twice. Once, when they first came to land, ere the forces were collected, and again when they wished to depart from their stations. They had now seized much booty, and would ferry it northwards over the Thames into Essex to meet their ships. But the army rode before them, fought with them at Farnham, collected their forces, and there arrested the booty. And they flew over Thames, without any ford, and then they came up to Colne, to an island. Then the king's forces beset them without as long as they had food, but they had in their time set, and their meat noted. And the king was advancing thitherwards on his march with a division that accompanied him. But while he was advancing, the other force was returning homeward. The Danes, however, still remained behind, for the king was wounded in the fight, and they could not carry him. Then collected together those that dwelled in Northumbria and East Anglia, about 100 ships, and went south about, and with some 40 more they went north, and besieged a fort in Devonshire by the North Sea, and those who went south about beset Exeter. When the king heard that, then went he westward towards Exeter with all his forces, except a very considerable part of his eastern army, who advanced till they came to London, and there being joined by the citizens and the reinforcements that came from the west, they went east to Barnfleet. Hasten was there with his gang, who before were stationed at Milton, and also the main army had come thither, and sat there before the mouth of the Lym at Appledore. Haston had formerly constructed that work at Barnfleet, and was then gone out on plunder, the main army being still at home. Then came the king's troops, routed the enemy, broke down the work, took all that was therein, money, women, and children, and brought all of it to London. And then all the ships they either broke to pieces, burnt, or dismantled and brought to London or Rochester. And Haston's wife and her 2 sons they brought to the king, who returned them to him, because one of them was his godson, and the other Alderman Ethered's. They had adopted him ere Haston come to Bamfleet, where he had given them hostages and oaths, and the king had also given him many presents, as he did also then, when he returned the child and wife. And as soon as they came to Bamfleet, and the work was built, then plundered he in the same quarter of the kingdom that Ethelred and his compeers should have held. And at another time he was plundering in the same district, when his work was destroyed. The king then went westward with an army toward Exeter, as I before said, and the army had beset the city. But whilst he was gone, they went to their ships. Whilst he was thus busied there with the army in the west, the marauding parties were both gathered together in Showbury in Essex, and there they built a fortress. Then they both went up together by the Thames, and a great concourse joined them, both from the East Angles and from the Northumbrians. They then advanced upward by the Thames till they arrived near the Severn. Then they proceeded upwards by the Severn. Meanwhile assembled Alderman Ethelred, Alderman Ethelm, Alderman Ethelnoth, and the king's thanes, who were employed at home at the works, every town east of the Parrett, as well as west of Selwood, and from the part of it north of the Thames, west of the Severn, and also some parts of North Wales. When they were all collected together, they overtook the rear of the enemy at Buttington, and the banks of the Severn, and there beset them, without on each side a fortress. In a fortress. When they had sat there many weeks on both sides of the water, and the king meanwhile was in Devonshire westward with the naval force, then were the enemy weighed down with famine. They had devoured the greater part of their horses, and the rest had perished with hunger. Then they went out to the men, and sat on the eastern side of the river and fought with them. But the Christians had the victory. And there Ordelm, the king's thane, was slain, and also many other king's thanes, and of the Danes there were many slain, and that part of them that came away escaped only by flight. As soon as they came into Essex to their fortress and to their ships, then gathered the remnant again in East Anglia, and from the Northumbrians a great force before winter. And having committed their wives and their ships and their booty to the East Angles, they marched on the stretch by day and night, till they arrived at a western city in Wearhale, that is called Chester. There the army could not overtake them. Ere they arrived within the work, they beset the work, though without some 2 days, took all the cattle that was thereabout, slew the men who they could overtake without the work, and all the corn they either burned or consumed with their horses every evening. That was about a 12-month since they first came hither over the sea. AD 895. In this year went the army from Weirhill into North Wales, for they could not remain there, because they were stripped both of the cattle and corn that they had acquired by plunder. When they went out again of North Wales with the booty they had acquired there, they marched over Northumberland to East Anglia, so that the king's army could not reach them until they came into Essex eastward, on an island that is out at sea called Mersey. And as the army returned homeward that had beset Exeter, they went up plundering in Sussex, nigh Chichester. But the townspeople put them to flight, and slew many hundreds of them, and took some of their ships. Then, in the same year before winter, the Danes who abode in Mersey towed their ships up on the Thames, and hence up the Lea. There was about 2 years after that they came hither over sea. A.D. 896. This same year wrought the aforesaid army a work by the Lea, 20 miles above the city of London. Then in the summer of this year went a large party of citizens, and also of other folk, who made an attack on the work of the Danes. But they were there routed, and some 4 of the king's thanes were slain. In the harvest afterwards the king encamped close to the city, whilst they reaped their corn, that the Danes might not deprive them of the crop. Then some day rode the king up by the river, and observed a place where the river might be obstructed, so that they could not bring out their ships. And they did so. They wrought 2 works on the 2 sides of the river, and when they had begun their work they encamped before it. Then understood the army that they could not bring out their ships, whereupon they left them, and went over the land, till they came to Quatbridge by the Severn, and there wrought a work. Then rode all the king's army westward after the enemy, and the men of London fetched their ships, and all that they could not lead away they broke up. But all that were worthy of capture they brought into the port of London, and the Danes procured an asylum for their wives among the East Angles, ere they went out of the fort. During the winter they abode at Quatbridge. That was about 3 years since they came hither over the sea into the mouth of the Limne. A.D. 897. In the summer of this year went the army some into East Anglia and some into Northumbria, and those that were penniless got themselves ships and went south over sea to the Seine. The enemy had not, thank God, entirely destroyed the English nation, but they were much more weakened in these 3 years by the disease of cattle, and most of all men, so that many of the mightiest of the king's thanes that were in the land died within 3 years. Of these, one was the Swithelf Bishop of Rochester, Caelmund, alderman in Kent, Bertulf, the alderman in Essex, Wulfred, alderman in Hampshire, Elherd, Bishop of Dorchester, Adolf, the king's thane in Sussex, Bernulf, the governor of Winchester, and Aegulf, the king's horse thane, and many also with them, though I have named only the men of the highest rank. The same year the plunderers in East Anglia and Northumbria greatly harassed the land of the West Saxons by piracies on the southern coast, but most of all by the Esques which they built many years before. Then King Alfred gave orders for building long ships against the Esques, which were full nigh twice as long as the others. Some had 60 oars, some even more, and they were both swifter and steadier, and also higher than the others. They were not shaped either after the Frisian or the Danish model, but so as he thought himself they might be most serviceable. Then, at a certain turn of this same year, came 6 of the ships to the Isle of Wight, and going into Devonshire, they did much mischief both there and everywhere on the sea coast. then commanded the king and his men to go out against them with 9 of the new ships, and prevent their escape by the mouth of the river to the outer sea. Then came they out against them with 3 great ships, and 3 others were standing upwards above the mouth on dry land, for the men were gone off upon shore. Of the first 3 ships they took 2 at the mouth outwards, and slew the men. The third veered off, but all men were slain except 5, and they too were severely wounded. Then came onward those who manned the other ships, which were very uneasily situated. 3 were stationed on that side of the deep where the Danish ships were aground, whilst others were on the opposite side, so that none of them could join the rest, for the water had ebbed many furlongs from them. Then went the Danes from their 3 ships to those other 3 that were on the other side, be ebbed, and there they then fought. There were slain Lucamon, the king's reeve, and Wulfherd, the Frieslander, Ebbe Frieslander, and Elther and Ethelferth, Frieslanders and English, 62 of the Danes and 120. The tide, however, reached the Danish ships ere the Christians could shove theirs out, whereupon they rowed them out, but they were so crippled that they could not row beyond the coast of Sussex. There 2 men of sea drove them ashore, and the crew were led to Winchester to the king, who ordered them to be hanged. The men who escaped in the single ship came to East Anglia, severely wounded. This same year were lost no less than 20 ships, and the men withal on the southern coast. Wulfric, the king's horse thane, who was also the viceroy of Wales, died in that same year. AD 898. This year died Ethelm, alderman of Wiltshire, 9 nights before midsummer, and Herstan, who was bishop of London. AD 901. This year died Alfred, son of Ethelwulf, 6 nights before the Mass of All Saints. He was king over all the English nation, except that part that was under the power of the Danes. He held the government 1 year and a half, less than 30 winters, and then Edward his son took to the government. Then Prince Ethelwald, the son of his paternal uncle, rode against the towns of Winburn and Twynham, without leave of the king and his council. Then rode the king with his army, so that he encamped the same night at Badbury near Winburn, and Ethelwald remained within the town with the men that were under him, and had all the gates shut upon him, saying that he would either live there or die there. But in the meantime he stole away in the night, and sought the army in Northumberland. The king gave orders to ride after him, but they were not able to overtake. The Danes, however, received him as their king. They then rode after the wife that Ethelwald had taken without the king's leave, and against the command of the bishops, for she was formerly consecrated as a nun. In this year also died Ethelred, who was the alderman of Devonshire, 4 weeks before King Alfred. AD 902. This year was the great fire at the Holm between the men of Kent. Great fight, rather, at the Holm between the men of Kent and the Danes. This year also Ealhswitha died. AD 903. This year died Alderman Aethelwulf, the brother of Ealhswitha, mother of King Edward, and Virgilius, abbot of the Scots, and Grimbald, the mass priest, on the 8th day of July. The same year was consecrated the new minister at Winchester on St. Judoc's Advent. AD 904. This year came Ethelwald hither over the sea, with all the fleet that he could muster, and he was submitted to in Essex, the year the moon was eclipsed. AD 905. This year Ethelred enticed the army in East Anglia to rebellion, so that they overran all the land of Mercia until they came to Cricklade, where they forded the Thames, and having seized either in Brandon or thereabout all they could lay their hands upon, they went homeward again. King Edward went after, as soon as he could gather his army, and overran all their lands between the Foss and the Ouse, quite to the fens northwards. Then, being desirous of returning thence, he issued an order throughout the whole army, that they should all go out at once. But the Kentish men remained behind, contrary to his order, though he had sent 7 messengers to them. Whereupon the army surrounded them, and they fought. There fell Alderman Ceolwulf and Siegelm, Eadwald the king's fane, Abbot Kenwulf, Siegbrit the son of Ceolwulf, Eadwald the son of Acca, and many also with them, though I have named the most considerable. On the Danish side was slain Eoric their king, and Prince Ethelwald, who had enticed them into war, Birtsige, the son of Prince Britnoth, Governor Aesop, Governor Oscitel, and very many with them, that we cannot name. And there was on either hand much slaughter made, but of the Danes there were more slain, though they remained masters of the field. Ealhswitha died that same year, and a comet appeared on the 13th day before the calends of November. This year, 906, King Edward from necessity concluded a peace treaty with the army of East Anglia and Northumbria. AD 907, this year died Alfred, who was the governor of Bath. The same year was concluded the peace at Hitchingford, as King Edward decreed, both with the Danes of East Anglia and those of Northumberland, and Chester was rebuilt. AD 909. This year died Denulf, who was the Bishop of Winchester, and the body of St. Oswald was translated from Bartney to Mercia. AD 910. This year Frithestan took to the bishopric of Winchester, and Acer died soon after, who was the Bishop of Sherborne. The same year King Edward sent an army both from Wessex and Mercia, which had much harassed the northern army by their attacks on men and property of every kind. They slew many of the Danes, and remained in the country 5 weeks. This year the Angles and Danes fought at Teutonhall, and the Angles had the victory. The same Ethelfleda, in the same year, built the fortress at Bramsbury. AD 911. This year the army in Northumberland broke the truce, and despised every right that Edward and his son demanded of them, and plundered the land of the Mercians. The king had gathered together about 100 ships, and was then in Kent while the ships were sailing along the sea by the southeast to meet him. The army therefore supposed that the greatest part of his force was in the ships, and that they might go without being attacked wherever they would. When the king learned on inquiry that they were gone to plunder, he sent his army both from Wessex and Mercia, and they came up the rear of the enemy as he was on his way homeward, and there fought with him and put him to flight. They slew many thousands of his men there. There fell King Ewils, King Helfden, Earls Oter and Scurf, Governors Agmund, Othelf and Bensing, Anlauf the Swarthy, and Governor Thunferth, Osferth the Collector, and Governor Guthferth. Then, the next year after this, died Ethelred, the lord of the Mercians. AD 912. This year died Ethelred, alderman of Mercia, and King Edward took to London, and to Oxford, and to all the lands that thereunto belonged. This year also came Ethelfleda, the lady of the Mercians, on the Holy Eve, called the Invention of the Holy Cross, to Shergate, and built the fortress there, and the same year that at Bridgenorth. AD 913. This year, about Martinmas, King Edward and the northern fortress built at Hertford, betwixt the Memer and Benwick and the Lee. After this, in the summer, betwixt Gang days and midsummer, went King Edward with some of his force into Essex to Malden, and encamped there, while that men built and fortified the town of Witham. And many of the people submitted to him, who were before under the power of the Danes, and some bore his force. Meanwhile built the fortress at Hertford on the south side of the Lee. This year, by the permission of God, went Ethelfleda, lady of Mercia, with all the Mercians to Tamworth, and built the fort there in the forepart of the summer, and before Lammas, that at Stafford, in the next year at Edsbury, in the beginning of that summer, and the same year late in the autumn, that at Warwick. Then in the following year was built, after midwinter, that at Cherbury, and that at Warburton, and the same year before midwinter, that at Runcorn. AD 916. This year was the innocent Abbot Egbert slain before midsummer on the 16th day before the calends of July. The same day was the feast of St. Circius the martyr, with his companions, and within 3 nights sent Ethelfleda an army into Wales, and stormed Brecknock, and there took the king's wife, with some 34 others. AD 917. This year rode the army after Easter out of Northampton and Leicester, and having broken the truce, they slew many men at Hookerton and thereabout. Then very soon after this the others came home. They found other troops that were riding out against Leighton, but the inhabitants were aware of it, and having fought with them, they put them into full flight, and arrested all that they had taken, and also of their horses and of their weapons a great deal. AD 918. This year came a great naval armament over the south from the Ludwigians, and 2 earls with it, Oter and Roald. They went then west about, till they entered the mouth of the Severn, and plundered in North Wales everywhere by sea, where it then suited them, and then took Camlac the bishop in Arkenfield, and led him with them to their ships, whom King Edward afterwards released for £40. After this went the army all up, and would proceed yet on plunder against Arkenfield, when the men of Hertford met them, and of Gloucester, and of the nighest towns, and fought with them, putting them to flight. And they slew Earl Roald and the brother Oter, and the other earls, and many of the army. And then they drove them into a park, and beset them there without, until they gave them hostages, that they would depart from the realm of King Edward. And the king had contrived that a guard should be set against them on the south side of Severnmouth, west from Wales, and eastward to the mouth of the Avon, so that they durst nowhere seek the land on that side. Nevertheless, they eluded them at night by stealing up twice, at once time to the east of Watchet, and at another time at Porlock. There was a great slaughter each of these times, so that a few of them came away, except those who swam out of the ships. Then set they outward on an island, called the Flat Holms, till they were met short of meat, and many died of hunger, because they could not reach any food. Thence went they to Dimmet, and then out to Ireland, which was in harvest. After this, in the same year, before Martinmas, went King Edward to Buckingham with his army, and sat there for 4 weeks, during which he built 2 forts on either side of the water, ere he departed thence. And Earl Thurkedel sought him for his lord, and all the captains, and almost all the first men that belonged to Bedford. And also many of those belonged to Northampton. This year Ethelred, lady of the Mercians, with the help of God, before Laminas, conquered the town called Derby, with all thereto that belonged. And there were also slain 4 of her thanes, that were most dear to her, within the gates. But very shortly thereafter, they had become so, she died at Tamworth, 12 days before midsummer, the 8th year of her having ruled a right lordship over the Mercians, and her body lies at Gloucester, within the east porch of St. Peter's Church. AD 919. This year King Edward went with his army to Bedford, before Martinmas, and conquered the town, and almost all the burgesses, who obeyed him before, returned to him, and he sat there 4 weeks, and ordered the town to be repaired on the south side of the water, ere he departed thence. This year also the daughter of Ethelred, lord of the Mercians, was deprived of all dominion over the Mercians and carried into Wessex 3 weeks before midwinter. She was called Elfwina. AD 920. This year before midsummer, when King Edward to Malden, and repaired and fortified the town, ere he departed thence. And the same year went Earl Thurkedel over sea to Frankland, with the men who would adhere to him, under the protection and assistance of King Edward. This year Ethelred got into her power with God's assistance, in the early part of that year, without loss, the town of Leicester, and the greater part of the army that belonged thereto submitted to her. And the Yorkists had also promised and confirmed, some by agreement, some by oaths, that they would share in her interest. But very soon after they had done this, she departed, 12 nights before midsummer, at Tamworth, the 8th year that she was holding the government of the Mercians with the right dominion. Her body lieth at Gloucester, in the east porch of St. Peter's Church. This year also was the daughter of Ethelred, lord of the Mercians, deprived of all authority over the Mercians and led into Wessex 3 weeks before midwinter. Her name was Helfwina. AD 921. This year, before Easter, King Edward ordered his men to go to the town of Towcester and rebuild it. Then again, after that, in the same year, during the Gang days, he ordered the town of Wigmore to be repaired. The same summer, betwixt Lammas and midsummer, the army broke their parole from Northampton and from Leicester, and thence went northward to Towcester, and fought against the town all day, and thought that they should break into it. But the people that were therein defended it, till more came to their aid, and the enemy then abandoned the town and left. Then again, very soon after this, they went out at night for plunder, and came upon men unaware, and seized not a little, both men and cattle, betwixt Burnham Wood and Aylesbury. At the same time went the army from Huntingdon and East Anglia, and constructed that work at Turnsford, where they inhabited and fortified, and abandoned the other at Huntingdon, and thought that they should thence oft with war and contention recover a good deal of this land. Thence they advanced till they came to Bedford, where the men who were within came out against them, and fought with them, and put them to flight, and slew a good number of them. Then again, after this, a great army yet collected itself from East Anglia and from Mercia, and went to the town of Wigmore, where they besieged, which they besieged rather, without, and fought against long in the day, and took the cattle about it. But the men defended the town, who were within, and the enemy left the town and went away. After this, the same summer, a large force collected itself in King Edward's dominions. From the nighest towns they could go thither, and went to Thamesford, and they beset the town, and fought thereon, until they broke into it and slew the king, and Earl Toglos, and Earl Man, and his son, and his brother, and all of them that were within, and who were resolved to defend it. And they took the others, and all that was therein. After this a great force collected soon in harvest from Kent, Surrey, and Essex, and everywhere from the nighest towns, and went to Colchester, and beset the town, and fought thereon till they took it, and slew all the people, and seized all that was therein, except those men who escaped therefrom the wall. After this same harvest, all again, a great army collected itself from East Anglia, both of land forces and of pirates, which they had enticed to their assistance, and thought that they should wreak their vengeance. They went to Malden, and beset the town, and fought thereon, until more aid came to the townsmen from without to help. The enemy then abandoned the town, and went from it. And the men went after, out of the town, and also those that came from without to their aid, and put the army to flight, and slew many hundreds of them, both of the pirates and of the others. Soon after this, the same harvest, went King Edward with the West Saxon army to Passam, and sat there while the men fortified the town of Towchester with a stone wall. And there returned to him Earl Thurforth and the captains, and all the army that belonged to Northampton northward to the Welland, and sought him for their lord and protector. When this division of the army went home, then went another out, and marched to the town of Huntingdon, and repaired and renewed it, where it was broken down before by command of King Edward. And all the people in the country that were left submitted to King Edward immediately, and sought his peace and protection. After this, the same year, before Martinmas, went King Edward with the West Saxon army to Colchester, and repaired and renewed the town, where it was broken down before. And much people turned to him, both in East Anglia and in Essex, that were before under the power of the Danes, and all the army in East Anglia swore union with him, that they would all that he would, and protect all that he protected, either by sea or by land. And the army that belonged to Cambridge chose him separately for their lord and protector, and confirmed the same with oaths as he had advised. This year King Edward repaired the town of Gladmouth, and the same year King Sitrick slew Neil, his brother. AD 922. This year betwixt Gang Days and Midsummer went King Edward with his army to Stamford, and ordered the town to be fortified on the south side of the river. And all the people that belonged to the northern towns submitted to him, and sought him for their lord. It was, whilst he was tarrying there, that Ethelred his sister died at Tamworth, 12 nights before midsummer. Then rode he to the borough of Tamworth, and all the population in Mercia turned to him, who were before the subject of Athelstan. And the kings in North Wales, Howell, and Gledwach, and Jothwell, and all the people of North Wales sought him for their lord. Then went he thence to Nottingham, and secured that borough, and ordered it to be repaired, and manned both with English and Danes. And all the population turned to him that was settled in Mercia, both Danish and English. A.D. 923. This year went King Edward with an army late in the harvest to Telwall, and ordered the borough to be repaired and inhabited and manned. And he ordered another army also from the population of Mercia, the while he sat there to go to Manchester in Northumbria to repair and to man it. This year died Archbishop Plegmund, and King Reynold won York. A.D. 924. This year before midsummer went King Edward with an army to Nottingham, and ordered the town to be repaired on the south side of the river, opposite the other, and the bridge over the Trent betwixt the two towns. Thence he went to Bakewell in Peakland, and ordered a fort to be built as near as possible to it, and manned. As the King of Scotland, with all his people, chose him as father and lord, as did Reynold, and the son of Adolf, and all that dwell in Northumbria, both English and Dane, both Northmen and other, also the king of the Strathcladwalians and all his people. A.D. 925. This year died King Edward at Farndon in Mercia, and Aelwald, his son, died very soon after this in Oxford. Their bodies lie at Winchester, and Athelstan was chosen king in Mercia, and consecrated at Kingston. He gave his sister to Otho, son of the king of the old Saxons. St. Dunstan was now born, and Wulfhelm took to the archbishopric in Canterbury. This year King Athelstan and Sitric, king of the Northumbrians, came together at Tamworth, the 6th day before the calends of February, and Athelstan gave away his sister to him. A.D. 926. This year appeared fiery lights in the northern part of the firmament, and Sitric departed, and King Athelstan took to the kingdom of Northumbria, and governed all the kings that were in his island. First, Howell, king of West Wales, and Constantine, king of the Scots, and Owen, king of Monmouth, Aldred, son of Adolf, and Bamberg. And with covenants and oaths they ratified their agreement in place called Emmet, on the 4th day before the Ides of July, and renounced all idolatry, and afterwards returned in peace. A.D. 927. This year Athelstan expelled King Guthfrith, and Archbishop Wilhelm went to Rome. A.D. 928. William took to Normandy, and held it for 15 years. A.D. 931. In this year died Frithstan, Bishop of Winchester, and Brinstan was blessed in his place. A.D. 923. This year Bernstan was invested Bishop of Winchester on the 4th day before the calends of June, and he held the bishopric 2 years and a half. A.D. 933. This year died Bishop Frithstan, and Edwin the Atheling was drowned in the sea. A.D. 934. This year went King Athelstan into Scotland, both with a land force and a naval armament, and laid waste to a great part of it. And Bishop Bernstan died at Winchester at the Feast of All Saints. A.D. 935. This year Bishop Aelfhe took to the bishopric of Winchester. A.D. 937. This year King Athelstan and Edmund his brother led a force to Brumby, and there fought against Anlaf, and, Christ helping, had the victory. And they there slew 5 kings and 7 earls. A.D. 938. Here Athelstan, king of earls, the lord, rewarder of heroes, and his brother Eke, Edmund Atheling, elder of the ancient race, slew in the fight, with the edge of their swords, the foe at Brumby. The sons of Edward and their board walls clove, and hewed their banners with wrecks of their hammers. So were they taught by kindred zeal, that they at camp oft against any robber of their land should defend their hoards and homes. Pursuing fell the Scottish clans. The men of the fleet in numbers fell, midst the din of the field of the warriors' swate. Since the sun was up in the morning tide, gigantic light, glad over grounds, God's candle, bright eternal Lord, till the noble creature sat in the western main. There lay many of the northern heroes under a shower of arrows, shot over shields, and Scotland's boast, a Scythian race, the mighty seed of Mars. With chosen troops throughout the day, the West Saxons, fierce pressed on the loathed bands, hewed down the fugitive and scattered the rear with strong mill-sharpened blades. The Mercians, too, the hard hand play spared not to any of those that with Anlauf over the briny deep in the ship's bosom sought this land for the hardy fight. 5 kings lay on the field of battle, in bloom of youth, pierced with swords. So 7 eke the earls of Anlaf, and of the ship's crew unnumbered crowds. There was dispersed the little band of hardy Scots, the dread of the northern hordes, urged to this noisy deep by unrelenting fate. The king of the fleet, with his slender craft, escaped with his life on the felon flood. And so too Constantine, the valiant chief, returned to the north in hasty flight. The hoary Hildrink cared not to boast among his kindred. Here was the remnant of relations and friends slain with the sword in the crowded fight. His son, too, left the field of battle, mangled with wounds, young at the fight. The fair-haired youth had no reason to boast of the slaughtering strife, nor old Inwood and Anlaf, the more with the wrecks of their army, could laugh and say that they on the field of stern command better workmen there in the conflict of the banners, the clash of spears, the meeting of heroes, and the rustling of weapons, which they on the field of slaughter played with the sons of Edward. The Northmen sailed in their nailed ships, a dreary remnant, on the roaring sea over the deep water. Dublin they sought, and Ireland's shores, in great disgrace. Such then the brothers, both together, King and Atheling, sought their country, West Saxon land, in right triumphant. They left behind them, raw to devour, the sallow kite, the swarthy raven with horny nib, the hoarse vulture, with the eagle swift to consume his prey, the greedy goshawk, and that grey beast, the wolf of the weald. No slaughter yet was greater made e'er in this island, of people slain before this same with the edge of the sword, as the books inform us of the old historians. Since hither came from the eastern shores the Angles and Saxons over the broad sea, and Britain sought, fierce battlesmiths overcame the Welsh, most valiant earls, and gained the land. AD 941. This year, King Athelstan died in Gloucester, on the 6th day before the calends of November, about 41 winters, batting 1 night, from the time when King Alfred died, and Edmund Atheling took to the kingdom. He was then 18 years old. King Athelstan reigned 14 years and 10 weeks. This year the Northumbrians abandoned their allegiance, and chose Anlaf of Ireland for their king. AD 942. Here Edmund, King of Angles, Lord Protector of Friends, author and framer of direful deeds, O Eran, with the speed of mercy and land. Whether the course of Whitewell Spring or Humber Deep, the broad brimmed stream divides 5 towns, Leicester, Lincoln, Nottingham, and Stamford and Derby ache. In thraldom long to Norman Danes they bowed through need, and dragged the chains of heathen men, till to his glory great Edward's heir, Edward the King, refuge of warriors, their fetters broke. AD 943. This year Anlaf stormed Tamworth, and much slaughter was made on either hand, but the Danes had the victory, and led away with them much plunder. There was Wulfrun taken in the spoiling of the town. This year King Edmund beset King Anlaf and Archbishop Wulfstan in Leicester, and he might have conquered them, were it not that they burst out of the town in the night. After this Anlaf obtained the friendship of King Edmund, and King Edmund then received King Anlaf in baptism, and he made him royal presents. And the same year, after some interval, he received King Reynold at episcopal hands. This year also died King Anlaf. AD 944. This year King Edmund reduced all the land of the Northumbrians to his dominion, and expelled 2 kings, Anlaf the son of Sitric, and Reynold the son of Guthferth. AD 945. This year Edmund overran all Cumberland, and let it all to Malcolm the King of the Scots, on the condition that he become his ally, both by sea and land. AD 946. This year King Edmund died on St. Augustine's Mass Day. That was widely known how he ended his days, that Leof stabbed him at Bucklechurch, and Aethelfleda of Dameram, the daughter of Ealdorman Edgar, was then his queen. And he reigned 6 years and a half, and then succeeded to the kingdom Edred Atheling his brother, who soon after reduced all the land of the Northumbrians to his dominion, and the Scots gave him oaths that they would do all that he desired. AD 947. This year came King Edred to Taddon's Cliff, and there Archbishop Wulfstan and all the council of the Northumbrians bound themselves to allegiance with the king, and within a little space they abandoned all, both allegiance and oaths. AD 948. This year King Edred overran all Northumberland, because they had taken Eric for their king, and in the pursuit of plunder was that large minster at Ripon set on fire, which St. Wilfurth built. As the king returned homeward, he overtook the enemy at York, but his main army was behind at Chesterford. There was great slaughter made, and the king was so wroth that he would fain return with his forces, and lay waste to the land withal. But when the council of the Northumbrians understood that, they then abandoned Eric, and compromised the deed with King Edred. AD 949. This year came Anlaf Curan to the land of the Northumbrians. AD 951. This year died Elfea, Bishop of Winchester, on St. Gregory's Mass Day. AD 952. This year the Northumbrians expelled King Anlaf and received Eric the son of Harold. This year also King Edred ordered Archbishop Wulfstan to be brought into prison at Jedburgh, because he was oft bewrayed before the king And the same year the king ordered a great slaughter to be made in the town of Thetford, in revenge of an abbot whom they had formerly slain. AD 954. This year the Northumbrians expelled Eric, and King Edred took to the government of the Northumbrians. This year also Archbishop Wulfstan received a bishopric again at Dorchester. AD 955. This year died King Edred on St. Clement's Mass Day at Frome. He reigned 9 years and a half, and he rests in the Old Minster. Then succeeded Edwin, the son of King Edmund, to the government of the West Saxons, and Edgar Atheling, his brother, succeeded to the government of the Mercians. They were the sons of King Edmund and of St. Elfgiva. AD 956. This year died Wulfstan, Archbishop of York, on the 17th day before the calends of January. He was buried at Oundle, and in the same year was Abbot Dunstan driven out of this land over sea. AD 958. This year Archbishop Oda separated King Edwin and Elfgiva because they were too nearly related. AD 959. This year died King Edwin on the calends of October, and Edgar, his brother, took to the government of the West Saxons, Mercians, and Northumbrians. He was then 16 years old. It was in this year that he sent after St. Dunstan, and gave him the bishopric of Worcester, and afterwards the bishopric of London. In his days it prospered well, and God him gave that he dwelt in peace, that while he lived. Whatever he did, whatever he planned, he earned his thrift. He also reared God's glory wide, and God's law loved with peace to man, above the kings that went before in man's remembrance. God so him sped, that the kings and earls to all his claims submissively bowed, and to his will, without a blow, he wielded all as pleased himself. Esteemed he was, both far and wide in distant lands, because he prized the name of God, and God's law traced, God's glory reared both far and wide on every side. Wisely he sought in council oft his people's good, before his God, before the world. One misdeed he did too much, however, that foreign tastes he loved too much, and heathen modes into his land he brought too fast, outlandish men hither enticed, and to this earth attracted crowds of vicious men. But God him grant that his good deeds be weightier far than his misdeeds, to his soul's redemption on Judgment Day. AD 961. This year departed Odo, the good archbishop, and St. Dunstan took to the archbishopric. This year also died Elfgar, relative of the king, in Devonshire, and his body lies at Wilton. And King Seaforth also died by his own hand. His body lies at Wimborne. This year there was a very great pestilence, when the great fever was in London, and St. Paul's Minster was consumed with fire, and in the same year was afterwards restored. In this year Ethelred, the mass priest, went to Rome, and there died on the 18th before the calends of September. This year died Wulfstan the deacon on Childermas Day, and afterwards died Geiric the mass priest. In the same year took Abbot Ethelwold to the bishopric of Winchester, and he was consecrated on the vigil of St. Andrew, which happened on a Sunday. On the second year after he was consecrated, he made many minsters, and drove out many clerks from the bishopric, because they would hold no rule, and set monks therein. He made there 2 abbacies, one of monks, another of nuns, That was all within Winchester. Then came he afterwards to King Edgar, and requested that he would give him all the minsters that heathen men had before destroyed, for that he would renew them. This the king cheerfully granted, and the bishop came then first to Ely, where St. Etheldretha lies, and ordered the minster to be repaired, which he gave to a monk of his, whose name was Britnoth, whom he consecrated as abbot, and there set monks to serve God, where formerly were nuns. He then bought many villages of the king, and made it very rich. Afterwards came Bishop Ethelwald to the minster called Medstead, which was formerly ruined by the heathens, but he found there nothing but old walls and wild woods. In the old walls at length he found hid the writings which Abbot Hader had formerly written, how King Wulfhere and Ethelred his brother had wrought it, and how they freed it against the king and against the bishop, and against all worldly servers, and how Pope Agatho confirmed it in his writ, as also Archbishop Deusdedit. He then ordered the minster to be rebuilt, and set there an abbot, who was called Aldulf, and made monks where before was nothing. He then came to the king, and let him look at the writings which before were found, and the king answered and said, I, Edgar, grant and give today before God and Archbishop Dunstan freedom to St. Peter's Minster at Medstead, from king and from bishop, and all the thorps that thereto lie, that is Eastfield and Dodthorpe and Eye and Paston. And so I free it, that no bishop have any jurisdiction there but the abbot of that minster alone. And I give the town called Oundle, with all that thereto lieth, called Iot Hundredth, with market and toll, so freely that neither king nor bishop, nor earl nor sheriff have there any jurisdiction, nor any man but the abbot alone, and whom he may set thereto. And I give to Christ and St. Peter, and all too with the advice of Bishop Ethelwald, these lands, that is Barrow, Warmington, Ashton, Kettering, Castor, Aylesworth, Walton, Witherington, Eye, Thorpe, and a minster at Stamford. These lands, and all others that belong to the minster, I bequeath clear, that is, with sack and sock, toll and team. These privileges, and all others bequeath I clear to Christ and St. Peter. And I give 2 parts of Whittlesea mere, with waters, and with wares and fens, and so through Mearlade along to the water that is called Nen, and so eastward to Kingsdelf. And I will that there be a market in the town itself, and that no other be betwixt Stamford and Huntingdon. And I will that thus be given the toll, first from Whittlesea mere to the king's toll of Norman Cross 100, then backward again from Whittlesea mere through the Mearlade along the Nen, and as the river runs to Crowland, and from Crowland to Must, and from Must to Kingsdelf, and to Whittlesea mere. And I will that all the freedom and all the privileges that my predecessors gave should remain, and I write and confirm this with a rude token of Christ. Then answered Dunstan the Archbishop of Canterbury, and said, I grant that all the things that here are given and spoken, and all the things that thy predecessors and mine have given shall remain firm, and whosoever breaketh it, then give I him God's curse, and that of all saints, and of all hooded heels, and mine, unless he come to repentance. And I give expressly to St. Peter my mass hackle, and my stole and my reef to serve Christ. I, Oswald, Archbishop of York, confirm all these words through the holy rood on which Christ was crucified. I, Bishop Ethelwold, bless all that maintains this, and I excommunicate all that break it, unless they come to repentance. Here was Bishop Athelstan, Bishop Atholf, and Abbot Eusque, and Abbot Osgar, and Abbot Ethelgar, Alderman Elfir, Ethelwin, Britnoth and Oslac aldermen, and many other rich men, and all confirmed it and subscribed it with the cross of Christ. This was done in the year after our Lord's Nativity, 972, the 16th year of this king. Then brought the abbot Aldulf lands of rich and many, and much endowed the minster withal, and was there until Oswald the Archbishop of York was dead, and then he was chosen to be Archbishop. Soon after another abbot was chosen of the same monastery, whose name was Cenulf, who was afterwards Bishop of Winchester. He first made the wall about the minster, and gave it then the name of Peterborough, which before was Medstead. He was there till he was appointed Bishop of Winchester, when another abbot was chosen of the same monastery, whose name was Elfsey, who continued abbot 50 winters afterwards. It was he who took up St. Kainburga and St. Kainswitha, that lay at Castor, and St. Tiber, that lay at Real, and brought them to Peterborough, and offered them all to St. Peter in one day, and preserved them all the while he was there. A.D. 964. This year drove King Edgar the priests of Winchester out of the old minster, and also out of the new minster, and from Chertsey, and from Milton, and replaced them with monks. And he appointed Ethelgar abbot to the new minster, and Ordbert to Chertsey, and Kynward to Milton. A.D. 965. This year Edgar took Elfrida for his queen, who was the daughter of Alderman Ordgar. A.D. 966. This year Thored, son of Gunnar, plundered Westmoreland. And the same year Oslac took to the aldermanship. The following year, A.D. 969, this year King Edgar ordered all Thanet land to be plundered. A.D. 970. This year died Archbishop Oscytel, who was first consecrated diocesan bishop at Dorchester, and afterwards it was by the consent of King Edred and all his council that he was consecrated Archbishop of York. He was bishop 22 winters, and he died on All Hallowmas night, 10 nights before Martinmas at Thame. Abbot Thurketel, his relative, carried the bishop's body to Bedford, because he was the abbot there at the time. A.D. 971. This year died Edmund Atheling. His body lies at Rumsey. A.D. 972. This year Edgar the Atheling was consecrated king at Bath on Pentecost's Mass Day, on the 5th day before the Ides of May, the 13th year since he had obtained the kingdom, and he was then one less than 30 years of age. And soon after that the king led all his ship forces to Chester, and there came to meet him 6 kings, and they all plighted their troth to him, that they would be his fellow workers by sea and land. A.D. 973. Here was Edgar of angels lord, with courtly pomp hallowed to King Achamancaster, the ancient city, whose modern sons dwelling therein have named her Bath. Much bliss was there by all enjoyed on that happy day named Pentecost by the men below. A crowd of priests, a throng of monks, I understand, in council sage, were gathered there. There were agone 1,000 winters of numbered years from the birth of Christ the lofty King, guardian of light, save that thereto there yet was left of winter tale, as writings say 27. So near had run of the Lord of triumphs 1,000 years, when this was done. 29 hard winters there of irksome deeds had Edmund's son seen in the world, when this took place, and on the 30th was hallowed king. Soon after this, the king led all his marine force to Chester, and there came to meet him 6 kings, and they all covenanted him that they would be his allies by sea and land. AD 975, here ended his earthly dreams. Edgar of Angles king chose him other light, serene and lovely, spurning this frail abode. A life that mortals here call lean, he quitted with disdain. July the month, by all agreed in this our land, whoever were in chronic lore correctly taught, the day the 8th, when Edgar, young rewarder of heroes, his life, his throne, resigned. Edward, his son, unwaxen child of earls the prince, succeeded to then England's throne. A royal race 10 nights before departed, hence Kynwald the good, prelate of manners mild, well known to me in Mercia then, how long on earth's god glory fell on every side. Chased from the land, his servants fled, their wisdom scorned, much grief to him whose bosom glowed with the fervent love of great creation's Lord. Neglected then, the God of wonders, victor of victors, monarch of heaven, his laws by man transgressed. Then too was driven Oslac, beloved in exile from his native land, over the rolling waves, over the gannet bath, over the water throng, at the abode of the whale, fair-haired hero, wise and eloquent of home bereft. Then too was seen high in the heavens the star on his station, that far and wide men wise call, lovers of truth and heavenly lore, Cometa by name. Widely was spread God's vengeance, and then throughout the land, and famine scourged the hills. May heaven's guardian, the glory of angels, avert these ills and give us bliss again, that bliss to all abundance yields from earth's choice fruits throughout this happy isle. AD 976. This year was the great famine in England. AD 977. This year was that great council at Kirtlington after Easter, and there died Bishop Sideman, a sudden death on the 11th day before the calends of May. He was bishopric of Devonshire, and he wished that his resting place should be at Crediton, his episcopal residence, but King Edward and Archbishop Dunstan ordered men to carry him to St. Mary's Minster, that is at Abingdon. They did so, and he is moreover honourably buried on the north side of St. Paul's porch. AD 978. This year all the oldest councillors of England fell at Calne from an upper floor, but the holy Bishop Dunstan stood alone upon a beam. Some were dreadfully bruised, and some did not escape with life. This year was King Edward slain at eventide at Corfe Gate, on the 15th day before the calends of April, and he was buried at Warham without any royal honour. No worse deed than this was ever done by the English nation since they first sought the land of Britain. Men murdered him, but God has magnified him. He was in life an earthly king, he is now after death a heavenly saint. Him would not his earthly relatives avenge, but his heavenly Father has avenged him amply. The earthly homicides would wipe out his memory from the earth, but the Avenger above has spread his memory abroad in heaven and earth. Those who would not bow to his living body now bow on their knees to his dead bones. Now we may conclude that the wisdom of men and their meditations and counsels are naught against the appointment of God. In the same year succeeded Ethelred Atheling, his brother, to the government, and he was afterwards very readily and with great joy to the councillors of England consecrated king at Kingston. In the same year also died Alfwald, who was bishop of Dorsetshire, and whose body lieth in the minster of Sherborne. A.D. 979. In this year was Ethelred consecrated king, on the Sunday fortnight at Easter at Kingston. And there were at his consecration 2 archbishops and 10 diocesan bishops. This same year was seen a bloody welcome, oft times the likeness of fire, and that was not most apparent at midnight. And so in misty beams was shown, but when it began to dawn, then it glided away. A.D. 980. In this year was Edgar consecrated bishop, on the 6th day before the nones of May, to the bishopric of Selsey, and in the same year was Southampton plundered by a pirate army, and most of the population slain or imprisoned. And the same year was the Isle of Thanet overrun, and the country of Chester was plundered by the pirate army of the north. In this year Alderman Aelfhere fetched the body of the holy King Edward at Warham, and carried with him great solemnity to Shaftesbury. A.D. 981. In this year was St. Petrock's Stow plundered, and in the same year was much harm done everywhere by the sea coast, both upon Devonshire and Wales. And in the same year died Athelstan, Bishop of Wiltshire, and his body lieth in the minster at Abingdon. And Wulfgar then succeeded to the bishopric. The same year died Womer, Abbot of Ghent. A.D. 982. In this year came up in Dorsetshire 3 ships of pirates, and plundered in Portland. The same year London was burned. In the same year also died 2 aldermen, Ethelmar in Hampshire and Edwin in Sussex. Ethelmar's body lieth in Winchester at Newminster, and Edwin's in the minster at Abingdon. The same year died 2 abbesses in Dorsetshire, Hearlufer at Shaftesbury, and Wulfwina at Warham. The same year went Otho, emperor of the Romans, into Greece, and there met a great army of Saracens who came up from the sea, and would have proceeded forthwith to plunder the Christian folk, but the emperor fought with them. And there was much slaughter made on either side, but the emperor gained the field of battle. He was there, however, much harassed ere he returned thence, and as he went homeward, his brother's son died, who was also called Otho, and he was the son of Leodulf Atheling. This Leodulf was the son of Otho the elder, and the daughter of King Edward. This year died Alderman Aelfhere, and Alfric succeeded to the same eldership, and Pope Benedict also died. A.D. 984. This year died the benevolent Bishop of Winchester, Ethelred, father of monks, and the consecration of the following bishop, Elfear, who by another name was called Godwin, was on the 14th day before the calends of November, and he took his seat on the episcopal bench on the Mass day of the two apostles Simon and Jude at Winchester. AD 985. This year was Alderman Alfric driven out of the land, and in the same year was Edwin consecrated abbot at the minster of Abingdon. AD 986. This year the king invaded the bishopric of Rochester, and this year came first the great murrain of the cattle in England. AD 987. This year the port of Watchet was plundered. AD 988. This year was Goder, the Thane of Devonshire, slain, and a great number with him, and Dunstan the holy archbishop departed this life and sought a heavenly one. Bishop Edgar succeeded him in the archbishopric, but he lived only a little while after, namely 1 year and 3 months. AD 989. This year died Abbot Edwin, and Abbot Wulfgar succeeded to the abbacy. Cyric was this year invested archbishop, and went afterwards to Rome after his pal. AD 991. This year was Ipswich plundered, and very soon afterwards was Alderman Bridnoth slain at Madon. In this same year it was resolved that tribute should be given for the first time to the Danes, for the great terror they had occasioned by the sea coast. That was first £10,000. The first who advised this measure was Archbishop Cyric. AD 992. This year the blessed Archbishop Oswald departed this life, and sought a heavenly one, and in the same year died Alderman Ethelwin. Then the king and all his council resolved that all the ships that were of any of account should be gathered together at London, and the king committed the lead of the land force to Alderman Elfric and Earl Thorod and Bishop Elfstan and Bishop Esque, so that they should try to go anywhere without entrap the enemy. Then sent Alderman Elfric, and gave warning to the enemy, and on the night preceding the day of the battle he skulked away from the army to his great disgrace. The army then escaped, except the crew of one ship who was slain on the spot. Then met the enemy the ships from East Anglia, and from London, and there a great slaughter was made, and they took the ship in which was the alderman, all armed and rigged. Then, after the death of Archbishop Oswald, succeeded Aldulf, abbot of Peterborough, to the sees of York and Worcester, and Kenulf to the abbacy of Peterborough. AD 993. This year came Anlaf with 93 ships to Staines, which he plundered without mercy, and went thence to Sandwich, then to Ipswich, which he laid waste, and so to Maidon, where Alderman Bridnoth came against him with his force, and fought with him. And there they slew the alderman, and gained the field of battle, whereupon peace was made with him, and the king received him afterwards at episcopal hands by the advice of Cyric, Bishop of Canterbury, and Elfie of Winchester. This year was Bamborough destroyed, and much spoil was there taken. Afterwards came the army to the mouth of the Humber, and there did much evil, both in Lindsey and Northumbria. Then was collected a great force, but when the armies were to engage, then the generals first commenced a flight, namely Fryn and Godwin and Frithgist. In the same year the king ordered Elfgar, son of Alderman Elfric, to be punished with blindness. AD 994. This year died Archbishopric Cyric, and Elfric, Bishop of Wiltshire, was chosen on Easter Day at Amesbury by King Ethelred and his council. This year came Anlaf and Swain to London on the Nativity of St. Mary with 94 ships, and they closely besieged the city, and would fain to have set it on fire, but they sustained more harm and evil than they ever supposed that any citizen could inflict upon them. The Holy Mother of God on that day in her mercy considered the citizens, and ridded them of their enemies. Thence they advanced and wrought the greatest evil that ever could any army do, in burning and plundering and manslaughter, not only on the sea-coast in Essex, but in Kent and in Sussex and in Hampshire. Next they took the horse and rode as wide as they would, and committed unspeakable evil. Then resolved the king and his council to send them, and offer them tribute and provision, on the condition that they desisted from their plunder. The terms were accepted, and the whole army came to Southampton, and there they fixed their winter quarters, where they were fed by all the subjects of the West Saxon kingdom. And they gave them 16,000 pounds in money. Then sent the king, after King Anlaf, Bishop Elfie, and Alderman Ethelward, and hostages being left with the ships. They led Anlaf with great pomp to the king at Andover, and King Ethelred received him at episcopal hands and honoured him with royal presents. In return, Anlaf promised, as he also performed, that he never again would come in hostile manner to England. AD 995. This year appeared the comet star. AD 996. This year was Elfric consecrated Archbishop at Christchurch. AD 997. This year went the army about Devonshire into Severnmouth, and equally plundered the people of Cornwall, North Wales, and Devon. Then went they up at Watchet, and there much evil wrought in burning and manslaughter. Afterwards they coasted back about Penwithstert on the south side, and turning into the mouth of the Tamar, went up until they came to Liddyford, burning and slaying everything they met. Moreover, Ordulf's minster at Tavistock they burned to the ground, and brought to their ships incalculable plunder. This year Archbishop Elfric went to Rome after his staff. AD 998. This year coasted the army back eastward into the mouth of the Frome, and went up everywhere, as widely as they would, into Dorsetshire. Often was an army collected against them, but as soon as they were about to come together, then they were ever through something or other put to flight. And their enemies always in the end had the victory. Another time they lay in the Isle of Wight, and fed themselves meanwhile from Hampshire and Sussex. AD 999. This year came the army about again into the Thames, and went up thence along the Medway to Rochester, whence the Kentish army came against them, and encountered them in a close engagement. But, alas, they too soon yielded and fled, because they had not the aid that they should have had. The Danes therefore occupied the field of battle, and, taking horse, they rode as wide as they would, spoiling and overrunning nearly all of West Kent. Then the king with his council determined to proceed against them with sea and land forces, but as soon as the ships were ready, then arose delay from day to day, which harassed the miserable crew that lay on board, so that always the forwarder it should have been rather, the latter it was. From one time to another, they still suffered the army of their enemies to increase. The Danes continually retreated from the sea coast, and they continually pursued them in vain. Thus, in the end, these expeditions, by both sea and land, served no other purpose but to vex the people, to waste their treasure, and to strengthen their enemies. AD 1000. This year the king went into Cumberland, and nearly laid waste the whole of it with his army, whilst his navy sailed about Chester with the design of cooperating with his land forces, but finding it impractical, they ravaged Anglesey. The hostile fleet was this summer turned towards the kingdom of Richard. AD 1001. This year there was great commotion in England in consequence of an invasion by the Danes, who spread terror and devastation wheresoever they went, plundering and burning and desolating the country with such rapidity that they advanced in one march as far as the town of Alton, where the people of Hampshire came against them and fought with them. There it was slain Ethelred, high steward of the king, and Leofric of Whitchurch, and Leofwin, high steward of the king, and Wulfhere, a bishop's thane, and Godwin of Worthy, son of Bishop Elfsey, and of all the men who were engaged with them, 81. Of the Danes there was slain a much greater number, though they remained in possession of the field of battle. Thence they proceeded westward, until they came into Devonshire, where Pally came to meet them with the ships he was able to collect, for he had shaken off his allegiance to King Ethelred, against all the vows of truth and fidelity which he had given to him, as well as all the presents which the king had bestowed on him in the houses of gold and silver. And they burned Tynton, and also many other goodly towns that we cannot name, and then peace there was concluded with them. And they proceeded thence towards Exmouth, so that they marched at once until they came to Pinhu, where Cole, high steward of the king, and Edsy, reeve of the king, came against them with the army that they could collect. But they were put to flight, and there were many slain, and the Danes had possession of the field of battle. And the next morning they burned the village of Pinhu, and of Clist, and of many goodly towns. And then they returned eastward again, till they came to the Isle of Wight. The next morning they burned the town of Waltham, and many other small towns, soon after which the people treated with them, and they made peace. AD 1002. This year the king and his council agreed that tribute should be given to the fleet, and peace made with them, with the provision that they should desist from their mischief. Then sent the king to the fleet alderman Leofsey, who at the king's word and his council made peace with them, on condition that they received food and tribute, which they accepted, and a tribute was paid of £24,000. In the meantime, Alderman Leofsey slew Aephi, high steward of the king, and the king banished him from the land. Then, in the same Lent, came the lady Elfgive Emma, Richard's daughter, to this land, and in the same summer died Archbishop Adolf, And also, in the same year, the king gave an order to slay all the Danes that were in England. This was accordingly done on the Mass Day of St. Brice, because it was told the king that they would beshrew him of his life, and afterwards all his council, and then have his kingdom without any resistance. AD 1003. This year Exeter was demolished through the French churl Hugh, and whom the lady had appointed her steward there. And the army destroyed the town withal, and took there much spoil. In the same year came the army up into Wiltshire. Then was collected a very great force from Wiltshire and from Hampshire, which was soon ready on their march against the enemy. And Alderman Elfric should have led them on, but he brought forth his old tricks, and as soon as they were so near that neither army looked on the other, then he pretended sickness and began to retch, saying he was ill, and so betrayed the people that he should have led. It is said, when the leader is sick, the whole army is hindered. When Sweyn saw that they were not ready, and that they all retreated, then led he his army into Wilton, and they plundered and burned the town. Then went he to Sarum, thence back to the sea, where he knew his ships were. AD 1004. This year came Sweyn with his fleet to Norwich, plundering and burning the whole town. Then Ulfketel agreed with the council in East Anglia that it would be better to purchase peace with the enemy, ere they did too much of harm on the land, for that they had come unawares, and he had not had time to gather his force. Then, under the truce that should have been between them, stole the army up from their ships, and bent their courses to Thetford. When Ulfketel understood that, then he sent an order to hew the ships into pieces, but they frustrated his design. Then he gathered his forces as secretly as he could. The enemy came to Thetford within 3 weeks after they had plundered Norwich, and, remaining there one night, they spoiled and burned the town. But in the morning, as they were proceeding to their ships, came Ulfketel with his army, and said that they must there come to close quarters. And accordingly, the two armies met together, and much slaughter was made on both sides. There were many of the veterans of the East Angles slain, but if the main army had been there, the enemy had never returned to their ships, as they said themselves, that they never met with worse hand play in England than what Ulfketel had brought to them. AD 1005. This year died Archbishopric Elfric, and Bishop Elfie succeeded him in the archbishopric. This year was the great famine in England, so severe that no man e'er remembered such. The fleet this year went from this land to Denmark, and took a short respite before they came again. AD 1006. This year Elfie was consecrated archbishop. Bishop Britwald succeeded to the see of Wiltshire. Wulfgate was deprived of all his property. Wulfie and Ulfgate were deprived of sight. Alderman Elpham was slain, and Bishop Kenulf departed this life. Then over midsummer came the Danish fleet to Sandwich, and did as they were wont. They barrowed and burned and slew as they went. Then the king ordered out all the population from Wessex and from Mercia, and they lay out all the harvest under arms against the enemy, but it availed nothing more than it had done before. For all this the enemy went wheresoever they would, and the expedition did the people more harm than either any internal or external force could have. When the winter approached, then went the army home, and the enemy retired after Martinmas to their quarters in the Isle of Wight, and provided for themselves everywhere with what they wanted. Then about midwinter they went to their Ready farm, through Hampshire into Berkshire to Reading. They did according to their custom. They lighted their camp beacons as they advanced. Thence they marched to Wallingford, which they entirely destroyed, and passed one night at Chelsea. Then they turned along Ashdown to Kirkhamsey Hill, and there awaited better cheer, for it was often said that if they sought Kirkhamsey, that they would get to the sea. But they went another way homeward. Then was their army collected at Cnut, and they came to the battle there. As soon as they got there, the English force was put to flight, and afterwards they carried their spoils to the sea. There might the people of Winchester see the rank for iniquitous foe, as they passed by their gates to the sea, fetching their meat and plunder over an extent of 50 miles. Then was the king gone over the Thames into Shropshire, and there he fixed his abode during midwinter. Meanwhile, so great was the fear of the enemy that no man could think or devise how to drive them from the land, or hold this territory against them. For they had terribly marked each shire in Wessex with fire and devastation. Then the king began to consult seriously with his council what they all thought most advisable for defending this land, ere it was utterly undone. Then advised the king and his council for the advantage of all the nation, though they were loth to do it, that they need bribe the enemy with a tribute. The king then sent to the army, and ordered it to be made known to them that his desire was that there should be peace between them, and that the tribute and provision should be given to them. And they accepted the terms, and they were provisioned throughout England. A.D. 1007. This year was the tribute paid to the hostile army, that was £30,000. In this year also was Edric appointed alderman over the kingdom of the Mercians. This year went Bishop Elfie to Rome after his pal. A.D. 1008. This year bade the king that men should speedily build ships all over England. That is, a man possessed of 310 hides to provide a galley or skiff, a man possessed of 8 hides only to find a helmet and breastplate. A.D. 1009. This year were the ships ready, that we before spoke about, and there were so many of them as never were seen in England before, in any days of any king, as the books tell us. And they were all transported together to Sandwich, that they should lie there and defend this land against any force. But we have not yet had the prosperity and the honour that the naval armament should be used to this land, any more than it was often before was. It was at the same time, or a little earlier, that Britric, brother of Alderman Edric, betrayed Wulnoth the South Saxon knight, father of Earl Godwin, to the king, and he went into exile and enticed the navy, till he had with him 20 ships, with which he plundered everywhere by the south coast, and wrought every kind of mischief. When it was told the navy that might easily seize him, if they were to look about them, then took Britric with him 80 ships, and thought that he should acquire for himself much reputation by getting Wulnoth into his hands, dead or alive. But whilst they were proceeding, there came such a wind against them as no man remembered before, which beat and tossed the ships and drove them aground, whereupon Woolnoth soon came and burned them. When this was known to the remaining ships, where the king was, how the others fared, it was as then if all was lost. The king went home, with the aldermen and the nobility, and thus lightly did they forsake the ships, whilst the men that were in them rowed back to London. Thus lightly did they suffer the labour of all people to be in vain, nor was the terror lessened, as all England hoped. When this naval expedition was thus ended, then came soon after Lammas, the formidable army of the enemy called Thurkill's army, to Sandwich, and soon they bent their march to Canterbury, which city they would quickly have stormed, had they not rather desired peace. And all the men in East Kent made peace with the army, and gave them £3,000 for security. The army soon after that went about till they came to the Isle of Wight, and everywhere in Sussex, and in Hampshire, and also in Berkshire, they plundered and burned as their custom is. Then ordered the king to summon out all the population, that men may hold firm against them on every side, but nevertheless they marched as they pleased. On one occasion the king had begun his march before them, as they proceeded to their ships, and all the people were ever ready to fall upon them. But the plan was then frustrated through Alderman Edric, as it ever is still. Then after Martinmas they went back again to Kent, and chose their winter quarters on the Thames, obtaining their provisions from Essex, and from the shires that were next on both sides of the Thames. And oft they fought against the city of London, but glory be to God, that it yet standeth firm, and that they ever there met with ill fare. Then after midwinter they took an excursion up through Chiltern, and so to Oxford, which city they burned and plundered on both sides of the Thames to their ships. Being forewarned that there was an army gathered against them at London, they went over at Staines, and thus they were in motion all the winter, and in the spring appeared again in Kent, and repaired their ships. A.D. 1010. This year came the aforesaid army after Easter into East Anglia, and went up at Ipswich, marching continually till they came where they understood Ulfigdel was with his army. This was on the day called the first of the Ascension of our Lord. The East Angles soon fled. Cambridgeshire stood firm against them. There was slain Athelstan, the king's relative, and Oswy, and his son Wulfric, son of Leofwin, and Edwy, brother of Efi, and many other good thanes and a multitude of the people. Thurkdel first began the fight, and the Danes remained masters of the fields of the slaughter. There they were horsed, and afterwards took possession of East Anglia, where they plundered and burned 3 months, and then proceeded further into the wild fens, slaying both men and cattle, and burning throughout. Thetford they also burned, and Cambridge, and afterwards went back southward into the Thames, and the horsemen rode towards their ships. Then went they westward into Oxfordshire, and thence into Buckinghamshire, and so along the Ouse till they came to Bedford, and so forth to Thamesford, always burning as they went. Then they returned to their ships with the spoil, which they apportioned to the ships. When the king's army should have gone out to meet them as they went up, then they went home, and when they were in the east, then was the army detained in the west, and when they were in the south, Then was the army in the north. Then all the privy council was summoned before the king to consult how they might defend this country. But whatever was advised, it stood not a month. And at length there was not a chief that would collect an army, but each fled as he could. No shire, moreover, would stand by another. Before the feast day of St. Andrew came the enemy to Northampton and soon burned the town, and took as much spoil thereabout as they would, and then returned it over the Thames into Wessex, and so by Canning's Marsh, burning all the way. When they had gone as far as they would, then came they by midwinter to their ships. A.D. 1011. This year sent the king and his council to the army and desired peace, promising both tribute and provisions, on condition that they ceased from plunder. They had now overrun East Anglia, Essex, Middlesex, Oxfordshire, Cambridgeshire, Hertfordshire, Buckinghamshire, Bedfordshire, and half of Huntingdonshire, and much of Northamptonshire, and to the south of the Thames, Kent, Sussex, Hastings, Surrey, Berkshire, Hampshire, and much of Wiltshire. All these disasters befell us through bad counsel, that they would not offer tribute in time, or fight with them, but when they had done most mischief, then entered into peace and amity with them. And not the less for all this peace and amity and tribute, they went everywhere in troops, plundering, spoiling, and slaying our miserable people. In this year between the nativity of St. Mary and Michaelmas, they beset Canterbury, and entered therein through treachery, for Elfmar delivered the city to them rather, whose life Archbishop Elfie formerly saved. And there they seized Archbishop Elfie, and Elfward the king's steward, and Abbess Leofruna, and Bishop Godwin, Abbot Elfmar they suffered to go away, and they took therein all the men, and husbands, and wives, and it was impossible for any man to say how many there were, and in the city they continued afterwards as long as they would. And when they had surveyed all the city, they then returned to their ships, and led the Archbishop with them. Then was a captive, who before was of England and head of Christendom, there might be seen of great wretchedness, where oft before great bliss was seen in the fated city, whence first to us came Christendom and bliss before God and before the world, and the Archbishop they kept with them till the time when they martyred him. A.D. 1012. This year came Alderman Edric, and all the oldest councillors to England, clerk and laity to London before Easter, which was then on the Ides of April, and there they abode until Easter, until all the tribute was paid, which was £48,000. Then on the Saturday was the army much stirred again against the bishop, because he would not promise them any fee, and forbade that any man should give anything for him. They were also much drunken, for there was wine brought them from the south. Then they took the bishop, and led him to their hustings, on the eve of Sunday after Easter, which was the 13th before the calends of May. And it was there that they shamefully killed him. They overwhelmed him with bones and horns of oxen, and one of them smote him with an axe iron on the head, so that he sunk downwards with the blow, and his holy body fell upon the earth, whilst his sacred soul was carried to the realm of God. The corpse in the morning was carried to London, and the bishops Ednoth and Elfhun, and the citizens, received him with all honour, and buried him in St. Paul's Minster, where God now showeth this holy martyr's miracles. When the tribute was paid, and the peace oaths were sworn, the dispersed army, though widely as they were, as it was before collected, then submitted to the king 45 of the ships of the enemy, and promised him that they would defend his land, and he should feed and clothe them. A.D. 1013. The year after the Archbishop Aelfhe was martyred, the king appointed Leifing to the archiepiscopal see of Canterbury. And in the same year, before the month of August, came King Sweyn with his fleet to Sandwich, and very soon went about East Anglia, and into the Humber mouth, and so upward along the Trent, until he came to Gainsborough. Then soon submitted to him Earl Uhtred, and all of the Northumbrians, and all the people of Lindsey, and afterwards the people of the 5 boroughs, and soon after all the army of the north of Watling Street, and hostages were then given from each side. When he understood that all the people were subject to him, he then ordered that the army should have provisions and horses, and he then went southward with the main body of the army, committing his ships and hostages to his son Cnut. And after he came over Watling Street, they brought the greatest mischief that any army ever could. Then he went to Oxford, and the population soon submitted and gave hostages. Thence to Winchester, where they did the same. Thence they went eastward to London, and many of the party sunk in the Thames, because they would not keep to any bridge. When he came to the city, the population would not submit, but held their ground in full fight against him, because therein was King Ethelred, and Thurkill with him. Then went King Sweyn thence to Wallingford, and so over Thames westward to Bath, where he abode with his army. Thither came Alderman Ethelmar, and all the western thanes with him, and all submitted to Sweyn, and gave hostages. When he had thus settled all, then he went northward to his ships, and the population fully received him, and considered him king. The population of London also after submitted to him, and gave hostages, because they dreaded that he would undo them. Then paid Sweyn full tribute, and forage for his army during the winter, and Thurkill bid the same for the army that laid at Greenwich. Besides this, they plundered as oft as they would. And when this nation could neither resist in the south nor in the north, King Ethelred abode some while with the fleet that lay in the Thames, and the lady went afterwards over the sea to her brother Richard, accompanied by Elfsey, abbot of Peterborough. The king sent Bishop Elfun with the Ethelings, Edward and Alfred over sea, that he might instruct them. Then went the king from the fleet about midwinter to the Isle of Wight, and there abode for the season, after which he went over sea to Richard, with whom he abode till the time when Sweyn died. Whilst the lady was with her brother beyond the sea, Elfsey, abbot of Peterborough, who was there with her, went to the abbey called Bonneval, where St. Florentine's body lay, and there found a miserable place, a miserable abbot, and miserable monks, because they had been plundered. There he bought of the abbot and of the monks the body of St. Florentine, all but the head, for £500, which on his return home he offered to Christ and St. Peter. A.D. 1014. This year King Sweyn ended his days at Candlemas, third day before the nones of February. And the same year, Elfrey, Bishop of York, was consecrated in London on the festival of St. Juliana. The fleet of all chose Cnut for king, whereupon advised all the councillors of England, clergy and laity, that they should send after King Ethelred, saying that no sovereign was dearer to them than their natural lord, if he would govern them better than he did before. Then sent the king hither his son Edward, with his messengers, who had orders to greet all his people, saying that he would be their faithful lord, would better each of these things that they disliked, and that each of the things would be forgiven, such which had been either done or said against him, provided they all, unanimously, without treachery, turned to him. Then was full friendship established, in word and in deed and in compact, on either side. And every Danish king they proclaimed an outlaw for ever from England. Then came King Ethelred home in Lent to his own people, and he was gladly received by them all. Meanwhile, the death of Sweyn sat Cnut with his army in Gainsborough until Easter, and it was agreed between him and the people of Lindsey that they should supply him with horses, and afterwards go out all together and plunder. But King Ethelred, with his full force, came to Lindsey before they were ready, and they plundered and burned, and slew all the men that they could reach. Cnut, the son of Sweyn, went out with his fleet. So were the wretched people deluded by him, and proceeded southward until he came to Sandwich. There he landed the hostages that were given to his father, and cut off their hands and their ears and their noses. Besides all these evils, the king ordered tribute to the army that lay in Greenwich of 21,000 pounds. This year, on the eve of St. Michael's Day, came the great sea flood, which spread wide over this land, and ran so far up as it never did before, overwhelming many towns and an innumerable multitude of people. A.D. 1015. This year was the great council at Oxford, where Alderman Edric betrayed Sigfyrth and Morcar, the eldest thanes belonging to the 7 towns. He allured them into his bower, where they were shamefully slain. It was then the king took all their possessions, and ordered the widow of Sigfyrth to be secured and brought within Malmesbury. After a little interval, Edmund Atheling went and seized her against the king's will, and had her to wife. Then before the nativity of St. Mary went the Atheling west-north into 5 towns, and soon plundered all the property of Sigfyrth and Morcar, and all the people submitted to him. At the same time came King Cnut to Sandwich, and went soon all about Kent into Wessex, until he came to the mouth of the Frome, and then plundered in Dorset, and in Wiltshire, and in Somerset. King Ethelred, meanwhile, lay sick at Corsham, and Alderman Edric collected an army there, and Edmund the Atheling in the north. When they came together, the alderman designed to betray Edmund the Atheling, but he could not. Whereupon they separated without an agreement, and sheered off from their enemies. Alderman Edric then secured 40 ships from the king, and submitted to Cnut. The West Saxons also submitted, and gave hostages, horsed the army, and he continued there until midwinter. AD 1016. This year came King Cnut with a marine force of 160 ships, and Alderman Edric with him, over the Thames into Mercia and Cricklade, whence they proceeded to Warwickshire during the middle of the winter, and plundered therein, and burned and slew all they met. Then began Edmund the Atheling to gather an army, which when it was collected could avail him nothing, unless the king were there and had the assistance of the citizens of London. The expedition, therefore, was frustrated, and each man betook himself home. After this an army was again ordered under full penalties, that every person, however distant, should go forth. And they sent to the king in London, and besought him to come to meet the army with the aid he could collect. When they were all assembled, it succeeded nothing better than it often did before, and when it was told the king that those persons would betray him who ought to assist him, he then forsook the army and returned to London. Then rode Edmund the Atheling to Earl Uhtred in Northumbria, and every man supposed that they would collect an army, King Cnut, but they went into Staffordshire, and to Shrewsbury, and to Chester, and they plundered on their parts, and Cnut upon his. He went out through Buckinghamshire to Bedfordshire, thence to Huntingdonshire, and so into Northamptonshire along the fens to Stamford, thence in Lincolnshire, thence to Nottinghamshire, and so in Northumbria towards York. When Uhtred understood this, he ceased from plundering, and hastened northward, and submitted for need, and all the Northumbrians with him. But though he gave hostages, he was nevertheless slain by the advice of Alderman Edric, and Thurkdell, the son of Naphan, with him. After this, King Cnut appointed Eric Earl over all of Northumbria, and Uhtred was, and then went southward another way, all by west, till the whole army came before Easter to the ships. Meanwhile, Edmund Atheling went to London to his father, and after Easter went King Cnut with all his ships toward London. But it happened that King Ethelred died ere the ships came. He ended his life on St. George's Day, having held his kingdom in much tribulation and difficulty as long as his life continued. After his decease, all the peers that were in London and the citizens chose Edmund king, who bravely defended his kingdom while his time was. Then came the ships to Greenwich, about the gang days, and within short interval went to London, where they sunk a deep ditch on the south side, and dragged to their ships on the west side of the bridge. Afterwards they trenched the city without, so that no man could go in or out of it, and often fought against it, but the citizens bravely withstood them. King Edmund had ere this gone out, and invaded the West Saxons, who all submitted to him, and soon afterwards he fought with the enemy at Pen near Gillingham. A second battle he fought, after midsummer, at Sherston, where much slaughter was made on either side, and the leaders themselves came together in the fight. Alderman Edric and Aylmer, the Darling, were assisting the army against King Edmund. Then collected he his force a third time, went to London, all by the north of the Thames, and so out through Claynger, and relieved the citizens there, driving the enemy to their ships. It was within 2 nights after that the king went to Brentford, where he fought with the enemy and put them to flight, but there many of the English were drowned, from their own carelessness, who went before the main army with the design to plunder. After this the king went to Wessex and collected his army, but the enemy soon returned to London and beset the city without, and fought strongly against it by water and land. But Almighty God delivered them. The enemy went afterward from London with their ships into the Orwell, where they went up and proceeded into Mercia, slaying and burning whatsoever they overtook, as their custom is. And having provided themselves with meat, they drove their ships and their herds into the Medway. Then assembled King Edmund the fourth time all the English nation, and forded over the Thames at Brentford, whence he proceeded into Kent. The enemy fled before him, with their horses, into the Isle of Sheppey, and the king slew as many of them as he could overtake. Alderman Edric then went to meet the king at Aylesford, that which no measure could be more ill-advised. The enemy meanwhile returned to Essex and advanced into Mercia, destroying all that he overtook. When the king understood that the army was up, then collected he the fifth time all the English nation, and went behind them, and overtook them in Essex, and on the down called Assingdon, where they fiercely came together. Then did Alderman Edric, as he often did before, he first began the fight with the Mycevathians, and so betrayed his natural lord and all the people of the England. There Cnut had the victory, though all England fought against him. There was slain Bishop Ednoth and Abbot Wolsey, and Alderman Elfric, and Alderman Godwin of Lindsey, and Ulfketel of East Anglia, and Ethelwald the son of Alderman Ethelsey. And all the nobility of the English nation was there undone. After this fight went Cnut up with his army into Gloucestershire, where he heard say that the King Edmund was residing. Then advised Alderman Edric and the councillors that were assembled that the king should make peace with each other and produce hostages. Then both the kings met together at Olney, south of Deerhurst, and became allies and sworn brothers. There they confirmed their friendship, both with pledges and oaths, and settled the pay of the army. With this covenant they parted. King Edmund took to Wessex, and Cnut to Mercia and the northern district. The army then went to their ships with the things they had taken, and the people of London made peace with them, and purchased their security, whereupon they brought their ships to London and provided themselves winter quarters therein. On the feast of St. Andrew died King Edmund, and he is buried with his grandfather Edgar at Glastonbury. In the same year died Wulfgar, abbot of Abingdon, and Athelstan took to the abbacy. A.D. 1017. This year King Cnut took the whole government of England and divided it into 4 parts: Wessex for himself, East Anglia for Thurkill, Mercia for Edric, and Northumbria for Eric. This year also was Alderman Edric slain in London, and Norman, son of Alderman Leofwin, and Ethelwald, son of Ethelmar the Great, and Britric, son of Eflage of Devonshire. King Cnut also banished Edwy Atheling, whom he afterwards ordered to be slain, and Edwy, king of the churls, and before the calends of August the king gave an order to fetch him the widow of the other king, Ethelred, the daughter of Richard, to wife. A.D. 1018. This year was the payment of the tribute all over England, that was altogether £72,000, besides that which the citizens of London had paid, and that was £10,500. The army then went partly to Denmark, and 40 ships were left with King Cnut. The Danes and Angles were united in Oxford under Edgar's law, and this year died Abbot Athelstan in Abingdon, to whom Ethelwine succeeded. AD 1019. This year went King Cnut with 9 ships to Denmark, where he abode all the winter, and Archbishop Athelstan died this year, who was also named Leifing. He was a very upright man, both before God and the world. AD 1020. This year came King Cnut back into England, and there was at Easter a great council of Cirencester, where Alderman Ethelwald was outlawed and Edwin king of the churls. This year went the king to Assington with Earl Thurkill and Archbishop Wulfstan, and other bishops, and also abbots, and many monks with them. And he ordered to be built there a minster of stone and lime, for the souls of the men who were there were slain, and gave it to his own priest, whose name was Stigand, and they consecrated the minster at Assington. And Ethelnoth the monk, who had been dean at Christ Church, was the same year on the Ides of November consecrated Bishop of Christ Church by Archbishop Wulfstan. AD 121. This year King Cnut at Martinmas outlawed Earl Thurkill, and Bishop Elfgar, the abundant giver of alms, died in the morning of Christmas Day. AD 1022. This year went King Cnut out with his ships to the Isle of Wight, and Bishop Ethelnoth went to Rome, where he was received with much honour by Benedict the Magnificent Pope, who with his own hand placed the pall upon him, and with great pomp consecrated him archbishop and blessed him on the nones of October. The archbishop on the self-same day with the same pall performed mass, as the pope directed him, after which he was magnificently entertained by the pope himself, and afterwards with a full blessing proceeded homeward. Abbot Leofwine, who had been unjustly expelled from Ely, was his companion, and he cleared himself of everything, which, as the Pope informed him, had been laid to his charge on the testimony of the Archbishop and of all the company that were with him. AD 1023. This year returned King Cnut to England and Thurkill, where he were reconciled. He committed Denmark and his son to the care of Thurkill, whilst he took Thurkill's son with him to England. This year died Archbishop Wulfstan, and Elfric succeeding him, and Archbishop Egelnoth blessed him in Canterbury. This year King Cnut in London, in St. Paul's Minster, gave full leave to Archbishop Ethelnoth, Bishop Britwine, and all God's servants that were there with them, that they might take up from the grave the Archbishop Saint Elphege. And they did so, on the 6th day before the Ides of June, and the illustrious king and the archbishop, and the diocesan bishops, and the earls, and very many others, both clergy and laity, carried by ship his holy corpse over the Thames to Southwark. And there they committed their holy martyr to the archbishop and his companions, and they with worthy pomp and sprightly joy carried him to Rochester. There on the 3rd day came the Lady Emma with her royal son Harthacnut, and they all went with much majesty and bliss and songs of praise carried by the holy archbishop into Canterbury, and so brought him gloriously into the church on the 3rd day before the Ides of June. Afterwards, on the 8th day, the 17th before the calends of July, Archbishop Ethelnoth and Bishop Elfsey and Bishop Britwine and all they were with him lodged the holy corpse of St. Elphege on the north side of the altar of Christ, to the praise of God and the holy glory of the Archbishop, and the everlasting salvation of all those who there his holy body daily seek with the earnest heart and all humility. May God Almighty have mercy on all Christian men through the holy intercession of Elphege. A.D. 1025. This year went King Cnut to Denmark with a fleet to the home by the Holy River, where against him came Ulf and Eglaf, with a very large force by both land and sea from Sweden. There were very many men lost on the side of King Cnut, both of Danish and English, and the Swedes had possession of the field of battle. A.D. 1026. This year went Bishop Elfric to Rome, and received the pall of Pope John on the second day before the Ides of November. A.D. 1028. This year went King Cnut from England to Norway with 50 ships manned with English thanes, and drove King Olaf from the land, which he entirely secured to himself. A.D. 1029. In this year King Cnut returned home to England. A.D. 1030. This year returned King Olaf into Norway, but the people gathered together against him and fought against him, and he was slain in Norway by his own people, and was afterwards canonized. Before this, in the same year, died Hakon the doughty Earl at sea. A.D. 1031. This year returned King Cnut, and as soon as he came to England he gave to Christ Church in Canterbury the haven of Sandwich and all the rights that arise therefrom, on either side of the haven, so that when the tide is highest and fullest, and there be a ship floating as near the land as possible, and there be a man standing upon the ship with a taper axe in his hand, whithersoever the large taper axe might be thrown out of the ship, throughout all land, that the ministers of Christ Church should enjoy their rights. This year went King Cnut to Rome, and the same year, as soon as he returned home, he went to Scotland, and Malcolm, king of the Scots, submitted to him, and became his man, with 2 other kings, Macbeth and Jamar. But he held his allegiance a little while only. Robert, Earl of Normandy, went this year to Jerusalem, where he died, and William, who was afterwards King of England, succeeded to the earldom, though he was only a child. A.D. 1032. This year appeared the wildfire, such as no man remembered before, which did great damage in many places. The same year died Elfsey, Bishop of Winchester, and Elfwin, the king's priest, succeeded him. A.D. 1033. This year died Bishop Merewite in Somersetshire, who is buried in Glastonbury, and Bishop Livesey, whose body resteth at Worcester, and whose see Breteth was promoted. A.D. 1034. This year died Bishop Etheric, who lies at Ramsey. A.D. 1035. This year died King Cnut in Shaftesbury, on the second day before the Ides of November, and he is buried at Winchester in the Old Minster. He was king over all England, very near 20 winters. Soon after his decease, there was a council of all the nobles in Oxford, wherein Earl Leofric, and almost all the thanes north of the Thames, and the naval men in London, chose Harold to govern all of England, for himself and his brother Harthacnut, who was in Denmark. Earl Godwin and all the eldest men in Wessex withstood it as long as they could, but they could do nothing against it. It was then resolved that Elfgiva, the mother of Harthacnut, should remain in Winchester with the household of her king and son. They held all Wessex in hand, and Earl Godwin was their chief man, Some men said of Harold that he was the son of King Cnut and Elfgive, the daughter of Alderman Elfhelm, but it was thought very incredible by many. He was, nevertheless, full king of England. Harold himself said that he was the son of Cnut and of Elfgive at the Hampshire Lady, though it was not true. But he sent and ordered to be taken from her all the best treasure that she could not hold, which King Cnut possessed, and she nevertheless abode there continually within the city as long as she could. AD 1036. This year came hither Alfred the Innocent Atheling, son of King Ethelred, and wished to visit his mother who abode at Winchester. But Earl Godwin and the other men who had so much power in this land did not suffer it, because such conduct was very agreeable to Harold, though it was unjust. Him did Godwin let, and in prison set. His friends who did not fly they slew promiscuously, and those they did not sell like slaughtered cattle fell, whilst some they spared to blind, only to wander blind. Some hamstrung helpless stood, while others they pursued. A deed more dreary none in the land was done, since Englishmen gave place to hordes of the Danish race. But repose we must in God our trust, that blithe as day with Christ lived they, who guiltless died their country's pride. The prince with courage met each cruel evil, yet 'twas decreed to him that they should lead, all bound as he was then to Aileyburn fen. But soon as their royal prize bereft they of his eyes, then to monks they brought their captive, where he sought refuge from his foes till life's sad evening close. His body ordered then these good and holy men, according to his worth, low in sacred earth, to the steeple full nigh in the south ale lie, to the transept west, his soul with Christ now doth rest. AD 1037. This year men chose Harold king of all, and forsook Harthacnut, because he was too long in Denmark, and then drove out his mother, Elgifa, the relict of King Cnut, without any pity against the raging winter. She, who was the mother of Edward, as well as of King Harthacnut, sought then the peace of Baldwin by the South Sea. Then she came to Bruges beyond sea, and Earl Baldwin well received her there, and he gave her a habitation at Bruges, and protected her, and entertained her there for as long as she needed. Ere this in the same year died Efi, the excellent Dean of Evesham. AD 1038. This year died Ethelnoth, the good Archbishop, on the calends of November, and within a little of this time Bishop Ethelric of Sussex, who prayed to God that he would not let him live any time after his dear father Ethelnoth, and within 7 nights of this he also departed. Then before Christmas died Bishop Brite in Worcestershire, and after this Bishop Ulfric in East Anglia. Then succeeded Bishop Edsy to the archbishopric, Grimkedel to the see of Sussex, and Bishop Leafing to that of Worcestershire and Gloucestershire. AD 1029. This year happened the terrible wind, and Bishop Britmar died at Lichfield. The Welsh slew Edwin, the brother of Leofric, and Thurkill, and Elfget, and many good men with them. This year also came Harthacnut to Bruges, where his mother was. AD 1040. This year died King Harold at Oxford, on the 16th before the calends of April. He was buried at Westminster. He governed all of England 4 years and 16 weeks, and in his days tribute was paid to 16 ships at the rate of 8 marks for each steersman, as was done before in King Cnut's days. The same year, they sent after Harthacnut to Bruges, supposing they did well, and he came hither to Sandwich with 60 ships, 7 nights before midsummer. He was soon received by both the Angles and the Danes, though his advisers afterwards severely paid for it. They ordered tribute of 62 ships, at the rate of 8 marks for each steersman. Then were alienated from him all that before deserted him, for he framed nothing royal during his whole reign. He ordered the dead Harold to be dragged up and thrown into a ditch. This year rose the cester of wheat to 55 pence and even further. And this year Archbishop Edgar went to Rome. AD 1041. This year was the tribute paid to the army, that was £21,099, and afterwards the 32 ships, £11,048. This year also ordered Harthacnut to lay waste to all of Worcestershire, on account of the 2 servants of his household who exacted the heavy tribute. That people slew them in the town within the minster. Early in the same year came Edward, the son of King Ethelred, hither to land from Waleland to Madron. He was the brother of King Harthacnut, and had been driven from this land for many years, but he was nevertheless sworn as king, and abode in his brother's court while he lived. They were both sons of Elfgiv Emma, who was the daughter of Earl Richard. In this year also Harthacnut betrayed Adolf under the mask of friendship. He was also allied to him by marriage. This year was Egelric consecrated Bishop of York, on the 3rd day before the Ides of January. AD 1042. This year died King Harthacnut at Lambeth. As he stood drinking, he fell suddenly to the earth with a tremendous struggle. But those who were nigh at hand took him up, and he spoke not a word afterwards, but expired on the 6th day before the Ides of June. He was king over all England 2 years, wanting 10 nights, and he is buried in the old minster at Winchester, with King Cnut, his father. And his mother, for his soul, gave to the new minster the head of St. Valentine the martyr. And ere he was buried, all people who chose Edward for king in London. And they received him well as their king, as was natural, and he reigned as long as God granted. All that year was the season very severe and many in various respects, both from the inclemency of the weather and the loss of the fruits of the earth. More cattle died this year than any man had ever remembered, either from various diseases or from the severity of the weather. At this same time died Elfsinus, abbot of Peterborough, and they chose Arnwe, a monk, for their abbot, because he was a good and benevolent man. AD 43. This year was Edward consecrated king at Winchester, early on Easter Day, with much pomp. Then was Easter on the 3rd day before the nones of April. Archbishop Edgar consecrated him, and before all people well admonished him. And Stigand the priest was consecrated bishop over the East Angles, and this year, 14 nights before the Mass of St. Andrew, it was advised the king that the Earl Leofric and Earl Godwin and Earl Seward with their revenue should ride from Gloucester to Winchester unawares upon the lady, and they deprived her of all of the treasure that she had, which was immense, because she was very formerly hard upon the king her son, and did less for him than he wished before he was king, and also since. But they suffered her to remain there afterwards. And soon after this, the king determined to invest all the land that his mother had in her hands, and took from her all that she had in gold and silver, and in numberless things, because she formerly held it too fast against him. Soon after this, Stigand was deprived of his bishopric, and they took all that he had into the hands for the king, because he was nighest the counsellor of his mother, and she had acted as he advised, as men supposed. AD 1044. This year, Archbishop Edzi resigned to see from infirmity, and consecrated Siward, Abbot of Abingdon, bishop thereto, with the permission and advice of the king and Earl Godwin. It was known to few men else before it was done, because the archbishop feared that some other man would either beg or buy it, whom he might worse trust and oblige him, if it were known to many men. This year there was a great hunger over all England, and corn so dear no man remembered before, so that the cester of wheat rose to 60 pence, and even further. And this same year the king went out to Sandwich with 35 ships, and Athelstan, the church warden, succeeded to the abbacy of Abingdon, and Stigand returned to his bishopric. In the same year also King Edward took to wife Edgar, the daughter of Earl Godwin, 10 nights before Candlemas. And in the same year died Britwald, Bishop of Wiltshire, on the 10th day before the calends of May, which bishopric he held 30 years, 8 winters. That was the bishopric of Sherborne. And Herman, the king's priest, succeeded to the bishopric. This year Wulfric was consecrated abbot of St. Augustine's at Christmas, on the Mass Day of St. Stephen, by the king's leave, and by that of Abbot Elfstan by reason of his great infirmity. AD 1045. This year died Elfward, Bishop of London, on the 8th day before the calends of August. He was formerly Abbot of Evesham, and well furthered that monastery, that while he was there, he went then to Ramsey, and there resigned his life. And Manny was chosen abbot, being consecrated on the 4th day before the Ides of August. This year Gunilda, a woman of rank, a relative of King Cnut, was driven out, and resided afterwards at Bruges a long while, and then went to Denmark. King Edward during the year collected a large fleet at Sandwich, through the threatening of Magnus of Norway, but his contest with Sweyn in Denmark prevented him from coming hither. AD 1046. This year died Leifting, the eloquent bishop, on the 10th day before the calends of April. He had 3 bishoprics, one in Devonshire, one in Cornwall, and another in Worcestershire. Then succeeded Leofric, who was the king's priest to Devonshire and to Cornwall, and Bishop Aldred to Worcestershire. This year died Elfwine, Bishop of Winchester, on the 4th day before the calends of September, and Stigand, Bishop of Norfolk, was raised to his see. Ere this, in the same year, died Grimkadel, Bishop of Sussex, and he lies at Christchurch in Canterbury. And Hector, the king's priest, succeeded to the bishopric. Sweyn also sent hither, and requested the aid of 50 ships against Magnus, king of the Norwegians. But it was thought unwise by all the people, and thus it was prevented, because Magnus had a large army, and he drove Sweyn out, and with much slaughter won the land. The Danes then gave him so much money, and received him as a king. The same year Magnus died. The same year also Earl Sweyn went out to Baldwin's land, to Bruges, and remained there all winter. In the summer he departed. AD 1046. This year went Earl Sweyn into Wales, and Griffin, king of the northern men, with him, and hostages were delivered to him. As he returned homeward, he ordered the Abbess of Leominster to be fetched him, and he had her as long as he list, after which he let her go home. In the same year was outlawed Osgod Klapa, master of the house before midwinter, and in the same year after Candlemas came the strong winter, with frost and snow, and with all kinds of bad weather, so that there was no man alive who could remember so severe a winter as this was, both through loss of men and through loss of cattle, yea, fowls and fish through much cold and hunger perished. A.D. 1047. This year died Athelstan, Bishop of Abingdon, on the 4th day before the calends of April, and Sparhawk, monk of St. Edmundsbury, succeeded him. Easter Day was then on the 3rd day before the nones of April, and there was all over England very great loss of men this year also. The same year came to Sandwich Lothen and Earling, with 25 ships, and plundered and took incalculable spoil in men, in gold and silver, so that no man wist what it all was. And when then Abbot Tannet, and would there have done the same, but the land folk firmly withstood, and resisted them both by land and sea, and thence put them to flight withal. They betook themselves thence to Essex, where they plundered and took men, and wheresoever they could find, whence they departed eastward to Baldwin's land, and having deposited the booty they had gained, they returned east to the place whence they had come before. A.D. 1048. This year came Sweyn back to Denmark, and Harold, the uncle of Magnus, went to Norway on the death of Magnus, and the Northmen submitted to him. He sent an embassy of peace to the land, as did also Sweyn from Denmark, requesting of King Edward naval assistance to the amount of at least 50 ships, but all the people resisted it. This year also there was an earthquake on the calends of May in many places at Worcester, Wick, and Derby, and elsewhere wide throughout England, with a great many loss by disease of men and cattle all over the land, and the wildfire in Derbyshire and elsewhere did much harm. In the same year, the enemy plundered Sandwich and the Isle of Wight, and slew the best men that there were, and King Edmund and the earls went out after them with their ships. The same year, Bishop Seward resigned his bishopric from infirmity, and retired to Abingdon, upon which Archbishop Edsy resumed the bishopric, and he died within 8 weeks of this, on the 10th day before the calends of November. Then came Abbot Sparhawk to him, with the king's writ and seal, in order he should consecrate him Bishop of London. Then the Archbishop refused, and said that the Pope had forbidden him. Then went the Abbot and the Archbishop again for that purpose, and desired episcopal ordination, and the Archbishop constantly refused, and said that the Pope had forbidden it. Then went the Abbot to London, and occupied the bishopric before had granted to him, with his full leave, all the summer and harvest. And then came Eustace, the Earl of Boulogne, from beyond the sea, soon after the bishop, and went to the king and spoke with him, that which he would return homeward. When he came to Canterbury, east, then took he refreshment there, and his men went to Dover. When he was some mile or more on this side of Dover, then he put on his breastplate, and did so all his companions, went to Dover. When they came thither, they would lodge themselves where they chose. Then came one of his men, and would abide in the house of the householder against his will, and wounded the householder, and the householder slew the other. Then Eustace got upon his horse, and his companions upon theirs, and they went to the householder and slew him within his own dwelling. And they went up towards the town and slew as well many more than 20 men. The townsmen slew 19 men on the other side, and wounded they not knew how many. And Eustace escaped with a few men, and went again to the king, and made it known to him in part how they had fared. And the king became very wroth with the townsmen. And the king sent off Godwin the earl, and bade him to go into Kent in a hostile manner to Dover, for Eustace had made it appear to the king that it had been more the fault of the townsmen than his, but it was not so. And the earl would not consent to the inroad because he was loth to injure his people. Then the king sent after all his council and bade come to Gloucester, nigh the aftermath of St. Mary. Then had the Welshmen erected a castle in Hertfordshire among the people, Sweyn the earl, and wrought every kind of harm and disgrace to the king's men which they could. And then came Godwin the earl, and Sweyn the earl, and Harold the earl, together at Bevanstone, and many men with them, in order that they might go to their royal lord, and to all the peers who were assembled with them, in order they might have the advice to the king and his aid and all of his council, how they might avenge the king's disgrace, and the whole nation. Then were the Welshmen, with the king beforehand, accused the earls, so that they might come within the eye's sight, so that they were coming through thither to betray the king. Thither had come seaward the Earl of Northumbria, and Leofric the Earl of Mercia, and many more people with them, from the north to the king. And it was made known that Earl Godwin and his sons, that the king and men were with him, were taking counsel concerning them. And then they arrayed themselves on the other hand resolutely, though it were loathful to them that they should stand against their royal lord. Then the peers of either side decreed that every kind of evil should cease, and the king gave the peace of God and his full friendship to either side. Then the king and his peers decreed that a council of all the nobles should be held for the second time in London at the harvest of equinox, and the king directed the army to be called out, as well south of the Thames as north, all that was in any way most eminent. They declared Sweyn the earl an outlaw, and summoned Godwin the earl and Harold the earl to the council, as quickly as they could effect it. When they had come thither, then they were summoned into the council. Then required he safe conduct, hostages, so that he might come unbetrayed into the council and out of it. Then the king demanded all the thanes whom earls before had, and they granted him into his hands. Then the king sent unto them, and commanded them that he should come with 12 men to a king's council. And then the earl again required safe conduct and hostages, that he might defend himself against each of those things that were laid to him. But then were the hostages refused of him, and he was allowed safe conduct for 5 nights to go out of their land. Godwin and the earl and Sweyn went to Bosham, and shoved out their ships, and betook themselves beyond the sea, and sought Baldwin's protection, and abode there all the winter. And Harold the earl went west to Ireland, and was there all the winter within the king's protection. And soon after this happened, then put away the king the lady who had been consecrated his queen, Editha, and caused to be taken from her all which she possessed in land, gold, silver, and all things, delivered upon to her sister in Werwell. And Abbot Sparafoc was then driven out of the bishopric of London, and William the king's priest ordained thereto. And then Oda was appointed Earl over Devonshire, and Somerset over Dorset and the Welsh. Algar, the son of Leofric the Earl, was appointed to the earldom which Harold had before held. A.D. 1049. This year the emperor gathered an innumerable army against Baldwin of Bruges, because he had destroyed the palace of Nimeguen, and because many other ungracious acts that he did against them. The army was immense that he had collected together. There was Leo, the Pope of Rome, and the Patriarch, and many other great men of several provinces. He sent also King Edward, and requested of him naval aid, that he might not permit him to escape from him by water. Whereupon he went up to Sandwich, and there lay a large naval armament, until the Emperor had all that he wished of Baldwin. Thither also came back again Earl Sweyn, who had gone from his land in Denmark, and there ruined his cause with the Danes. He came hither with a pretence, saying that he would again submit to the king and be his man, and he requested Earl Bourne to be assistants of him, and with him give land to feed him upon. But Harold, his brother, and Earl Bourne resisted him, and would give him nothing of that which the king had given them. The king also refused him everything, whereupon Sweyn retired to his ships at Bosham. Then, after the settlement between the Emperor and Baldwin, many ships went home, and the king remained behind Sandwich with a few ships. Earl Godwin also sailed 42 ships from Sandwich to Pevensey, and Earl Bourne went with him. Then the king gave leave to all the Mercians to return home, and they did so. Then it was told to the king that Osgood lay at Ulps with 39 ships, whereupon the king sent after the ships that he might dispatch, which before had gone homewards, but they still lay at the Nore. And then Osgood fetched his wife from Bruges, and they went back again with 6 ships, but the rest went towards Essex to Adolfsness, and there plundered, and then returned to their ships. But there came upon them a strong wind, so that they were all lost but 4 persons, who were afterwards slain beyond sea. Whilst Earl Godwin and Earl Bjorn lay at Pevensey with their ships, came Earl Sweyn, and with a pretence requested of Earl Bjorn, that was his uncle's son, that he would be his companion to the king at Sandwich, and better his condition with him, adding that he would swear oaths to him and be faithful. Whereupon Bjorn concluded that he would not for their relationship betray him. He therefore took 3 companions with him, and they rode to Bosham, where his ships lay, as though they should proceed to Sandwich. But they suddenly bound him, and led him to the ships, and went thence with him to Dartmouth, where they ordered him to be slain and buried deep. He was afterwards found, and Harold, his cousin, fetched him thence, and led him to Winchester, to the old minster, where they buried him with King Cnut his uncle. Then the king and all the army proclaimed Sweyn an outlaw. A little before the men of Hastings, and thereabout fought with their 2 ships, and slew all the men, and brought the ships to Sandwich to the king. 8 ships had he, ere he betrayed Bjorn. Afterwards they forsook him except 2, whereupon he went eastward to the land of Baldwin, and sat there all winter at Bruges, in full security. In the same year came up from Ireland 36 ships on the Welsh coast, and thereabout committed outrages with the aid of Griffin, the Welsh king. The people were soon gathered against them, and there was also with them Bishop Ealdred. But they had too little assistance, and the enemy came unawares on them very early in the morning, and slew on the spot many good men. But the others burst forth with the bishop. This was done on the 4th day before the calends of August. This year died the good Bishop Ednoth in Oxfordshire, and Oswy, abbot of Tormey, and Wulfnoth, abbot of Westminster, and King Edward gave the bishopric which Edna had to Ulf his priest, but it ill betided them, and he was driven from it, because he did not like a bishop therein, so that it shameth us now to say more. Bishop Seward also died, who lies at Abingdon. In this same year King Edward put 9 ships out of pay, and the crews departed, and went away with the ships withal, leaving 5 ships only behind, for whom the king ordered 12 months' pay. The same year went Bishops Herman and Aldred to the Pope at Rome on the king's errand. This year was also consecrated the great minsters at Reims, in which the presence of Pope Leo and the Emperor. There was also a great synod at Saint Remy, at which was present Pope Leo, with the archbishops of Burgundy, of Bescanon, of Trèves and Rheims, and many wise men besides, both clergy and laity. A great synod there held they respecting the service of God, at the instance of St. Leo the Pope. It is difficult to recognize all the bishops that came there thither, and also abbots. King Edward sent thither Bishop Dudok and Bishop Wulfric of St. Augustine's and Elphin Abbot of Ramsey, with the intent that they should report to the king what was determined there concerning Christendom. This same year came Earl Sweyn into England. A.D. 1050. This year returned the bishops home from Rome, and Earl Sweyn had his sentence of outlawry reversed. The same year died Edsy, Archbishop of Canterbury, on the 4th day before the calends of November, and also in the same year Elfric, Bishop of York, on the 11th calendar day before February. A very venerable man and wise, and his body lies at Peterborough. Then had King Edward a meeting of the Great Council in London, in mid-Lent, which he appointed Robert the Frank, who was Bishop of London, Archbishop of Canterbury now, and he during the same Lent went to Rome after his poll. The king, meanwhile, gave the see of London to Sparrock, Abbot of Abingdon, but it was taken from him again before he was consecrated. The king also gave the abbacy of Abingdon to Bishop Rodulf, his cousin. The same year he put all the lightermen out of pay. The Pope held a council again at Vercelli, and Bishop Ulf came thither, where he nearly had his staff broken. He had not paid more money, because he could not perform his duties so well as he should. The same year King Edward abolished the Danegeld, which King Ethelred imposed. This was in the 39th year after it had begun. That tribute harassed all the people of England so long as is above written, and it was always paid before other imposts, which were levied indiscriminately and vexed men variously. A.D. 1051. This year came Archbishop Robert hither over the sea with his pall from Rome, one day before St. Peter's Eve, and he took the archiepiscopal seat at Christchurch on St. Peter's Day, and soon after this went to the king. Then came Abbot Sparhawk to him with the king's written seal, to the intent that he should consecrate him Bishop of London, but the archbishop refused, saying that the Pope had forbidden him. Then went the abbot to the archbishop again for the same purpose, and they demanded episcopal consecration, but the archbishop obstinately refused. Then went the abbot to London, and sat the archbishopric, which the king had given before him with his full leave all the summer and autumn. Then during the same year came Eustace, who had the sister of King Edward to wife, from beyond sea, soon after the bishop, and went to the king, and having spoken with him whatever he chose, he then went homeward. When he came to Canterbury eastward, there he took a repast, and his men, whence he proceeded to Dover. When he was about a mile or more on this side of Dover, he put on his breastplate, and so did all his companions, and they proceeded to Dover. When they came thither, they resolved to quarter themselves wherever they lived. Then came one of his men, and would lodge at the house of a master family against his will, but having wounded the master of the house, he was slain by the other. Then Eustace, quickly upon his horse, and his companions upon theirs, having gone to the master of the family, slew him on his own hearth. Then, going to the borroward, they slew both within and without more than 20 men. The townsmen slew 19 men on the other side and wounded more, but they knew not how many. Eustace escaped with a few, and went again to tell the king, telling him partially how they fared, and the king was very wroth with the townsmen, and sent off Earl Godwin, bidding him go into Kent with hostility to Dover. For Eustace had told the king that the guilt of the townsmen was greater than his, but it was not so, and the earl would not consent to the expedition, because he was loth to destroy his own people. Then sent the king after all his council, and bade them come to Gloucester, nigh after the Mass of St. Mary. Meanwhile, Godwin took it much to heart that in his earldom that such a thing should happen, whereupon he begged to gather forces over his earldom, and Earl Sweyn his son over his, and Harold his other son over his earldom, and thus they assembled at Gloucestershire, at Langtree, a large tree, an innumerable army, all ready for battle against the king, unless Eustace and his men were delivered to them handcuffed, and also that the Frenchmen that were in the castle were done the same. This was done 7 nights before the latter Mass of St. Mary, where King Edward was sitting in Gloucester. Whereupon he sent after Earl Leofric, and the north after Earl Siward, and summoned their retinues. At first they came to him with moderate aid, but when they found out how it was in the south, they sent the north all over their earldom, and ordered a large force to help their lord. So did Ralph also over his earldom, and then they came to Gloucester to aid the king, though it was late. So unanimous were they in all defence of the king, that they would seek Godwin's army if they desired it. But some prevented that, because it was very unwise that they should come together, for in 2 armies there were almost all that was the noblest in England. They therefore prevented this, that they themselves might not leave the land of the mercy of their foes, whilst engaged in destructive conflict betwixt ourselves. Then it was advised that they should exchange hostages with them, and they issued proclamations throughout London, whither all the people was summoned, over all this north end in Seward's earldom, and Leofric's, and also elsewhere, and Earl Godwin was to come thither with his sons to a conference. They came as far as Southwark, and very many of them from Wessex, but his army continually diminished more and more, for they bound over to the king all the thanes that belonged to Earl Harold and his son, and outlawed Earl Sweyn his other son. When it could not serve the purpose, come to a conference against the king and many of that army that were with him, he went in the night away. In the morning the king held a council, and proclaimed him an outlaw, with his whole army, himself and his wife, and all his 3 sons, Sweyn, Tosti, and Grith. And he went south to Thorney with his wife, and Sweyn his son, and Tosti and his wife, and a cousin of Baldwin of Bruges, and his son Grith. Earl Harold with Leofwine went to Bristol in the ship that Earl Sweyn had before prepared and provisioned for himself. And the king sent Bishop Aldred from London with his retinue, with orders to overtake him ere he came to the ship. But they either could not or would not, and he then went out from the mouth of the Avon. But he encountered such adverse weather that he got off with difficulty and suffered great loss. He then went forth to Ireland, as soon as the weather had permitted. In the meantime, the Welshmen had wrought a castle in Herefordshire, in the territory of Earl Sweyn, and brought as much injury and disgrace on the king's men thereabout as they could. Then came Earl Godwin, and Earl Sweyn, and Earl Harold together at Beverston, and many men with them, intent that they might go to their natural lord and to all the peers assembled with him, to the king's council and assistance, and that of all the peers together, how they might avenge the insult that was offered to the king and to all of the nation. But the Welshmen were before with the king, and bewrayed their earls, so that they were not permitted to come within the sight of his eyes, for they declared that they intended to come thither to betray the king. There was now assembled before the king Earl Siward, Leofric, and many people from the north, and it was told Earl Godwin and his sons that the king and his men who were with him would take counsel against them. But they prepared themselves firmly to resist, though they were loth to proceed against their natural lord. Then advised the peers on either side that they should abstain from all hostility, and the king gave God's peace and his friendship to each party. Then advised the king and his council that there should be a second time a general assembly of all the nobles in London at the autumn equinox, and the king ordered out an army both south and north of the Thames, the best that ever was. Then was Earl Sweyn proclaimed an outlaw, and Earl Godwin and Earl Harold were summoned to the council as early as they could come. When they came thither, and were cited to the council, then required they security and hostages, that they might come into the council and go without treachery. It was from Thorney that Godwin and those were with him sent to Bruges, to Baldwin's land, in one ship, with as much treasure as they could lodge therein from each man. Wonderful would it have been, thought by every single man there that was in England, if any person had said before that it would end thus. For he was before raised such a height that he ruled the king and all England. His sons were earls and the king's darlings, and his daughter wedded and united to the king. Soon after this took place, the king dismissed the lady who had been consecrated his queen, and ordered all to be taken from her that she had in land, all gold, silver, and all things. Soon after came Earl William from beyond the sea with a large retinue of Frenchmen, and the king entertained him, as many of his companions as were convenient to him, and let him depart again. Then was Abbot Sparhawk driven from his bishopric in London, and William the king's priest was invested therewith. Then was Odie appointed Earl over Devonshire, and over Somerset, and over Dorset and Wales, and Algar the son of Leofric was promoted to the earldom which Harold before had possessed. A.D. 1052. This year died Elfgive, the lady, relict of King Ethelred and of King Cnut, on the 2nd before the nones of March. In the same year Griffin the Welsh king plundered Herefordshire, until he came very nigh to Leominster, and they gathered against him, and very great slaughter was made of many English and also many French. That was on the same day which 13 years before Edwin had been slayed by his companions. A.D. 1053. About this time was the great wind on the Mass night of St. Thomas, which did much harm everywhere, and all the midwinter was also much wind. It was this year that resolved to slay Rhys, the Welsh king's brother, because he did harm, and they brought his head to Gloucester on the eve of Twelfth Day. In the same year, before Alamholimus, died Wolfsey, Bishop of Lichfield, and Godwin, Abbot of Winchcombe, and Aylward, Abbot of Glastonbury, all within 1 month. And Leofwine, Abbot of Coventry, took to the bishopric of Lichfield, Bishop Aldred to the abbacy of Winchcombe, and Aylnoth took the abbacy of Glastonbury. The same year died Elfric, brother of Oda, at Deerhurst, and his body resteth Peershaw. In this year was the last King of Winchester at Easter, and Earl Godwin with him, and Earl Harrod his son, and Tosti. On the day after Easter sat he with the king at the table, and he suddenly sunk beneath against all the foot-rail, deprived of speech and all his strength. He was brought into the king's chamber, and they supposed that it would pass over. But it was not so. He continued thus speechless and helpless there till Thursday, where he resigned his life. On the 17th, before the calends of May, he was buried at Winchester in the Old Minster. Earl Harold, his son, took to the earldom that his father had before, and to all that his father possessed, while Earl Elgar took to the earldom that Harold had before. The Welshmen this year slew a great many of the warders of the English people at Westbury. This year there was no archbishop in the land, but Bishop Steytand held the see of Canterbury at Christchurch, and Kinsey that of York. Leofwine and Wulfwe went over the sea, and had themselves consecrated as bishops there. Wulfwe took to the bishopric which Ulf had, whilst he was living in exile. A.D. 1054. This year died Leo, the holy pope at Rome, and Victor was chosen pope in his stead. And in this year was so great the loss of cattle, as was not remembered for many winters before. This year went Earl Siward with a large army against Scotland, consisting both of marines and land forces, and engaging with the Scots, he put to flight the King Macbeth, and slew all the best in the land, and led thence much spoil, so as no man had before obtained. And he fell also on his side both Danish and English, even his own son Osborne, and his sister's son Siward, and many of his housecarls, and also many of the kings were slain that day, which were that of 7 sleepers. This same year went Bishop Aldred south over sea into Saxony to Cologne on the king's errand, where he was entertained with great respect by the emperor, abode there well nigh a year, and received presents not only from the court, but from the Bishop of Cologne and the emperor. He commissioned Bishop Leofwine to consecrate the minster at Evesham, and it was consecrated in the same year on the 6th before the Ides of October. This year also died Osgood Clapper, suddenly in his bed, as he lay at rest. A.D. 1055. This year died Earl Siward at York, and his body lies within the minster at Galmano, which he had himself ordered to be built and consecrated in the name of God and Saint Olav, to the honour of God and to all of his saints. Archbishop Kinsey fetched his pal from Pope Victor. Then, within a little time after, a general council was summoned to London 7 nights before mid-Lent, at which Earl Elgar, son of Earl Leofric, was outlawed, almost without any guilt, because it was said against him that he was the betrayer of the king and of all people of the land. And he was arraigned thereof before all that were assembled, though the crime laid to his charge was unintentional. The king, however, gave the earldom which Earl Siward formerly had to Tosti, son of Earl Godwin, whereupon Earl Edgar sought Griffin's territory in North Wales. Thence he went to Ireland, and there gave him a fleet of 18 ships besides his own, and then returned to Wales to King Griffin with the armament, who received him on terms of amity. And they gathered a great force with the Irish and the Welsh, and Earl Ralph collected a great army against them at the town of Hereford, where they met, but ere there was a spear thrown, the English people fled, because they were upon horses. The enemy then made a great slaughter there, about 400 or 500 men, they on the other side, none. And then they went to the town, and burned it utterly, and a large minster, of which the worthy Bishop Athelstan had caused to be built, they had plundered and bereft of relic and reef, and all of things whatsoever, and all the people they slew, and led some away. Then an army from all parts of England was gathered nigh, and they came to Gloucester, whence they sallied not far out against the Welsh, and there lay some time. Earl Harold caused the canal to be dug about the town all the while. Meantime, men began to speak of peace, and Earl Harold and those who had come with him to Bilsey, where amity and friendship were established between them. The sentence of outlawry against Earl Edgar was reversed, and they gave him all that was taken from him before. The fleet returned to Chester, and there they waited for pay, which Edgar had promised them. The slaughter was on the 9th before the calends of November. In the same year died Tremerig, the Welsh bishop, soon after the plundering, who was Bishop Athelstan's substitute after he had become infirm. AD 1056. This year Bishop Egelric resigned his bishopric at Durham and retired to Peterborough Minster, and his brother Egelwine succeeded him. The worthy Bishop Athelstan died on the 4th before the Ides of February, and his body lies at Hereford. To him succeeded Leofgar, who was Earl Harold's mass priest. He wore his knapsack in his priesthood until he was a bishop. He abandoned his chrism and his rood, his ghostly weapons, and took to his spear and to his sword after his bishophood, and so marched to the field against Griffin the Welsh king. But he was there slain, and his priests with him, and Elnoth the sheriff, and many of the good men with them. The rest fled. This was 8 nights before midsummer. Difficult is it to relate the vexation on the journeying, the marching, and the fatigue, the fall of men and of horses, also which of the whole army of the English suffered, until Earl Leofric and Earl Harold and Bishop Eldred came together and made peace between them. So Griffin swore oaths that he would be a firm and faithful viceroy to King Edward. Then Bishop Eldred took to the bishopric which Leofgar had before 11 weeks and 4 days. The same year died Cona the emperor, and Earl Oda, whose body lies at Pershore, and was admitted a monk before his end, which was on the 2nd before the calends of September. A good man, and virtuous, truly noble. AD 1057. This year came Edward Atheling, the son of King Edmund, to this land, and soon after died. His body is buried within St. Paul's Minster in London. He was brothers to the son of King Edward. King Edmund was called Ironside for his valour. This Atheling King Cnut had sent into Hungary to betray him. But he there grew in favour with good men, as God granted him, and it well became him, so that he obtained the emperor's cousin in marriage, and by her had fair offspring. Her name was Agatha. We know not for what reason it was done, that he should see his relation King Edward. Alas, that was a rueful time, and injurious to all this nation, that he ended his life soon after he came to England, to the misfortune of this miserable people. The same year died Earl Leofric, on the 2nd before the calends of October, who was very wise before God, and also before the world, and who benefited all this nation. He lies at Coventry, and his son Edgar took to his territory. This year died Earl Ralph, on the 12th before the calends of January, and lies at Peterborough. Also died Bishop Hecker in Sussex, and Egelric was elevated to his see. This year also died Pope Victor, and Stephen was chosen Pope, who was abbot of Monot Cassino. AD 1058. This year was Earl Edgar banished, but he soon came in again by force, through Griffin's assistance, and a naval armament came from Norway. It is tedious to tell how it all fell out. In the same year, Bishop Aldred consecrated the Minster church at Gloucester, which he himself had raised, to the honour of God and St. Peter, and then went to Jerusalem with such dignity as no other man did before him, and he betook himself there to God. A worthy gift he also offered to our Lord's sepulchre, which was a golden chalice of the value of 5 marks, of very wonderful workmanship. In the same year died Pope Stephen, and Benedict was appointed Pope. He sent hither the pall to Bishop Stigand, who was Archbishop consecrated Egelric a monk at Christchurch, Bishop of Sussex, and Abbot Seward, Bishop of Rochester. AD 1059. This year was Nicholas chosen Pope, who had been Bishop of Florence, and Benedict was expelled, who was Pope before. This year was also consecrated the steeple at Peterborough, on the 16th before the calends of November. AD 1060. This year was a great earthquake on the translation of St. Martin, and King Henry died in France. Kinsey, Archbishop of York, died on the 11th day before the calends of January, and he lies at Peterborough. Bishop Aldred succeeded to the see, and Walter to that of Hertfordshire. Dudok also died, who was Bishop of Somersetshire, and Gisa, the priest, was appointed in his stead. AD 1061. This year went Bishop Aldred to Rome after his pall, which he received at the hands of Pope Nicholas. Earl Tosti and his wife also went to Rome, and the bishop and the earl met with great difficulty as they returned home. In the same year died Bishop Godwin at St. Martin's, on the 7th before the Ides of March, and in the self-same year died Wulfric, abbot of St. Augustine's, in the Easter week, on the 14th between the calends of May. Pope Nicholas also died, and Alexander was chosen pope, who was Bishop of Lucca. When a word came to the king that the abbot Wulfric was dead, then chose he Athelstan, a monk of the old Minster, to succeed, who followed Archbishop Stigand, and was consecrated abbot at Windsor on St. Augustine's Mass Day. AD 1063. This year went Earl Harold, after midwinter, from Gloucester to Ridlan, which belonged to Griffin, and that habitation be burned, with his ships and all the rigging belonging thereto, and put him to flight. Then in gang days went Harold with his ships from Bristol about Wales, where he made a truce with the people, and they gave him hostages. Tosti meanwhile advanced with a land force against them and plundered the land, but in the harvest of the same year was King Griffin slain on the nones of August by his own men, through the war that he waged with Earl Harold. He was king over all the Welsh nation, and his head was brought to Earl Harold, who sent it to the king with the ship's head and the rigging therewith. King Edward committed the land to his two brothers, Blethgent and Rhygwartel, who swore oaths and gave hostages to the king and the earl, that they would be faithful to him in all things, ready to aid him everywhere, by water and by land, and would pay him such tribute from the land as was paid long before to other kings. A.D. 1065. This year, before Lammas, ordered Earl Harold and his men to build at Portskeworth in Wales. But when he had begun and collected many materials, and thought to have King Edward there for the purpose of hunting, even when it was all ready, came Caradoc, son of Griffin, with all the gang that he could get, and slew almost all that were building there, and they seized the materials that were there gotten ready. Wist we not know who first advised the wicked deed? This was done on the Mass Day of St. Bartholomew. Soon after this, all the thanes in Yorkshire and Northumberland gathered themselves together at York, and outlawed their Earl Tosti, slaying all the men of his clan that they could reach, both Danish and English, and took all his weapons in York with gold and silver, and all his money that they could anywhere find. Then they sent after Morcar, son of Earl Edgar, and chose him for their earl. He went south with all the shire, and with Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire and Lincolnshire, till he came to Northampton, where his brother Edwin came to meet him with the men that were in his earldom. Many Britons also came with him. Harold also met them, on whom they imposed an errand to King Edward, sending also messengers with him, and requesting that they might have Morcar for their earl. This the king granted, and sent back Harold to them on the eve of St. Simon and St. Jude, and announced them the same, and confirmed it by hand, renewing there the laws of Cnut. But the Northmen did much harm about Northampton, whilst he was on their errand, either that they slew men, and burned houses and corn, or took all the cattle that they could come at, which amounted to many thousands. Many hundred men also they took, and led northward with them, so that only that shire, but others near it, were worse for many winters. And then Earl Tosti and his wife, and all who acted with him, went over the South Sea with him to Earl Baldwin, who received them all, and they were there for the winter. About midwinter came King Edward to Westminster, and had the minsters there consecrated, which he himself built to the honour of God and St. Peter and all of God's saints. This church hallowing was on Childermas Day. But he died on the eve of the 12th day, and was buried on the 12th day in the same minster, it is hereafter said. Here Edward King of Angles Lord sent his steadfast soul to Christ, in the kingdom of God, a Holy Spirit. He in the world here abode, while in the nightly throng of council sage, 24 winters wielding the sceptre freely, wealth he dispensed. In the tide of health, the youthful monarch, offspring of Ethelred, ruled well his subjects, the Welsh and the Scots, and the Britons also. Angles and Saxons, relations of old. So apprehended the first rank, that to Edward all the noble king were firmly held high-seated men. Blithe-minded aye was the harmless king, though he long ere of land bereft, abode in exile wide on the earth, when Cnut overcame the kin of Ethelred, and the Danes wielded the dear kingdom of England. 28 winters rounds they wealth dispensed. Then came forth, free in his chambers, the royal array, good, pure, and mild, Edward the noble, by his country defended, by land and people, until suddenly came the bitter death, and this king so dear snatched from our earth. Angles carried his soul so sincere into the light of heaven, but the prudent king had settled the realm on high-born men, on Harold himself, the noble earl, who in every season faithfully heard and obeyed his lord in word and deed, nor gave to any what might be wanted by the nation's king. This year also was the Earl Harold hallowed to king, but he enjoyed little tranquillity therein, the while that he wielded the kingdom. A.D. 1066. This year came King Harold from York to Westminster, on the Easter succeeding the midwinter, when the King Edward died. Easter was then on the 16th day before the calends of May. Then was over all England such a token seen as no man ever saw before. Some men said it was the comet star, which others denominate the long-haired star. It appeared first on the eve called Litania Major, that is, on the 8th before the calends of May, and so shone all the week. Soon after this came Earl Tosti from beyond the sea into the Isle of Wight, with as large a fleet as he could get, and he was there supplied with money and provisions. Thence he proceeded and committed outrages by the sea coast, where he could land until he came to Sandwich, when it was told King Harold, who was in London, that his brother Tosti had come to Sandwich, gathered so large a force, naval and military, as no king before collected in this land, for it was credibly reported that Earl William from Normandy, King Edward's cousin, would come hither and gain this land, just as it afterwards happened. When Tosti understood that King Harold was on the way to Sandwich, he departed thence, and took some of the boatmen with him, willing and unwilling, and went into the Humber with 60 ships, whence he plundered in Lindsey, and slew a good many men. When the Earls Edwin and Morcar understood that, they came hither, and drove him from the land, and the boatmen forsook him, and he went to Scotland with 12 smacks, and the King of the Scots entertained him, and aided him with provisions, and he abode there all the summer. There met him Harold, King of Norway, with 300 ships, and Tosti submitted to him, and became his man. Then came King Harold to Sandwich, where he awaited his fleet, for it was long ere it could be collected. But when it was assembled, he went into the Isle of Wight, and there lay all the summer and the autumn. There it was also a land force everywhere by sea, though it availed naught in the end. It was now the nativity of St. Mary, when the provisioning of the men began, and no man could keep them there any longer. They therefore had to leave to go home, and the king rode up, and the ships were driven to London. but many of them perished ere they came thither. When the ships had come home, then came Harold, King of Norway, north into the Tyne unawares, with a very great sea force, no small one, that might be with 300 ships or more, and Earl Tosti came to him with all these he had got, just as they had before said, and they both went up with all the fleet alongside the Ouse toward York. When it was told King Harold in the south, after he had come from the ships, that Harold, King of Norway, and Earl Tosti were come up near York, then he went northward by day and night, as soon as he could collect his army. But ere Harold could come thither, the Earls Edwin and Morcar had gathered from their earldoms as great a force as they could get and fought with the enemy. They made great slaughter too, but there was a good number of English people slain and drowned and put to flight, and the Northmen had possession of the field of battle. It was then told Harold, King of the English, that this thus had happened. At this fight was on the eve of St. Matthew the Apostle, which was Wednesday. Then after the fight went Harold, King of Norway, and Earl Tosti into York with as many followers as they could fit. And having procured hostages and provisions from the city, they proceeded to their ships and proclaimed full friendship, on condition that all would go southward with them and gain this land. In the midst came Harold, King of the English, with his army on the Sunday to Tadcaster, where he collected his fleet. Thence he proceeded on Monday throughout York. But Harold, King of Norway, and Earl Tosti with their forces were gone from their ships beyond York to Stamford Bridge, for it was given to them to understand that hostages would be brought to them there from all the shires. Thither came Harold, King of the English, unawares again beyond the bridge, and they closed together there, and continued long in the day fighting severely. There was slain Harold the fair-haired, King of Norway, and Earl Tosti, and a multitude of people with them, both Normans and English. And the Normans that were left fled from the English, who slew them hotly behind, until some came to their ships. Some were drowned, some burned to death, and thus variously destroyed, so that there was very little left, and the English gained possession of the field. But there was one of the Norwegians who withstood the English, so that they could not pass over the bridge, nor complete a victory. An Englishman aimed at him with the javelin, but it availed nothing. Then came another under the bridge, who pierced him terribly inwards under the coat of mail. And Harold, the King of the English, then came over the bridge followed by his army, and there they made a great slaughter, both of the Norwegians and of the Flemings. But Harold let the king's son Edmund go home to Norway with all the ships. He also gave quarter to Olav, the Norwegian king's son, and to their bishop, and to the Earl of the Orkneys, and to those who were left in the ships, who then went up to the king, and took oaths that they would ever maintain faith and friendship unto this land. Whereupon the king let them go home with 24 ships. These two general battles were fought within 5 nights. Meantime, Earl William came up from Normandy into Pevensey on the eve of St. Michael's Mass, and soon after his landing was effected, they constructed a castle at the port of Hastings. This was then told to King Harold, and he gathered a large force, and came to meet him at the estuary of Appledore. However, William came against him unawares ere his army was collected, but the king, nevertheless, very hardly encountered with the men that would support him, and there was great slaughter made on either side. There was slain King Harold, and Leofwin his brother, and Earl Gurth his brother, with many good men, and the Frenchmen gained the field of battle, as God granted them for the sins of this nation. Archbishop Eldred and the Corporation of London were then desirous of having child Edgar to king, as he was quite natural to them, and Edwin and Morcar promised them that they would fight with them. But the more prompt the business should ever be, so it was from day to day the latter and worse, as in the end it all fared. This battle was fought on the day of Pope Calixtus, and Earl William returned to Hastings, and waited there to know whether the people would submit to him. But when he found that they would not come to him, he went and set up all his force that was left, and came to him since then from oversea, and ravaged all the country that he overran, until he came to Berkhamsted, where Archbishop Eldred came to meet him, with child Edgar, and Earls Edwin and Morcar, and all the best men from London, who submitted then for need, when the most harm was already done. It was very ill advised that they do so before, seeing God would not better things for our sins. And they gave him hostages, and took oaths, and they promised them that he would be a faithful lord to them, though in the midst of this they plundered wherever they went. Then on Midwinter's Day, Archbishop Eldred hallowed him to a king at Westminster, and gave him possession with the books of Christ, and also swore him, ere that he would set the crown upon his head, that he would so well govern this nation as any before him best did, if they would be faithful to him. Nevertheless he laid very heavy tribute upon men, and in Lent went over the sea to Normandy, taking with him Archbishop Stigand, and Abbot Aylnoth of Glastonbury, and the child Edgar, and the Earls Edwin, Morcar, and Waltheof, and many other good men of England. Bishop Odo and Earl William lived here afterwards, and wrought castles widely throughout this country, and harassed the miserable people, and ever since has evil increased very much. May the end be good, when God will. In that same expedition was Leofric, Abbot of Peterborough, who sickened there, and came home, and died soon after on the night of All Hallowmas. God honour his soul. In his day was all bliss and all good at Peterborough. He was beloved by all, so that the king gave to St. Peter and him the abbey at Burton, and that at Coventry, which Earl Leofric, who was his uncle, had formerly made, with that of Croyland, and that of Thorney. He did so much good to the minster of Peterborough, in gold, silver, and in shroud, and in land, as no other had ever done before him, nor any other after. But now was Gilden borough become a wretched borough. The monks then chose for Abbot Provost Brand, because he was a good man and very wise, and sent him to Edgar Atheling, for that the land folk supposed that he should be king, and the Atheling received him gladly. When King William heard say that, he was very wroth, and said that the abbot had renounced him, but good men went between them, and reconciled them, because the abbot was a good man. He gave the king 40 marks of gold for his reconciliation, and he lived but a little while after, only 3 years, after which came all wretchedness and all evil to the minster. God have mercy on it. A.D. 1067. This year came the king back to England on St. Nicholas' Day, and the same day was burned the Church of Christ at Canterbury, Bishop Wulfre also died, and is buried at his see in Dorchester. The child Edric and the Britons were unsettled this year, and fought with the castlemen at Hereford, and did them much harm. The king this year imposed a heavy guild upon the wretched people, but notwithstanding let his men always plunder all the country that they were over, and he then marched to Devonshire, and beset the city of Exeter 18 days. There were many of his army slain. Out he had promised them well, and performed ill, and the citizens surrendered the city, because the thanes had betrayed them. This summer child Edgar departed, with his mother Agatha, and his 2 sons, Margaret and Christina, and Merle Swain, and many good men with them, and came to Scotland under the protection of King Malcolm, who entertained them all. Then began King Malcolm to yearn after the child's sister Margaret to wife, but he and all his men long refused, and she also herself was averse, and said that she would neither have him nor anyone else, if the supreme power would grant, that she in her maidenhood might please the mighty lord with a carnal heart in his short life in pure continence. The king, however, earnestly urged her brother, until he answered yea, and indeed he durst not otherwise, for they were coming to his kingdom, so that then it was fulfilled, as God had long ere foreshadowed. And else it could not be, as he himself saith in the Gospel, that not even a sparrow on the ground may fall without its foreshowing. The prescient Creator was long before what he and her would have done, for that she should increase the glory of God in this land, lead the king aright from the path of error, bend him and his people together to a better way, and suppress the bad customs which the nation formerly followed, all which she afterwards did. The king therefore received her, though it was against her will, but was pleased with her manners, and thanked God, who had in his might given him such a match. He wisely bethought himself, as he was a prudent man, and turned himself to God, renounced all impurity accordingly, as the Apostle Paul, teacher of all the gentry, saith, full oft the unbelieving husband is sanctified and healed through the believing wife, and belike the wife through the believing husband. The queen, as aforesaid, performed afterwards many useful deeds in this land of the glory of God, and also in her royal estates she well conducted herself as her nature was. Of a faithful and noble kin was she sprung. Her father was Edward Atheling, son of King Edmund. Edmund was the son of Ethelred, son of Edgar, Edgar the son of Edred, and so forth in that royal line. And her maternal kindred goeth to the Emperor Henry, who had sovereignty over Rome. This year went out Githa, Harold's mother, and the wives of many good men with her, to Flatholm, and there abode some time, and so departeth thence over to the sea at St. Almers. This Easter came the king to Winchester, and Easter was then on the 10th before the calends of April. Soon after this came the Lady Matilda hither to this land, and Archbishop Ealdred hallowed her to queen at Westminster on Whitsunday. Then it was told to the king that the people in the north had gathered themselves together, and would stand against him if he came. Whereupon he went to Nottingham, and wrought there a castle, and so advanced to York, and there wrought 2 castles, and the same at Lincoln, and everywhere in that quarter. Then Earl Gospatrick and the best men went into Scotland. Amidst these came out of Harold's sons from Ireland, with a naval force into the mouth of the Avon unawares, and plundered soon over all that quarter. Whence they went to Bristol, and would have stormed the town, but the people withstood them. But when they could gain nothing from the town, they went to their ships with the booty which they had acquired from plunder, and then they advanced upon Somersetshire, and there went up, and Ednuth, master of the horse, fought with them. But he was there slain, and many good men on either side. A.D. 1068. This year, King William gave Earl Robert the Oldham over Northumberland, but the landsmen attacked him in the town of Durham and slew him, and 900 men with him. Soon afterwards, Edgar Atheling came with all the Northumbrians to York, and the townsmen made a treaty with him. But King William came from the south unawares upon them with a large army and put them to flight, and slew on the spot those who could not escape, which were many 100 men, and then plundered the town. St. Peter's Minster he made a profanation, and all the other places he also despoiled and trampled upon, and Atheling went back again to Scotland. After this came Harold's son from Ireland about midsummer, with 64 ships into the mouth of the Taft, where they were unwarily landed. Earl Breton came unawares against them with a large army and fought with them, and slew there all the best men that were in the fleet, and the others, being small forces, escaped to the ships, and Harold's sons went back to Ireland again. A.D. 1069. This year died Aldred, Archbishop of York, and he is there buried at his see. He died on the day of Protus and Hyacinthus, having held see which much dignity 10 years, wanting only 15 weeks. Soon after this came from Denmark 3 of the sons of King Sweyn, with 240 ships, together with Earl Esbern and Earl Thurkill into the Humber, where they were met by the child Edgar, and Earl Waltheof, and Merle Swain, and Earl Gospatrick with the Northumbrians, and all the landsmen riding and marching full merrily with an immense army. And so all unanimously advanced to York, where they stormed and demolished the castle, and won innumerable treasures therein, slew there many hundreds of Frenchmen, and led them with many ships. But ere the shipmen came thither, the Frenchmen had burned the city, and the holy minster of St. Peter had they entirely plundered and destroyed with fire. When the king heard this, then went he northward with all the force that he could collect, despoiling and laying waste the shire withal. Whilst the fleet lay all the winter in the Humber, the king could not come at them. The king was in York on Christmas Day, and so all the winter on the land, and came to Winchester at Easter. Bishop Egelric, who was at Peterborough, was this year betrayed, and led to Westminster, and his brother Egelwine was outlawed. This year also died Brand, abbot of Peterborough, on the 5th before the calends of December. A.D. 1070. This year Lanfranc, who was abbot of Cannes, came to England, and after a few days he became Archbishop of Canterbury. He was invested on the 4th, before the calends of September, by his own see of 8 bishops, the suffragans. The others, who were not there, by messengers and laid letter, declared that they could not. The same year Thomas, who was chosen Bishop of York, came to Canterbury, to be invested there after the ancient custom. But when Lanfranc craved confirmation of his obedience with an oath, he refused, that he ought not to do it. Whereupon Archbishop Lanfranc was wroth, and bade the bishops, who were come thither by Archbishop Lanfranc's command to do the service, and all the monks to unrobe themselves. And they, by this order, so did, Thomas therefore for the time departed without consecration. Soon after this, it happened that the Archbishop Lanfranc went to Rome, and Thomas was with him. When they came thither and had spoken about other things which they had begun to speak about, they began Thomas with his speech, how he came to Canterbury, and how the Archbishop required obedience of him with an oath, but he declined it. Then began the Archbishop Lanfranc to show with clear distinction that he craved by right, and with strong arguments he confirmed the same before Pope Alexander, and before all the council that was collected there, and so they went home. After this came Thomas to Canterbury, and all the Archbishop required of him he humbly fulfilled, and afterwards received consecration. This year Earl Waltheof agreed with the king, but in the Lent of the same year the king ordered all the monasteries in England to be plundered. In the same year came King Sweyn from Denmark into the Humber, and the landsmen came to meet him and made a treaty with him, thinking that he would overrun the land. Then came into Ely Christian, the Danish bishop, and Earl Osberne, the Danish domestics, with him, and the English people from all the fenlands came to them, supposing that they should win the land. Then the monks of Peterborough heard say that their own men would plunder the minster, namely Hereward and his gang, because they understood that the king had given the abbacy to a French abbot, whose name was Thorold, that he was a very stern man, and was coming to Stamford with all his Frenchmen. Now there was a churchwarden, whose name was Ewer, who took away by night all that he could, testaments, mass hackles, cattle copes, and reefs, and such other small things, whatsoever he could, and went early before day to the abbot Thorold, telling him that he sought his protection, and informing him how the outlaws were coming to Peterborough, and that he did all by the advice of the monks. Early in the morning came all the outlaws with many ships, resolving to enter the minster, but the monks withstood, so that they could not come in. And then they laid on fire, and burned all the houses of the monks, and all the town, except for one house. Then came they in through the fire, the Bull High the gate, where the monks met them and besought peace of them. But they regarded nothing. They went into the minster, climbed up the holy rood, took away the diadem from our Lord's head, all of pure gold, and seized the bracket that was underneath his feet, which was all of red gold. They climbed up the steeple, brought down the table that was hid there, which was all of gold and silver, seized 2 golden shrines, 9 of silver, and took away 15 large crucifixes of gold and silver. In short, they seized there so much gold and silver, and so many treasures in money, raiment, and books, no man could tell another, and said that they did it from their attachment to the minster. Afterwards they went to their ships, proceeded to Ely, and deposited there all their treasure. The Danes, believing that they should overcome the Frenchmen, drove out all the monks, leaving there only one, whose name was Leofwine Lang, who lay sick in the infirmary. Then came Abbot Thorold, and 8 times 20 Frenchmen with him, all fully armed. When he came thither, he found all within and without consumed by fire except for the church alone. But the outlaws were all with the fleet, knowing that he would come thither. This was done on the 4th day before the nones of June. The 2 kings, William and Sweyn, were now reconciled, and the Danes went out of Ely with all the aforesaid treasure and carried it away with them. But when they came to the middle of the sea, there came a violent storm, and dispersed all the ships wherein the treasures were. Some went to Norway, some to Ireland, some to Denmark, and all that reached the latter consisted of the table, and some shrines and some crucifixes, and many of the other treasures which they brought to a king's town, and deposited all of them there in the church. Afterwards, through their own carelessness, and through their drunkenness, in one night the church and all that was therein was consumed by fire. Thus was the minster of Peterborough burned and plundered. Almighty God have mercy on it through great goodness. Thus came the abbot Thorold to Peterborough, and the monks too returned, and performed the service of Christ in the church, which had before stood a full week without any kind of rite. When Bishop Aelric heard it, he excommunicated all the men who that evil deed had done. There was a great famine in this year, and in the summer came the fleet in the north from the Humber into the Thames, and there lay 2 nights, and made afterwards for Denmark. Earl Baldwin also died, and his son Arnulf succeeded to the earldom. Earl William, in conjunction with the king of the Franks, was to be his guardian, but Earl Robert came and slew his kinsman Arnulf and the earl, put the king to flight, and slew many thousands of his men. A.D. 1071. This year Earl Edwin and Earl Morcar fled out, and roamed at random in woods and fields. Then went Earl Morcar to Ely by ship, but Earl Edwin was treacherously slain by his own men. Then came Bishop Aelwine and Siward Barn, and many hundred men with them into Ely. When King William heard that, he then ordered a naval force and land force, and beset the land all about, and wrought a bridge and went in, and the naval force at the same time on the seaside. Then the outlaws surrendered. That was Bishop Aelwine, Earl Morcar, and all that were with them except Hereward alone, and all those who would join him, whom he led out triumphantly. And the king took their ships, weapons, and many treasures, and all the men he disposed of as he thought proper. Bishop Aelwine he sent to Abingdon, where he died in the beginning of the winter. A.D. 1072. This year King William led a naval force and a land force to Scotland, and beset that land on the seaside with ships. Whilst he led his force in at the Tweed, but he found nothing there of any value. King Malcolm, however, came and made peace with William and gave hostages, and became his man, whereupon the king returned home with all of his force. This year also died Bishop Aelric. He had been invested Bishop of York, but that see was unjustly taken from him, and he then had the bishopric of Durham given to him, which he held as long as he chose, but resigned it afterwards, and retired to Peterborough Minster, where he abode 12 years. After that King William won England. Then took he him from Peterborough, and sent him to Westminster, where he died on the Ides of October, and he is there buried within the minster, in the porch of St. Nicholas. A.D. 1073. This year led King William an army, English and French, over the sea, and won the district of Maine, which the English very much injured by destroying the vineyards, burning the towns, and spoiling the land. But they subdued it into the hand of King William, and afterwards returned home to England. A.D. 1074. This year King William went overseas to Normandy, and child Edgar came from Flanders into Scotland on St. Grimbald's Mass Day, where King Malcolm and his sister Margaret received him with much pomp. At the same time St. Philip, the King of France a letter to him, bidding him to come, and he would give him the castle of Montreal, that he might afterwards daily annoy his enemies. What then? King Malcolm and his sister Margaret gave him and his great men many presents and many treasures, in skins ornamented with purple, and pelisses made of marten skins and grey skins, and of ermine skins in pals and in vessels of gold and silver, and conducted him and his crew with great pomp from his territory. But in their voyage evil befell them, for when they were at sea, they came upon such strong weather, and the stormy sea and the strong wind drove them so violently on the shore that all their ships burst, and they also themselves came with great difficulty to the land. Their treasure was nearly all lost, and some of his men were also taken by the French. But he himself and his best men returned again to Scotland, some roughly travelling on foot, and some miserably mounted. Then King Malcolm advised him to send to William over sea, to request his friendship, which he did, and the king gave it to him, and sent after him. Again, therefore, King Malcolm and his sister gave him all the men's numberless treasures, and again conducted him very magnificently from their territory. The Sheriff of York came to meet him at Durham, and went all the way with him, ordering meat and fodder to be found for him at every castle from which they came, until they came over the sea to the king. Then King William received him with much pomp, and he was there afterwards in his court, enjoying such rights as he confirmed to him by law. A.D. 1075. This year King William gave Earl Ralph the daughter of William Fitzosborne to wed. The same Ralph was British on his mother's side, but his father, whose name was also Ralph, was English and born in Norfolk. The king therefore gave his son the earldom of Norfolk and Suffolk, and then led the bride to Norwich. There was that bride ale, the source of man's bale. There was Earl Roger, Earl Waltheof, and bishops and abbots, who there resolved that they would drive the king out of the realm of England. But it was soon told the king in Normandy how it was determined. It was Earl Roger and Earl Ralph who were the authors of the plot, who then enticed the Britons to them, and sent eastward to Denmark after a fleet to assist them. Roger went westward to his earldom, and collected his people there, to the king's annoyance, as he thought, but it was to the great disadvantage of himself. He was, however, prevented. Ralph also in his earldom would go forth with his people, but the castlemen that were in England and also the people of the land came against him, and prevented him from doing anything. He escaped, however, to the ships at Norwich, and his wife was in the castle, which she held until peace was made with her, when she went out to England, with all her men who wished to join her. The king afterwards came to England and seized Earl Roger, his relative, and put him in prison. And Earl Waltheof went oversea, and bewrayed himself, but asked for forgiveness, and prepared gifts of ransom. The king, however, let him off lightly, until he came to England, when he had him seized. Soon after that, from the east of Denmark came 200 ships, wherein were 2 captains, Cnut Swainson and Earl Harco. But they durst not maintain a fight with King William. They went rather to York and broke into St. Peter's Minster, and took therein much treasure, and so went away. They made for Flanders oversea, but they all perished who were privy to that design. That was the son of Earl Harco, and many others with him. This year died the Lady Egdtha, who was the relict of King Edward, 7 nights before Christmas at Winchester, and the king caused her to be brought to Westminster with great pomp, and he laid her with King Edward her lord. and the king was then at Westminster at midwinter, where all the Britons were condemned who were at the Bride Ale in Norwich. Some were punished with blindness, some were driven from the land, and some were towed to Scandinavia. And so were the traitors of King William subdued. A.D. 1076. This year died Sweyn, king of Denmark, and Harold his son took the kingdom. And the king gave his abbacy of Westminster to Abbot Vitalis, who had been the abbot of Bernay. This year was also Earl Waltheoth beheaded at Winchester on the Mass Day of St. Petronilla, and his body was carried to Croyland, where he lies buried. King William now went over sea, and led his army to Brittany, and beset the castle of Dol, but the Bretons defended it, until the king came from France, whereupon William departed thence, having lost there both men and horses and many of his treasures. A.D. 1077. This year were reconciled the king of the Franks and William, king of England, but it continued only a little while. This year London was burned, one night before the Assumption of St. Mary, so terribly as it was never before since it was built. This year the moon was eclipsed 3 nights before Candlemas, and in the same year died Aelwy, the prudent abbot of Evesham, on the 14th day before the calends of March, on the Mass of St. Juliana, and Walter was appointed abbot in his stead, and Bishop Herman also died on the 10th day before the calends of March, who was bishop at Berkshire, and in Wiltshire, and in Dorsetshire. This year also King Malcolm won the mother of Malslaith, and all his men, and all his treasures, and his castle, and he himself had not easily escaped. This year was also the dry summer, and wildfire came upon many shores and burned many towns, and also many cities were ruined thereby. A.D. 1079. This year Robert, the son of King William, deserted from his father to his uncle Robert in Flanders, because his father would not let him govern his earldom in Normandy, which he himself, and also King Philip with his permission, had given to him. The best men that were there in the land had also sworn oaths of allegiance to him and taken him for their lord. This year, therefore, Robert fought with his father, without Normandy, by a castle called Gerberoy, and wounded him in the hand, and his horse that he sat upon was killed beneath him, and that he brought him another was killed right there with a dart. That was Tuki Widkinson. Many were there slain, and also taken. His son William, too, was there wounded, but Robert returned to Flanders. We will not here, however, record any more injury that he did to his father. This year came King Malcolm from Scotland into England, betwixt the 2 festivals of St. Mary, with a large army, which plundered Northumberland till it came to the Tyne, and slew many hundreds of men, and carried home much coin and treasure, and men in captivity. A.D. 1080. This year was Bishop Walker slain in Durham at a council, and 100 men with him, French and Flemish. He himself was born in Lorraine. This did the Northumbrians in the month of May. A.D. 1081. This year the king led an army into Wales, and there freed many hundreds of men. A.D. 1082. This year the king seized Bishop Odo, and this year also was the great famine. A.D. 1083. This year arose at the tumult of Glastonbury betwixt Abbot Thurston and his monks. It proceeded first from the abbot's want of wisdom, that he misgoverned his monks in many things, but the monks meant well to him, and told him that he should govern them rightly, and love them, and they would be faithful and obedient to him. The abbot, however, would hear naught of this, but evil entreated him, and threatened them worse. One day the abbot went into the chapter house, and spoke against the monks and attempted to mislead them, and sent after them some laymen, and they came full armed into the chapter house upon the monks. Then were the monks very much afraid of them, and wist not what they were to do, but they shot forward. Some ran into the church, and locked the doors after them, but they followed them into the minster, and resolved to drag them out, so that they durst not go out. A rueful thing happened that day. The Frenchmen broke into the choir, and hurled their weapons toward the altar where the monks were, and some of the knights went upon the upper floor, and shot their arrows downward incessantly toward the sanctuary, so that on the crucifix that stood above the altar they stuck many arrows. And the wretched monks lay about the altar, and some crept under, earnestly calling upon God, imploring his mercy, since they could not obtain any at the hands of men. What can we say? But that they continued to shoot their arrows, whilst the others broke down the doors and came in and slew some of the monks to death, and wounded many therein, so that the blood came from the altar upon the steps, and from the steps onto the floor. There 3 were slain to death, and 18 wounded. And in the same year departed Matilda, Queen of King William, on the day after All Hallowmas. And in the same year also, after midwinter, the king ordained a large and heavy contribution over all of England, that was, upon each hide of land, 72 pence. A.D. 1084. In this year died Wulfoald, abbot of Chertsey, on the 13th day before the calends of May. A.D. 1085. In this year men reported, and of truth asserted, that Cnut, the king of Denmark, son of Sweyn, was coming hither, and was resolved to win the land, with the assistance of Robert, Earl of Flanders, for Cnut had Robert's daughter. When William, King of England, who was then resident in Normandy, for he had both England and Normandy, understood this, he went to England with so large an army on horse and foot from France and Brittany as never before sought the land, so that men wondered how this land could feed all of that force. But the king left the army to shift for themselves through this land amongst his subjects, who fed them, each according to his quota of land. Men suffered much distress that year, and the king caused the land to be laid waste about the sea coast, that if his foes came up, they might not have anything on him that they could readily seize. But when the king understood of a truth that his foes were impeded rather, and could not further their expedition, then he let some of his army go into their land, but some he held in his land over the winter. Then at midwinter was the king in Gloucester with his council, and held there his court 5 days, and afterwards the archbishop and clergy had a synod 3 days. There was Mauritius, chosen bishop of London, William of Norfolk, and Robert of Cheshire. These were all the king's clerks. After all this had been done, the king held a large meeting, and a very deep consultation with his council about this land, how it was occupied, and by what sort of men. Then he sent his men all over England into each shire, commissioned them to find out how many hundreds of hides were in the shire, what land the king himself had, and what stock upon the land, or what dues he ought to have been had by each year from each shire. Also he commissioned them to record in writing how much land his archbishops had, and his diocesan bishops, and his abbots and earls, and though I may be prolix and tedious, what or how much each man had, or who was the occupier of the land in England, either in land or stock, and how much money it be worth. So very narrowly indeed did he commission them to trace out, that there was not one single hide nor yard of land, nay, moreover, it is shameful to tell, though he thought it no shame to do it, not even an ox, or a cow, nor even a swine was left that was not set down in his writ, and all the recorded particulars were afterwards brought to him. AD 1086. This year the king bore his crown and held his court at Winchester in Easter, and he so arranged that he was by the Pentecost at Westminster, and dubbed his son Henry a knight there. Afterwards he moved about, so that he came by Lammas to Sarum, where he was met by his councillors, and the landsmen that were of any account over England became his men's vassals as they were, and they all bowed themselves before him, and became his men, swearing oaths of allegiance, that they would against all other men be faithful to him. Thence he proceeded to the Isle of Wight, because he wished to go into Normandy, and so he afterwards did. Though he first did according to customs, he collected a very large sum from his people, wherever he could make any demand, whether with justice or otherwise. Then he went into Normandy, and Edgar Atheling, the relation of King Edwin, revolted from him, for he received not much honour from him, but may the Almighty God give him honour hereafter. And Christina, the sister of the Atheling, went into the monastery at Rumsey, and received the holy veil. And the same year there was a very heavy season, and a swinkful of sorrowful year in England, in murrain of cattle and corn and fruits were at a stand, and so many untowardness in the weather, that a man may not easily think, so tremendous was the thunder and lightning, that it killed many men, and it will continually grow worse and worse with men. May God Almighty better it, whenever it be his will. AD 1087. After the birth of our Lord and Saviour Christ, 1087 winters, in the 21st year after William began to govern and direct England, as God granted him, was a very heavy and pestilent season in this land. Such a sickness came on men, that full nigh every other man was in the worst disorder, that is, in diarrhea, and so dreadfully that many men died in the disorder. Afterwards came, through the badness of the weather, as we before mentioned, so great a famine over all England, that many hundreds of men died a miserable death through hunger. Alas, how wretched and rueful a time was there, when the poor wretches lay full nigh driven to death prematurely, and afterwards came a sharp hunger, and dispatched them withal. Who will not be penetrated with grief at such a season? Or who is so hard-hearted as to not weep at such misfortune? Yet such things happen for our sins, for they will not love God and righteousness. So it was in those days, that little righteousness was in this land, with many men, but with the monks alone wherever they fared well. The king and the headmen loved much and overcame covetousness in gold and silver, and recked not how sinfully it was got, provided it came to them. The king let his hand as high as he possibly could. Then came some other person, and bade them the other former one gave. And the king let it all to the men that bade him more. Then came the third, and bade yet more, and the king let it hand to the mate that bade most of all. And he recked not how sinfully the stewards got it of wretched men, nor how many unlawful deeds they did. But the more men spoke about right law, the more unlawfully they acted. They erected unjust tolls, and many of unjust things they did that are difficult to reckon. Also in the same year, before harvest, the Holy Minster of St. Paul, the Episcopal See in London, was completely burned, which many other minsters, and in the greatest part and the richest of the whole city. So also about the same time, full nigh each head bought in England was entirely burned. Alas, rueful and woeful was the fate of that year that brought forth so many misfortunes. In the same year also, before the Assumptions of St. Mary, King William went from Normandy into France with an army, and made war upon his own lord Philip the King, and slew many of his men, and burned the town of Mantes, with the holy minsters that were still in the town, and the 2 holy men that served God, leading the life of the Anachorets, were burned therein. This thus being done, William returned to Normandy. Rueful was the thing that he did, but a more rueful him befell. How much more rueful? He fell sick, and it dreadfully ailed him. What shall I say? Sharp death, that passes by neither rich men nor poor, seized him also. He died in Normandy, on the next day after the Nativity of St. Mary, and he was buried at Cannes in St. Stephen's Minster, which he had formerly reared, and afterwards endowed him manifold gifts. Alas, how false and uncertain is this world's wheel! He that was before a rich king, and lord of many lands, had not then all of his land more than a space of 7 feet? And he that was whilom enshrouded in gold and gems lay there covered with mould. He left behind him 3 sons, the eldest called Robert, who was earl in Normandy after him, the second called William, who wore the crown after him in England, and the third called Henry, to whom his father bequeathed immense treasure. If any person wishes to know what kind of man he was, or what honour he had, or of how many lands he was lord, then we will write about him, as well as was understood of him, we who often looked upon him, and lived some time in his court. This King William, then, that we speak of, was a very wise man, and very rich, more splendid and powerful than any of his predecessors were. He was mild to the good men that loved God, and beyond all measure severe to the men that gainsaid his will. On that same spot where God granted him that he should gain England, he reared a mighty minster, and set monks therein, and well endowed it. In his days was the great monastery of Canterbury built, and also very many all over England. This land was moreover filled with monks, who modelled their lives after the rule of St. Benedict, but such was the state of Christianity in his time that each man followed what belonged to his profession, he that would. He was also very dignified. Thrice he bore his crown each year, as oft as he was in England. At Easter he bore it in Winchester, at Pentecost in Westminster, at midwinter in Gloucester. And there were with him all the rich men all over England, archbishops, diocesan bishops, abbots and earls, thanes and knights. So very stern he was also, and hot, that no man durst do anything against his will. He had earls in his custody who acted against it, Bishops he hurled from their bishoprics, and abbots from their abbacies, and thanes into prison. At length he spared not his own brother Odo, who was a very rich bishop in Normandy, and Bayeux was his episcopal seal. And he was foremost the man to all aggrandize the king. He had an earldom in England, and when the king was in Normandy, then was he the mightiest man in the land. He had him confined in prison, but amongst many other things not to be forgotten, that good peace he made in this land, so that a man of any account might go over his kingdom unhurt with his bosom full of gold. No man durst slay another. He had never so much evil been done to the other, and if any churl lay with a woman against her will, he soon lost the limb that he played with. He truly reigned over England, and by his capacity so thoroughly surveyed it, that there was not a hide of land in England that he wished not who had it, or what it was worth, and afterwards set it down in his book. The land of the Britons was in his power, and he wrought castles therein, and ruled Anglesey withal. So also he subdued Scotland to his great strength. As to Normandy, that was his native land, but he reigned also over the earldom called Maine, and if he might yet have lived 2 years more, he would have won Ireland by his valour, and without any weapons. Assuredly, in this time had men much distress and many sorrows. Castles he let men build, and miserably swink the poor. The king himself was so very rigid, and extorted from his subjects many marks of gold, and many hundreds of pounds of silver, which he took of his people for little need, by right and by unright. He was fallen into covetousness, and greediness he loved withal. He made many deer parks, and established laws therewith, that whosoever slew a hart or hind should be deprived of his eyesight. As he forbade men to kill the harts, so also the boars, and he loved the tall deer as if he were their father. Likewise he decreed by the hares that they should go free. His rich men bemoaned it, and the poor men shuddered at it. But he was so stern that he reckoned not the hatred of them all, for they must follow the king's will if they would live, or have land and possessions, or even his peace. Alas, that any man should presume to puff himself up and boast over all men. May the Almighty God show mercy to his soul, and grant him forgiveness of his sins. These things we have written concerning him, both good and evil, that men may choose the good after their goodness, and flee from the evil withal, and go in the way that leadeth us to the kingdom of heaven. Many things, we write, were done within the same year. And so it was in Denmark that the Danes, a nation that was formerly accounted the truest of all, were turned aside to the greatest untruth and to the greatest treachery that could ever be. They chose and bowed to King Cnut, and swore him oaths, and afterwards dastardly slew him in a church. It happened also in Spain that the heathens went and made inroads upon the Christians, and reduced much of the country into their dominion. But the king of the Christians, Alfonso by name, sent everywhere into each land, and desired assistance. And they came to his support from every land that was Christian, and they went and slew, or drove away, all of the heathen folk, and won their land again by the grace of God. In this land also in the same year, died many rich men. Stigand, Bishop of Chichester, and the Abbot of St. Augustine, and the Abbot of Bath, along with the Abbot of Persia, and the Lord of them all, William, King of England, that we spoke of before. After his death, his son called William, also as the father, took to the kingdom, and was blessed to king by Archbishop Lanfranc in Westminster 3 days ere Michaelmas Day. And all the men in England submitted to him, swearing oaths to him. This thus being done, the king went to Winchester, and opened the treasure house, and the treasures that his father had gathered, in gold, silver, and in vases, and in pows and gems, and many other valuable things that are difficult to enumerate. Then the king did as his father bade him, ere he was dead. There he distributed treasures for his father's soul to each monastery that was in England, to some 10 marks of gold, to some 6, to each upland church 60 pence. And in each shire was sent £100 of money to distribute among the poor for his soul. And ere he departed, he bade that he should release all the men that were in prison under his power. And the king was on the midwinter in London. A.D. 1088. In this year was the land much stirred, and filled with great treachery, so that the richest Frenchmen that were in this land would betray their lord the king, and would have his brother Robert King, who was the earl in Normandy. In this design was enraged the first Bishop Odo, and Bishop Gosfrith, and William, Bishop of Durham. So well did the king by the Bishop Odo, that all England fared according to his counsel as he would. And the bishop thought to do him as Judas Iscariot did by our Lord. And Earl Roger was also of this faction, and much people was with him, all Frenchmen. This conspiracy was formed in Lent, as soon as Easter came. Then went they all forth, and harrowed, and burned, and wasted the king's farms. And they despoiled the lands of all men that were in the king's service. And they each of them went to his castle, and manned it, and provisioned it as they could. Bishop Gosfrith and Robert the peacebreaker went to Bristol and plundered it, and they brought spoil to the castle. Afterwards they went out of the castle and plundered Bath, and all the land whereabout, and all the honour of Berkeley they laid waste. And the men that eldest were of Hereford, and all the shire forthwith, and all the men of Shropshire, with much people of Wales, came and plundered and burned in Worcester, until they came to the city itself, which it was by their design set to flame, and then to rifle the minster, and win the king's castle to their hands. The worthy Bishop Wulfstan, seeing these things, was much agitated in his mind, because to him he was betaken the custody of the castle. Nevertheless his hired men went out of the castle with a few attendants, and, through God's mercy and the bishop's merits, slew or took 500, putting the others to flight. The Bishop of Durham did all the harm that he could over all the north. Roger was the name of one of them, who leaped into the castle at Norwich, and did yet the worst of all over that land. Hugh was also one, who did nothing better either in Leicestershire or in Northamptonshire. The Bishop Odo being one, though of the same family which the king himself was descended, went into Kent to his earldom, and greatly despoiled it. And having laid waste the lands of the king and the archbishop withal, he brought the booty into his castle at Rochester. When the king understood all these things, and what treachery they were employing against him, Then he was in his mind much agitated. He then sent after Englishmen, described to them his need, earnestly requesting their support, and promised them the best laws that ever before were in the land. Each unright guild he forbade, and restored to the men their woods and chases. But it stood no while. The Englishmen, however, went to the assistance of their king, the Lord. They advanced together towards Rochester, with a view to get possession of the Bishop Odo, for they thought if they had him, who was at first the head of the conspiracy, they might the better get possession of all the others. They came then to the castle at Turnbridge, and there was in the castle the knights of the Bishop Odo, and many others who were resolved to hold it against the king. But the Englishmen advanced and broke into the castle, and the men who were therein agreed with the king. The king with his army went towards Rochester, and they supposed that the bishop was therein, but it was made known to the king that the bishop was gone to the castle of Pevensey. And the king with his army went after, and beset the castle with a very large force full 6 weeks. During this time, the Earl of Normandy, Robert, the king's brother, gathered a very considerable force, and thought to win England with the support of those men that were in this land against the king. And he sent some of his men to this land, intending to come himself after. But the Englishmen that guarded the sea lighted upon some of the men and slew them, and drowned more than any man can tell. When provisions afterwards failed those within the castle, they earnestly besought peace, and gave themselves up to the king, and the bishop swore that he would depart out of England, and no more come to this land unless the king sent after him, and that he would give up the castle of Rochester. Just as the bishop was going with an intention to give up the castle, the king had sent his men with him. Then arose the men that were in the castle, and took the bishop and the king's men, and put them into prison. In the castle were some very good knights, Eustace the Young, and the 3 sons of Earl Roger, and all the best-born men that were in this land or in Normandy. When the king understood this, then went he after with the army that he had there, and sent all over England, and bade that each man that was faithful should come to him, the French and the English, from seaport and from upland. Then came to him much people, and he went to Rochester and beset the castle, until that they were within agreed, and gave up the castle. The Bishop Odo, with the men that were in the castle, went over the sea, and the bishop thus abandoned the dignity that he had in this land. The king afterwards sent an army to Durham, and allowed it to beset the castle, and the bishop agreed, and gave up the castle, and relinquished his bishopric, and went to Normandy. Many Frenchmen also abandoned their lands, and went over sea, and the king gave their lands to men that were faithful to him. A.D. 1089. In this year the venerable father and favourer of monks, Archbishop Lanfranc, departed this life, but we hope that he is gone to the heavenly kingdom. There was all over England much earth stirring on the 3rd day before the Ides of August, and it was a very late year in corn, and in every kind of fruits, so that many men reaped their corn round Martinmas, and yet later. A.D. 1090. These things thus done, just as we have already said above, by the king, and by his brother and by his men, the king was considering how he might wreak his vengeance on his brother Robert, harass him the most and win Normandy of him. And indeed, through his craft, or through bribery, he got possession of the castle at St. Valery and the haven, and so he got possession of that at Albemarle. And therein he set his knights, and they did harm to him in the land of harrowing and burning. After this he got possession of more castles in the land, and therein lodged his horsemen. When the Earl of Normandy, Robert, understood that his sworn men deceived him, and gave up their castles to do him harm, then he sent to his lord Philip, the king of the Franks, and he came to Normandy with a large army, and the king and the earl with immense force beset the castle about, wherein were the men of the king of England. But the king William of England sent to Philip, the king of the Franks, for he, for his love, for his great treasure, abandoned thus subject the Earl Robert and his land, and returned again to France, and let them so remain. And in the midst of these the land was much oppressed by unlawful extractions, and many other misfortunes. A.D. 1091. In this year King William held his court at Christmas in Westminster, and thereafter at Candlemas he went, for the annoyances of his brother out of England into Normandy. Whilst he was there, their reconciliation took place, on the condition that the Earl put into his hands Feschamp and the earldom of O and Cherbourg, and in addition to this, the king's men should be secure in the castles that they had won against the will of the Earl. And the king in return promised him those many castles that their father had formerly won, and also to reduce those he had revolted from the Earl. Also, all that his father had there beyond, except those that he had given to the king, and all those that in England before the Earl had lost their land, should have it again by this treaty, and that the Earl should have in England just so much as was specified in this agreement. And if the Earl died without a son by lawful wedlock, the king should be heir of all Normandy. And by virtue of this same treaty, if the king died, the Earl should be heir of all England. To this treaty swore the 12 of the best men on the king's side, and 12 of the earls, though it stood but a little while afterwards. In the midst of this treaty was Edgar Atheling deprived of the land that the Earl had before permitted him to keep in hand. And when he went out of Normandy to the king, her sister's husband in Scotland, and to his sister. Whilst King William was out in England, King Malcolm of Scotland came hither into England, and overran a great deal of it, until the good men that governed this land sent an army against him, and repulsed him. When the King William in Normandy heard this, then prepared he his departure, and came to England, and his brother the Earl of Robert with him, and he soon issued an order to collect a force, both naval and military, but the naval force, ere it could come to Scotland, perished almost miserably a few days before St. Michaelmas. And the king and his brother proceeded with the land force, but when the King Malcolm heard that they were resolved to seek him with an army, he went with his force out of Scotland into Lothian in England, and there he abode. When the King William came near with his army, they interceded between them Earl Robert and Edgar Atheling, and also made the peace of kings, that the King Malcolm came to our king and did homage, promising that all such obedience as he formerly paid to his father, and that he confirmed with an oath. And after King William promised him all the land, and in those things whatever he formerly had under his father. In the settlement was also Edgar Atheling united with the king, and the kings then, with much satisfaction, departed, Yet that stood but a while, and the Earl Robert tarried here full nigh until Christmas with the king, and during this time he found but little of the truth of their agreement. And 2 days before that tide he took a ship into the Isle of Wight and went into Normandy, and Edgar Atheling with him. A.D. 1092. In this year the King William, with a large army, went north into Carlisle, and restored the town and reared the castle, and drove out Dolphin, that before governed the land, and set his own men in the castle, then returned hither southward, and a vast number of rustic people with wives and cattle he sent hither, and dwell there in order to till the land. A.D. 1093. This year, during Lent, was the King William at Gloucester so sick that he was by all reported dead, and in his illness he made many good promises to lead his own life aright, to grant peace and protection to the churches of God, and never more again with fee to sell to have none but righteous laws among his people. The Archbishopric of Canterbury, that before remained in his own hand, he transferred to Anselm, who was before Abbot of Bec, to Robert his Chancellor, the Bishopric of Lincoln, and to many ministers he gave land, but that afterwards he took away, when he was better, and annulled all of the good laws that he promised us before. Then, after this, sent the King of Scotland and demanded fulfilment of the treaty that was promised him. And King William cited him to Gloucester, and sent him hostages to Scotland, and Edgar Atheling afterwards, and the men returned, that brought him with great dignity to the king. But when he came to the king, he could not be considered worthy either of our king's speech or of the conditions that were formerly promised to him. For this reason, therefore, they parted with great dissatisfaction, and the King Malcolm returned to Scotland, and soon after he came home he gathered his army and came harrowing into England with more hostility than behooved him. And Robert, the Earl of Northumberland, surrounded him unawares with his men, and there he slew him. Morel of Barnborough slew him, who was the Earl's steward, and a baptismal friend of King Malcolm. With him was also slain Edward his son, who after him should have been king, if he had lived. When the good Queen Margaret heard this her most beloved lord and son thus betrayed, she was in her mind almost distracted to death. She with her priests went to the church and performed her rites, and prayed before God that she might give up the ghost. And the Scots then chose Dufenau to king, Malcolm's brother, and drove out all the English that were formerly with King Malcolm. When Duncan, King Malcolm's son, heard all that had thus taken place, he came to the king, and did such fealty that has required the king at his hands, and so with his permission went to Scotland with all the support that he could get of the English and the French, and deprived his uncle Dufenau of the kingdom, and was received as king. But the Scots afterwards gathered some force together, and slew full nigh all his men, and he himself with a few made escape. Afterwards they were reconciled, on the condition that he could never again be brought into the land of the English or the French. A.D. 1094. This year the King William held his court at Christmas in Gloucester, and the messengers came thither from his brother Robert of Normandy, who said that his brothers renounced all peace and conditions, unless the king would fulfill all that they had stipulated in the treaty, and that upon when he called him forsworn and void of truth, unless he adhered to the treaty or went thither and explained himself there where the treaty was formally made and also sworn. Then he went to the King of Hastings at Candlemas, and whilst he was there, abode waiting in the weather, he let hallow the minster at Battle, and deprived Herbert Losang, the Bishop of Thetford, of his staff, and thereafter, about mid-Lent, went into the Sea of Normandy. After he came thither, he and his brother Robert the Earl said that they should come together in peace, and so they did, and might be united. Afterwards they came together with the same men that before made the treaty, and also confirmed it by oaths, and all the blame of breaking the treaty they threw upon the king. But he would not confess this, nor even adhere to the treaty, and for this reason they parted with much dissatisfaction. And the king afterwards won the castle at Bourges, and took the earl's men therein, some of whom he sent hither to this land. On the other hand, the earl, with the assistance of the king of France, won the castle at Argence, and took therein Robert of Poitou, and 700 of the king's knights with him. And afterwards that at home, and oft readily did either of them burn the towns of the other, and also took men. Then sent the king hither to this land. He ordered 20,000 Englishmen to be sent out to Normandy to his assistance. But when they came to sea, they had then orders to return, and to pay to the king's behoof the fee that they had taken, which was £50 for each man, and they did so. And the earl after this, with the king of France, and with all that he could gather together, went through the midst of Normandy towards O, where the King William was, and thought to besiege him within, and so that they advanced until they came to Luneville. There was the King of France, through cunning, turned aside, and so afterwards all the army dispersed. In the midst of these things, the King William sent his brother Henry, who was in the castle of Damfront, but because he could not go through Normandy with security, he sent ships after them, and Hugh, the Earl of Chester. When, however, they should have gone towards O, where the king was, they went to England, and came up at Hampton, on the eve of the Feast of All Saints, and here afterwards abode. And at Christmas they were in London. In the same year also the Welshmen gathered themselves together, and with the French that were in Wales or in the neighbourhood, and had formerly seized the land, stirred up war, and broke into many fastnesses and castles, and slew many men. And when their followers had increased, they divided themselves into larger parties, with some of them fighting Hugh, Earl of Shropshire, and put them to flight. Nevertheless, the other part of them was in this year omitted no evil they could do. This year also the Scots ensnared their king Duncan, and slew him. And afterwards the second time they took his uncle Dunafal to king, though whose instruction and advice he was betrayed to death. A.D. 1095. In this year was the King William the first 4 days of Christmas at Whitsand, and after the 4th day came hither, and landed at Dover. And Henry the king's brother abode in this land until Lent, and then went over the sea to Normandy, with much treasure on the king's behalf, against their brother Earl Robert, and frequently fought against the earl, and did him much harm, both in land and in men. And then at Easter held the king in his court in Winchester, and the Earl Robert of Northumberland could not come out. And then the king was much stirred to anger with him by this, and sent to him, and bade him harshly, if he would be worthy of protection, that he would come out to court at Pentecost. In this year was Easter on the 8th day before the calends of April, and upon Easter, on the night of the festival of St. Ambrose, that is, the second day before the nones of April, nearly over all this land, and almost all the night, numerous and manifold stars were seen to fall from heaven, not by one or two, but so thick in succession that no man could tell it. Hereafter, at Pentecost, was the king at Windsor, and all his council with him, except the Earl of Northumberland, for the king would neither give him hostages, nor own upon truth, that he might come and go with secrecy. And the king therefore ordered his army, and went against the Earl of Northumberland as soon as he came thither, and won many, and nearly all the best earl's clan in a fortress, and put them to custody. And the castle at Teignmouth he beset, until he won it, and the earl's brother therein, and all that were with him, and afterwards went to Bamborough, and beset the earl therein. But when the king saw that he could not win it, then ordered his men to make a castle before Bamborough, and called it in his speech Malvaison, that is in English, evil neighbour. Then, soon after the king was gone south, went the earl one night out of Bamborough towards Teignmouth. But they that were in the new castle were aware of him, and went after him, and fought him, wounding him, and afterwards took him. And those that were with him, in some they slew, some they took alive. Among these things it was made known to the king that the Welshmen in Wales had broken into a castle called Montgomery, and slain the men of the Earl of Hugo, that should have held it. He therefore gave orders to levy another force immediately, and after Michaelmas went into Wales and shifted his forces, and went through all that land, so that the army came altogether by All Saints to Snowdon. But the Welsh always went before into the mountains and moors, that no man could ever come to them. The king then went homeward, for he saw that he could do no more of there this winter. When the king came home again, he gave orders to take the Earl Robert of Northumberland and lead him to Bamborough, and put out both his eyes, unless that they were able to give up the castle. His wife held it, and Morel, who was steward, and also his relative. Through this was the castle then given up, and Morel was then in the king's court, and through him were many both of the clergy and laity surrendered, who with their councils had conspired against the king. The king had before this time commanded some to be brought into prison, and afterwards had it very strictly proclaimed over all his country, that all who held the land of a king, as they wished to be considered worthy of protection, should come to the court at the time appointed. And the king commanded that the Earl Robert should be led to Windsor, and there held in the castle. Also in this same year against Easter came the Pope's nuncio hither to this land. This was Bishop Walter, a man of very good life, of the town of Albano, and upon the day of Pentecost, on the behalf of Pope Urban, he gave Archbishop Anselm his pall, and he received him at his archiepiscopal stall in Canterbury. And Bishop Walter remained afterwards in this land a great part of the year, and men sent to him by Rome Scot, which they had not done for many years before. This same year also the weather was very unseasonable, in consequence of which throughout all this land were all the fruits of the earth reduced to a moderate crop. A.D. 1096. In this year held the King William his court at Christmas at Windsor, and William, Bishop of Durham, died there on New Year's Day, and on the octave of the Epiphany was the king and all of his conciliators at Salisbury. There Geoffrey Baynard challenged William of O, the king's relative, maintaining that he had been in the conspiracy against the king, and he fought with him and overcame him in single combat, and after he was overcome, the king gave orders to put his eyes out and afterwards to emasculate him. And his steward, William by name, who was the son of his stepmother, the king commanded to be hanged on a gibbet. Then was also Eoda, Earl of Champagne, the king's son-in-law, and many others deprived of their lands, while some were led to London, and they were killed. This year also, at Easter, there was a great stir through all this nation, and many others, on the account of Urban, who was declared Pope, though he had nothing of a see at Rome. And an immense multitude went forth with their wives and children, so that they may make war upon the heathens. No, this expedition were the king and his brother Earl Robert reconciled, so that the king went over the sea and purchased all of Normandy on him, on condition that they should be united. And the earl afterwards departed, and with him the Earl of Flanders, and the Earl of Boulogne, and also many other men of rank, and the Earl Robert, and they all went with him, passed the winter in Apulia. But of the people that went by Hungary, many thousands miserably perished along the way, and many dragged themselves home, rueful and hunger-bitten upon the approach of winter. This was a very heavy timed year through all England, both through manifold tributes, and also through the very heavy timed hunger that severely oppressed this earth in the course of the year. In this year also, the principal men who held this land frequently sent forces into Wales, and many men thereby grievously afflicted, producing no results but destruction of men and the waste of money. And just like that, as the English go off to join the crusade effort, I think that's a good time to end this series on the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. If you've listened all the way from number 1, I'll thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Originally, when I looked at how long this project was going to be, I was somewhat hesitant, but, well, here we are. We always get there eventually. Like everything else, you just have to take it one step at a time. Lastly, I'll thank my top-tier patrons and supporters: Dark, Gary, Kimberly, Ember, Ben, Britt, Charles, Erin, James, Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stark Factory, Wendy, Jaden, Sherry, Jessica, Christine, Sally, Tatiana, Christine, Fazabo, Legitimus, Maverick, Susan, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Cameron, Alexander, Nicholas, Daniel, J.R., Charlene, Christopher, and Lynn. Thank you all so much. And if you choose to follow on from this, I would suggest that you begin the series on the Crusades, which I have a lovely 8 or so hour video on, which is a great way to follow on from this. Of course, starting with the First Crusade, ending with the 8th. And who knows, you might just learn something. But perhaps first it's time to take a break. I wish you all the best, and as always, lots of love to you all. Good night.